Robert's word is right on. It's going to take so many deals to get to a size that really makes it worthwhile to invest. The challenge as an investor, I got to see a real return because if I give you $150,000 for 10% and you grow 5 times, all right, I mean, it's nice that you guys have grown your business, but I haven't moved the needle for myself. Right. Thank you for considering it.
I don't believe it's enough of a market customized tissue paper, enough to warrant having a partner in the business. I'm out.
Well, thanks, Rob. We appreciate it.
Printing has come a long way. This is really excellent looking. I see the promotion and the keepsake part, but I think people also don't like to spend a whole lot on packaging because people throw it away. I'm out.
Well, thank you for your time, Mark. It's a unique niche. I get what you're doing, but I don't know how to blow this up. I mean, the biggest thing is we've proved that the product is wanted and is coveted. And every day, someone else finds it, someone else spreads the word. All right, listen, here's an offer. 150,000, we're partners, 50-50. Oh. I'm sorry, it's a little steep, Kevin. A little.
It's downright greedy.
Yeah. No, it isn't. It's a small, niche, crazy chicken deal. I want 50%. That's the only deal that if you don't want it, I'm okay. You know, we can meet you in the middle somewhere. We're very eager, and let's meet me in the middle. You know, we'd be comfortable with something in the ballpark of maybe 20%. It's not the middle. It's middle-ish. Okay, listen, I'll do it for 40%. I'm willing to come down. That's very generous. That's a huge discount.
Unfortunately, we can't go up to 40% for
Well,
sure.
can you go to 25? No. You know what the deal is? It's 35% or no.
You got to understand that we see this as a lot bigger than what it sounds like you guys have understood. It's just we probably made a mistake there.
We know you like royalty deals. Did I hear royalty?
You did.
What's the deal?
We'll give you equity and royalty deal.
How much equity?
15%.
What's the royalty?
Every sheet of tissue paper we sell will give you a nickel, and every bag we sell will give you 40 cents.
That's a rich royalty. You sure you want to do that?
And that's just until you get your money back, though. That's just until you get your money back.
Oh, wait a minute.
Meanwhile, you still got your equity, though, right? You still got your equity.
Okay, here's the deal. I'll give you the 150,000 for 20% equity, but I want a nickel on every tissue and a diamond in every bag.
You're literally nickel and diamond. Absolutely. Perpetuity, we couldn't give you equity and perpetuity. We can meet in the middle somewhere.
Okay, here's the deal. I'll do this. The royalty goes away at 450,000. All right, gone. I get 3 times over dough, and I'm still your partners at 20%, and we're still in the tissue business. I mean, it's so crazy. I'm not worried about competition. No one else is going to go after this market. I can tell you that. Right. Take it or leave it. Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Tissue business.
Thank you, Kevin. You're going to get that money way faster than you think.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Congrats, guys.
Oh, we did it. It is pretty.
Yeah.
I do love my bag.
Nice bag.
I like the bag.
The nickel sleeves.
Next to the tank is a more functional version of a common winter accessory.
Hi, I'm John Wyman. I live in Malibu, California, and I'm co-founder of Handout Gloves.
And I'm Jake Sullivan from Salt Lake City, Utah, co-founder and president of Handout Gloves. We're seeking $150,000 equity investment plus $150,000 loan for 20% ownership in our company.
Oh, that's interesting. Yes.
I've been in the business world for over 50 years. I've created, started, and managed successful business, one doing annual sales of over $1 billion a year. And I feel that this product we have, Handout Glove, will revolutionize and dominate the $8 billion glove market.
We found that our gloves are always getting in the way. You have to take them off, find somewhere to put them, or When it comes time to put them back on, it's a nightmare, especially if snow finds its way inside. So, handout gloves was born. All it took was a strategically placed waterproof zipper, and then you don't have to take your gloves off to check your phone, crack a beer, quickly gain full 5-finger dexterity for whatever it is you need to do, or simply dump excess heat.
Oh, wow. That's how you build excess heat. Yeah. Wow.
Now everything you couldn't do with your gloves on is now possible. You don't have to take them off to do it. Just sit and your hand is out.
Impressive.
And so we really need pretty clean 85, 84 years old. And 85. I need all the help I can get. Jake's a young man, so we're looking for some guys that have some brain power that we can add to our team. We hope they'll have the same kind of enthusiasm we have to dominate the blood industry.
Now let me pass out some samples for you guys to see yourselves.
Please. Thanks, Jake. There you go.
Here you are, Mr. Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jake.
Barbara.
Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, Don, I gotta tell you, you are one ripped dude.
Oh, wow.
Are you really 85?
84 in February.
Oh, my God.
You are in amazing shape.
You're going to be my third husband.
He's way too young, Jake Barbara.
I love all kinds of sports. I've done the Ironman 9 times.
You've done the Ironman 9 times.
Won it once.
What company did you run that got over $1 million?
Valley's Fitness.
Wow, really?
The health club chain. They had 450 clubs in
Oh, yeah,
Indonesia.
huge company. I'm going to assume you're a millionaire.
It was about 100 million, yeah.
I'm a big skier, and I've got kids. I used to buy them gloves that had the mitt inside, and you could take the, like yours, you could take the mitt scare. Yeah, it's a huge company. I'm going to assume you're a millionaire.
It was about 100 million, yeah.
I'm a big skier, and I've got kids. I used to buy them gloves that had the mitt inside, and you could take the, like yours, you could take the finger part off.
Fingers out.
Yeah, and you could keep your fingers out.
So that what sets us apart is the full 5-finger dexterity, allowing your thumbs to come
Do you
out.
have a patent on the product?
We currently have a pending utility patent that was filed in February.
Well, tell us about your sales. I bet people
Let's
are seeing
company name numbers.
So first year sales was 15,000, and that was pretty much regionally in Salt Lake City. And this year we're at 125,000 so far.
Okay, so what happened between 10 to 125?
We got picked up by Big Box.
Which one, Bob?
REI.
That's the only retailer here right now.
Besides our 12 core shops locally.
Like little ski shops. How about online?
We're on Amazon, and then we have our direct sales from our site.
How much do you
How
sell?
much does it cost and how much do you make it for?
So depending on the style, anywhere from the ones Lori has is our lightweight. Those cost 11. Wholesale for 20, and they retail for 40.
What about this?
That's our pro model. That one costs 32. We wholesale it for 60, and it retails 120.
It's a great glove. Like, it's really well made.
It's a durable glove, and the ones I'm actually wearing is the only pair I've had the entire length of the company.
4 years.
4 years, and
You were saying you have a patent pending.
correct.
What's the patent on? Just on zipping?
So it's on the zipper, and then also the wrist strap. So you get your hand out, and the way the wrist strap functions, if your hand's gonna be out for a long duration, it tucks it out of the way.
So, Jake, you're out there. You guys are hustling. You've got a big box retailer. What's the game plan for the next couple of years?
Honestly, we'd like to expand into other markets. We started with skiing and snowboarding, but we see it functioning for everyone else: hunting, fishing, construction.
But it is a seasonal product.
We do have the option of the southern hemisphere, which has a complete opposite winter. So this is something we could run year round.
Again,
Did you two meet?
I've been skiing up in Utah for the last 30-some years.
28, that's my whole life.
His mother sold me a place. He worked for a glove manufacturer. He
That's
built a
my
company.
history.
And then they sort of...
Got it.
So somebody says
So
you, hey, I'm
when
not
this glove
saying
came up, I said, Jake, this might be a great opportunity.
He's the guy.
And he's the guy.
Don, tell us a little bit about your background. You're in amazing shape.
I'm a technical guy. I can identify with him because I didn't graduate from high school. I started ballet after I got out of the Army. I was a combat medic in Korea.
Wow.
I went to work for a small health club chain. And then they went bankrupt, and the creditors came to me and said, "We get our money back into the clubs." So I took 5 clubs over in Chicago and then built it into a deal where ultimately I got bought out and allowed me to go snowboard
you think you have to solve for?
Because we haven't really been concentrating in the Utah market.
It's been really regional right now in the West.
I think you're missing a piece here. I think you have Don. I think, Don, you're a good salesman. I said, Don, you're a handsome man. Okay. Don, I said, you're a natural-born salesman. I feel so. I'm sure you've been selling your whole life. Jake, I don't think you are. But I'm going to make you an offer. But I want somebody else in with me. So I'm not going to take this amount of percent. I'm going to give you half the money you're looking for 12.5% equity, but you have to get another shark to come in for the other half, for a total of 25% equity.
Tom, you're one impressive guy. I think that the challenge is it is a fantastic glove, but there are similar products. I don't know how I can help it get really big. I think it's a brilliant glove, right? I'll wear it, I'll tell people, I'll show it off. But the challenge is putting together a marketing plan and having the organization that you need.
I've always been, I have 15,000 viewers. Wow. And you get too large.
Oh, no, look, I agree with you there. The question is, if I come in, what happens? If I had people that were in the outdoors market that really could just say, you know what, let's just fit you in. We'll complement the people that you have. This is just not one of the areas I've ever focused on. So, I'm out.
John, I offered you half of what you were looking for here, but you have to get someone else in. Now you only have Lori and Mr. One.
Two sharks are out. Barbara's willing to put up half the money Don and Jake are seeking for a 12.5% stake in their handout glove company, but they must get the rest of the money from another shark.
What do you think, guys?
I've gone through the process of getting a product in a big box in winter garments, and the word is it sobered me. It made me realize how friggin' hard it is, and how the whole thing skews to big guys that are willing to invest huge amounts of capital. It's not for me, but the story's fantastic. Sorry, guys, I'm out.
Thank you. All right, Kevin's out. All right, Lori.
Think from me. You guys are great guys. You're amazing.
Doesn't sound right.
The problem is it's such a crowded space. It worries me to invest in it. You were sharing your sales. I think the reason that the sales are small is not because it's not good, but just because there's so many options. And so for that reason, I'm out.
The place wasn't a big part.
Everybody's out. If you believe in it, you believe enough in it.
I'm in for the full 25.
Do you believe enough in it to put up
I'll tell you what I'll do.
If you believe in it, Mark, do the thing.
My love Barbara is speaking.
All right, for 25%, I'll take 300,000 and put it as capital into the company. So now the company has a better balance sheet.
I'll tell you what, Don.
What?
I'll give you, if you want to put your 300,000 in as capital, I'll give you another 300,000 as a credit line against cost of goods with 6% interest, with 25% equity.
So, just so I'm clear, John's got to put in 300,000 for the company in terms of equity. You'll put up 300,000 as a line of credit against receivables, but you want 25%.
Yes, Rob.
Barbara, we'd love to take that deal.
Yes. God, I'm so happy to hear it.
Keep your head on the mark.
I can't help
Good
myself.
job.
Keep working out.
Wow.
A few years to look like you.
That was fun.
That was awesome, Bob. And I think we got a good deal.
We do feel proud of ourselves. We tell people that the Shark Tank had enough faith in this business to jump in, and it means a lot. It gives us even more confidence than we already have.
Next time on Shark Tank.
We're building this thing to be an empire.
Fluent. I'm not talking to the owner. I'm talking to the hired help. There's no way I'm going to do an attitude shift. Are you kidding?
And in 2017,
This episode's going to go viral.
Shark Tank returns
Bring it on.
with all new episodes
It's a totally different game.
as the sharks are circling
Turning green with everything. Not really.
$100 million in deals in the tank.
I think it's genius.
You need to drop a mic right about now.
Shark Tank 2017. It could be the next Making a Murderer, and it explodes on 2020 next on ABC. These are the Sharks. They have achieved incredible success as entrepreneurs and investors in multiple sectors. They all came from humble beginnings and are all self-made. The Sharks know what it takes to build business empires from nothing into billions. Now they are investing in entrepreneurs' dreams.
We're building this thing to be an empire.
You don't have focus. There's no way I'm going to do an attitude shift. Are you kidding? I want you to be a part of it. I don't know how you get them that number. You blew it.
This is the art of doing business.
I'm not talking to the owner. I'm talking to the hired help. Some people call me the Dollar Toller.
This is Shark Tank.
This episode's going to go viral. No way. You need to drop a mic right about now.
First into the tank is a couple with an innovation in pet products.
Hi, Sharks. Let me introduce ourselves. I'm Tara.
And I'm Jason.
We're the founders of PDX Pet Design. And today, we're asking for $300,000 for 15% of our company. Now, Jason and I are the generation that grew up online with computers, so naturally, we met online. We eventually got married, and you know what happens next.
We adopted more cats. The problem with cat toys today is this. They're cute, they're colorful, but when you take them home, your cats play with them for about 5 minutes. You guys are basically throwaway.
Imagine instead, you could walk into a pet shop and there'd be an entire aisle dedicated to the wellness of your cat, with products that enhance your kitty's lifestyle and really help you improve your relationship with your cat. Well, that's what we are doing at PDX Pet Design. For our first product, we created Shrew, the intelligent cat companion. As you can see in the video, Shrew is your cat while you're out for the day. Now, we designed Shrew to mimic a small animal's emotion, so it ignites the hunting instinct of your little tiger. It's basically going to be your cat's new BFF. For our next product, we looked at the fact that cats groom each other as a form of social bonding. There's also evidence to suggest that your cat thinks you're a big cat, not a human. So why should you be left out of their intimate bonding ritual? Well, with Licky Brush, you don't have to be left out anymore. Licky Brush is a tongue-shaped brush you can use to finally lick your cat, just like a mama cat licks her young.
No, you're not going to stick that in your mouth, are you?
Yeah.
Get off joking. Oh, they're right.
I'm not joking.
You're joking.
So who wants to join us on the quest to improve kitty lives around the world?
You need to drop the mic right about now.
I'm gonna give each of you guys a cat and a licky brush and a shrew so you can test it out.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh yes, we are. I want a cat.
What's the name of the cat? Chestnut. Chestnut is now psychologically disturbed. Robert, if you can take a cat.
Jason, what happened?
What happened? This has been a viral hit. I bet it has. I'll try it with the real cat. I baby.
So you spray your mouth and you want to liquor with the grain, right? You don't want to go against the grain. And eat that donor. Oh my god. So you just hold her nice and tight. There you go. Nicely done. Oh my god.
I hate myself so much right now. People use it and they say this is a wonderful bonding experience with their animal.
So like, what's the difference if you were to put this in your mouth and lick the cat, or if you were just to brush the cat?
She likes that. Then it's just a brush. Okay, guys, I want to take it seriously because you asked for $300,000 before I saw you lick a cat. But we don't know what their sales are. How many did you sell?
To date, we have sold about $260,000 worth of shrew and about $52,000 worth of liquid brush. We have 5 other designs in the pipeline right now, and we think they're going to be equally viral. We know how to talk to people on the internet about cats.
What did you guys do before lickety split? Well, I'm an electrical engineer by trade, which makes perfect sense.
Jason's created shrew and licky brush himself. We have not outsourced any of the contracting, the engineering, we do everything. And I work on the business management side of it. I actually went to the University of Washington, Mr. Wonderful. Yeah. And then I went on to explore a PhD in neuroscience.
Are you kidding?
Sure am. She's targeting you. She thinks you might be a cat.
I'm going to make sure they throw. Are you kidding?
Sure am. And then I went on to the management side of it. I actually went to the University of Washington, Mr. Wonderful. Yeah. And then I went on to explore a PhD in neuroscience.
Are you kidding?
Sure am. She's targeting you. She thinks you might be a cat.
I'm going to make sure they throw you into the country. Did we ever ask you how much it sells for?
No, you haven't.
Okay.
The MSRP today is $119.
$119.
Remember that Friday 13th? Remember? Yeah, it was that fucking power outage Friday 13th. That shit was crazy.
Are you kidding?
It's reconfigurable.
What's the licky brush sell for?
Pre-order is nice.
Are you?
It's $100.
Did we ever ask you how much it
sells for?
No, you haven't.
Okay.
The MSRP today is $119.
What?
119?
There's a lot of
Are you kidding?
a lot of
It's a
technology.
reconfigurable.
What's the licking brush sell for?
Pre-order is $19. MSRP
Okay.
is $21.
That's cool. Guys, can you just give me for this year combined what total sales will be in your forecast between the liquor and the egg?
Our projected sales for this year are 180,000.
So what would make you think that you can price this business at over $2 million?
We're really focused on future revenue. So,
So we can give you the money 5 years from now.
you can be looking for a lot more because I know we're going to double our revenue next year and the year after and the
I've
year after.
never heard anybody say, I promise we're going to fail.
This is so crazy. I mean, it's just.
Well, you guys know as soon as this episode airs, this episode's gonna go viral.
I want to explain you something really important. Everybody says, I want to go viral. I'm going to go viral. You said you went viral.
We had like 20 million.
But your sales from that was $250,000 on the one and $52,000 on the other. For going viral, I think it should be higher. I'm out. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate that.
I have to tell you, sales aren't there. I'm sorry, I'm out.
Thank you, Robert.
Listen, I wish you wouldn't have asked so much so soon. I mean, we only really have a little proof of concept. I don't know how I get on that number.
Everybody has the same problem. You ask for too much. I'm just thinking I go back to my office, meet my team, and say I gave you 300 grand, and I stick this in my mouth, and they look at me and say, I'm getting a job somewhere else.
Well, that's just one product.
It's impossible to get back to guys on simplify. Look, you've had fun with it. Obviously, you own it, so it's become more than just a business, right? It's part of your personality, looking for a big break. You didn't price this asking for a big break. If you guys had come in and said, you know what, believe in us, 50 grand for 20% of the company, we all grow together, I think we'd all be in. Then somebody could take a flyer.
Yeah.
But 300K, that's too much, and for those reasons, I'm out.
Thank you, Mark.
You know, it just reminds me of an old story. A old school Irish cop is walking out a block. A woman runs up to him. Oh my God, my cat's in the tree. He looked over the tree and he said, lady, do you see any cat skeletons hanging around up in the tree? Sooner or later, the cat's going to come down. You'll have to work it out. We can't help you with that valuation. You're going to have to work it out by yourself. I'm out.
Thank you, Damon.
Thank you, Dan.
So, Mr. Wonderful, we haven't heard from you.
I tell you, I'm worried about my daughter, my son. They're looking at me saying, what happened to you, Dad? Why did you do
We
this?
made you a lot of money.
You're not worth 300K now. It's just too much money for this. I'm out. Guys, I just want to say how happy I am that you met each other.
Thank you, Kevin, so much. We wish you good luck. Of course, we're disappointed. Everyone wants to get a deal. But we have backup plans. We have 10 APOs. We are going to build this company. And so this isn't the end.
That was crazy. I do Shark Tank because you never know when someone's going to lick a cat.
Next into the tank is a business designed to make
Yeah,
shopping
baby's
for
nice.
men's basics easier and more
I hate this one. I'd rather have cat lickers and hey, here's my new type of clothing.
Hey, Sharks. My name is Laura Dweck.
And I'm Michael Dweck. We're from New York City and the founders of Basic Outfitters. We're seeking an investment of $125,000 in exchange for 10% of our company.
Did you know that on average, men keep their underwear for 7 years?
Try 20.
Let that sink in for a second. 7 years.
Embarrassingly enough, I was a victim of this statistic.
Really? I was the victim of that statistic. When we first got married, I would not put up with it. Michael's socks, underwear, and undershirts were faded and holier than the
Did he
Pope
come on him?
Easter Sunday. So I did what needed to be done.
I just wanted a quick and easy way to refill everything I had in my drawers without having to burn a paycheck. I couldn't find anything to satisfy those needs, so we created the solution. Basic Outfitters is an online destination where men can refill their drawers with high-quality basics at affordable price points. You can choose up to 10 pairs of socks, 3 pairs of underwear, 3 undershirts, and a pair of jogger sweatpants, all for
$60.
That's the part where people's jaws drop to the floor. Yes, we just said $60 for up to 17 basics. It's fast, it's customizable, it's high quality, and it's affordable.
So, Sharks, who's ready to put an end to that nasty thing?
We have some amazing drawers to hand out to you guys.
All right. Mr. Wonderful.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. And we have some
Let's
match colors.
That's our basic drawer.
I'm a little blown away. 17 items for $60. Did I hear that?
Yes, up to 17 items, yes.
Well, I have to buy an annual subscription. No, this is not a
So you
subscription
pick
model.
and choose online. You go online and then you see what pack fits you.
Correct.
I do have to say, this is the softest, most amazing sock I have ever felt.
Well, he's never felt so my socks, girl. Go this one of my
How can
pants,
you
baby.
afford to sell it at that price?
When we first started this, we did some market research to figure out what was that sweet spot price that
I'll
would
give you a
wow
sweet
customers.
spot, girl.
We landed on $60. So we were relentless in finding that price point and working with an amazing buying agency.
They found us the factories. So I'm one of those guys. The last time I bought underwear was when Elvis did that comeback concert in Hawaii, right? And so I get it, but I'm in stores all the time that have underwear. So if I'm not purchasing it then, why am I home thinking about going online, cleaning my credit card, finding where you are, and waiting for it? So the real idea came from when Laura and I first got married. She challenged me to throw out anything that I hadn't worn in about 3 months. I just wanted to begin. He's gonna show you. It's gonna show you. Socks were in one place, underwear was in another. Pricing was all over the place. They had the audacity of charging me $28 for 10 years. How am I supposed to refill?
Oh my god. FS1 goes to livepussy.com. Fox, you if you want to have a fucking... God damn it. What is it, Fox Sports? If you want to have a fucking, like, legitimate sports channel, you gotta have all your shit. It can't go to freepussy.com. What is that? Livepussy.com.
So what have you done year to date?
What is
What have
it?
you done last 12 months?
You take that.
So
Girls can.
since we launched, the way she decides what you're going to do.
These bitches live?
I know it's supposed to happen. Laura and I launched the company 10 months ago.
Yes.
Since then, we've done $351,000 in sales. Wow.
How much inventory and dollar amount do you think you'll
Is this bitch real?
What's your projection?
So right now, we still have $397,000 in inventory.
Big for your
boss.
Oh, wow.
Dog.
Laura
Why?
and I invested $250,000 of our own life savings into this company. And we raised $750,000.
Did you
We
watch?
had outside investors who really loved the idea, and we were able to get a $1 million valuation on just concept alone.
And how much equity do you have?
Stop, look.
You have 25% equity.
75% of it already.
We did because
Sorry, Laura. You sold 75% of your business.
Really, dog. I told her to go back, you know? Right. She's not culture.
I don't know if this girl's real.
They're impressed with the price and quality of Laura and Michael's men's
It says
undergarments
live.
and basic outfitters. But the Sharks are surprised to learn they already sold the majority of their business in order to get it started.
You sold 75% of your business before you started.
let me explain. When we started
What is
this,
that?
there was huge
Aloe vera,
potential
girl?
based
Is that
on
some, you
the
got some
market
big
research that
faithful
we
there?
did. So we knew that there was this pocket of opportunity. We knew that we could capitalize on. So we wanted to build something big.
Guys, wow.
Well, that's just basically what this is. FS1, what the fuck are you doing, dog?
What our hypothesis was.
That's all this is. Eat some ramen and pasta, girl.
But all you'd have to do is take your time to get there.
We wanted to build the company. We wanted to be
I guess I'm a cam boy. What's up, cam boy? Calm down, woman.
We wanted to be prepared. We also
What up, sir? Great. Who you got in the gaming model, bro?
The vision's good. The product's good.
How are you doing?
Execution is
I'm well,
ridiculous.
baby. Spin the wheel.
Worst I've ever seen.
We're looking for
Let's go
the
show you
long
how.
haul. We're here because we're building this thing to be an empire. We're not looking to sell it at $10 million. We're looking to
Alright, and these bitches got their shirts off.
You blew it.
Livepussy.com.
Capital management wise, you're the worst I've ever seen, so I'm out.
This girl's kind of cute.
And I'm
I'm
not mad
currently
at you. I feel
performing
bad
live.
for you. That there's just this great opportunity that you created.
Aren't they all?
Well,
And after that,
We're here today. We want to make you a lot of
she's
money.
39.
Guys, this is a basic business. This is a basic business. $76 billion.
Great idea. But you cannot make a mistake that's going to kill you.
Get
When you
that
give
shit
away
off, bro.
75%, you're dead.
Undo
You
that
don't
bar,
know
bro.
this business anymore. I'm not talking to the owner. I'm talking to the hired help. It's
Get that shirt off, girl.
I'm out.
So guys, I love this stuff. The quality is amazing. I just knew I
Don't
put
tell
my
that guy's life
sauce in there. They have one hot and it's going to be great. But you don't have enough equity in the company.
These girls showing no
When
boobies.
you drop that bomb of you not having that percentage. It just hurt me actually for you. So I'm out.
How do you think that? How you doing, guys?
Guys,
What in the fuck? Dude, I can't. This was not my fault.
It doesn't make sense.
Because FS1 should be Fox Sports 1. If it's your channel, ESPN is the channel. NBC goes to NBC. Oh no, it's Fox Sports. No one ever goes to this. God damn it. I swear to God, they don't give a shit about this shit. News Corp, get your shit together. This shit sucks. Hey, what happens when you go to FS1? Oh, it's livepussy.com. Huh?
I will do 125,000
Which was cool.
for 25%.
And then your coverage
Your
sucks.
investors. I'm doing it because I think that
Your
the product
coverage
is fantastic.
sucks. What is your website? What is this?
I would love to ask if either of you would want to come down to
Your website sucks.
15%
It's
for
all bright and shit.
125,000 because
Don't.
we are negotiating
Your
for
website
them.
sucks.
We value them as investors
Watch.
and we value
Follow
you
your
guys as investors.
favorites.
And we love the way you're structuring
Can't
it.
even
We appreciate
customize
that.
it. Just like, yeah, maybe he likes the Red Sox. Blah, blah, blah. Dude, you got my information. Customize it, you fucks.
You simply don't know enough.
Dick.
Appreciate it.
Can you even
Dude, you don't even have video? You gotta have video, dog.
I know you were countering back at 15. I will go 20, but that's it. And you really have to think about whether or not they would even consider this.
Let's make a deal.
Let's make a deal.
20%.
But how can they make a deal?
You have to check with your investors.
You don't have the right to make a deal.
Right. We're here with their blessing.
So you think that your investors are going to say, it's okay, 20%, I will give it away out of my cut.
100%.
You're positive. We're not positive.
Well, what does that mean? It's Lori's call. Look, it's Lori's call. I mean, Lori.
Lori, I think it would close with a lot more certainty if we could get this equity down a little bit more.
Oh, my.
Okay. I'm sorry. You know what? This seems very tenuous. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to go out. We really want to make a deal with you.
To make that deal, you needed 51%. You're an employee.
So we're here.
You're here, but you're still employees.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
guys. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it all the time.
Wow. You could feel the air leave the tank as soon as they sold it.
That kind of made me sick.
We don't think it's a mistake that we gave up 75% of our company. We have 25% of a company that's going to be huge.
And we're really proud of that.
In season 6, Noshaad Ali made a deal with Robert Herjavec for his clogged drain solution, Drain Drain.
110,000, but I want 10%.
I'd love to do a deal with him.
Let's see what he's doing now.
Dude, what is going on?
Hey, Michelle, how are you?
When I appeared on Shark Tank, Drain Drain was just a prototype. We launched at retail just 3 months ago, and we're generating tremendous sales and interest. So we've got the Drain Drain 6-stopper.
I love the packaging.
In 2008, my family lost everything, including our home, and we ended up moving into a rental. It was ironically in that rental home that our drains clogged and was the eureka moment for Drain Drain.
You've come a long way, my friend.
time.
Since Shark Tank, we're now available at 1,200 Home Depot stores, and we have a purchase order for 500 Lowe's stores. When I was on Shark Tank, we were pre-revenue. We launched in retail just 3 months ago and generated $500,000 in sales. And then here's our bathtub.
And what I've learned from the shot is the biggest country in the world. Everybody gets a second chance if you're willing to work hard. The shot was at rock bottom, and a few years later, he's in 1,200 Home Depot stores. Look at that, right at the end of an aisle. This is just the beginning. Today, drain strain. Tomorrow, every drain in your house with an entire drain strain section. I can see it. The only thing left to do is get more locations.
Well, let's
go work on that.
My family has endured a lot of emotional and financial challenges over the last several years. This has allowed me to bounce back and make my dreams come true and leave a legacy for my children.
Next in the tank is a patriotic take on a favorite beverage.
Hello, Sharks. My name is Kate Courtley. This is Miss Betty B. And I'm here asking for $250,000, 20% equity. Now, as a former Navy SEAL, sniper, and a security contractor, I've worked in some of the most hostile places on this planet. Places like Bosnia, places like Iraq, and Afghanistan. The kind of places you're literally living 1 hour at a time. And things can go upside down, just like that. Trust me when I tell you, when you're working in an environment like that, you crave just a little sense of normalcy. Now for me, that was a damn good cup of coffee. And that's why I started Victory Coffees. That it beats the hell out of getting shot at. Victory Coffee is a veteran-owned, veteran-operated company whose only mission is to deliver you amazing coffee. Simply choose one of our organically grown, fairly traded, premium international blends. You can get it in whole bean. You can get it ground. And we are proud to announce that we have the world's strongest K-cups. Thank you, Betty. Life is too short. So why not start your day with victory? Now, Miss Betty Bean is going to deliver you each 2 cups of coffee. The one that you prefer, if you wouldn't mind slipping that mug forward, please. I love coffee. We have your initials on the front of each mug. Oh, thank you. I like this one.
You're taking a lot of risk with this blind.
Yeah. You know,
He's a former sniper. He's
there's coffee risk, and then there's getting blown up risk. So, one of the white cups, that's one of the country's leading coffee sellers in that. So, the folks that said, hey, we like the gray one, we have a better product than one of the biggest coffee companies in the United States right now.
Okay, I chose the gray. You chose darker. Lori.
I do think that yours has a nicer flavor for being a very heavy dark coffee.
Kevin, what did you choose? I chose the darker cup, the gray cup, as you did. Because you're a connoisseur of my coffee. David.
I'm very honest. I tried them both, and because I make this, I'm not a coffee drinker. I can't tell the difference.
And Mark,
I like my light. I don't like real heavy dark coffee at all.
Where's the coffee come from? So we source from Central and South America, Africa, and Sumatra.
So what made you choose to go into something that has such a competitive field?
Well,
was it Betty Bean?
I would say that 83% of Americans are drinking this stuff. So I'm looking at potentially 268 million customers, and 56% of those folks.
So if you let me save you some time. I'm gonna save you some time. Right. Rule number 1 to Shark Tank is when you talk about market size and start to suggest if I only get a small percentage, then I'm gonna make a killing. We hate that, Kale. That's a big red flag because it does everything but put the focus on your business and the execution of your business. Okay. So much more importantly is not just the size of the market, because we know people drink coffee. What's the size of your business?
Let me tell you how Victory is different. With, let's say you have 2 cups, it's the exact same price, exact same quality, exact same convenience. But what's my differentiator? Yeah. Do not underestimate the power of patriotism in this country.
But that gets you in the door.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you for your service. I don't want to diminish that because it's not important. Yeah, there's nothing more important. But on the business, now back to the business side of it. Like, okay, you're going to get in the door. Then what happens?
I just got a major purchase order from one of the biggest insurance agencies in this country.
So what you're telling us is you're selling on a direct commercial basis to large companies.
That's the business-to-business side of the house. I initially began this company as the business-to-consumer, and it was basically a subscription-based
Online. And how did you do? What are your sales?
We have year-to-date sales right now of $30,000, zero advertising.
That's direct to consumer. And that's over what period of time?
That's over a period of 8 months.
Okay, let's really drill down into what you actually have created. Because I'm going to make the assumption that you're familiar with the whole sourcing of coffee business. You're not really sourcing it yourself. You're dealing with a distributor.
I'm not. I went directly to two of my Marine buddies who set up shop in Washington, D.C. and have been making coffee for about 3 years.
You're actually buying beans from a You're not buying the coffee directly. So what you're really creating is a marketing company. The coffee is the same coffee that you can get from other people.
And you're absolutely right. And that's why I was able to get 3 major corporations to decide we're going to
How do you scale that? Because most of the coffee bought in corporations is done through third parties.
I'm glad you asked. One of the things I want to create is what I call the victory arc. What I'm going to do is I'm going to recruit, train, equip, and deploy an all-veteran sales force. And this is how we're going to scale. And it's basically iconic American businesses. Ford,
Trying to do too much.
get out of here.
I'm just trying to sell. I know. I'm a great salesperson, right? You've got the heart. You've got the determination. What you don't have is focus right now. You can sell. You believe. You've got the heart. You know you're doing the right thing. That is an amazing skill that not everybody has. Just do that. Everything else is a complication. Just sell. We're good. I'm out.
You know, you picked coffee because it's popular and you know that there's a good market for it. But the double-edged sword is that at the same time, there's a million people out there making coffee and selling coffee. They own the market. We say it's best to do something that's a little bit different. I'm out.
I appreciate what you say about how competitive and tough this is. Sharks, I spent half of my life making bad guys go away. There's no way I'm going to do an attitude shift from surviving countless operations in places like Afghanistan and give up because somebody might not like my light roads. That's just not the way.
It's not a question I don't care about. It's not a question. There's no issue with you making sure that you're going to get the job done. But you're just a little too early.
Maybe I can explain a little bit more about
You're going to have to explain to them. I'm out.
Thanks for your time.
Look, everybody said the same thing. Nobody doubts you. It's just way too early. It's not investigate, Kate. I'm out.
All right, thank you.
Kate, do you know what the number 242 is? And I love it. I love this story. I learned this a long time ago.
All right.
That's the amount of venture capital firms that Howard Schultz went to before he got funding for Starbucks. Who would have had the courage to get up to the 243rd time? Nobody's out your character. It's what you
Howard
do
Schultz.
with the
Big
rejection
idiot. She
today.
wrote. They kicked out for that.
I'm out today, but I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Crush it, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks for your service.
Thank you.
Bye, baby. Good luck.
Thank God. It's a good brain.
I will survive in the coffee industry the same way I survived in Iraq and Afghanistan. I will be better, quicker, and smarter, and it will crush the competition.
I'm Jason Sweeney,
And I'm his wife, Angelica Sweeting.
and we're from Miami, Florida.
We have 2 beautiful daughters together.
They're actually the inspiration behind our company.
It is so difficult trying to raise 2 girls in this day and age. They are bombarded with so many images of beauty. Our company not only wishes to set an example for our little girls, but for little girls all over the world. We have really made it our mission to dispel the myth that only certain types of people are beautiful. We want everyone to know
Like
that
this
you're
motherfucker.
beautiful just the way you are. This
See?
good.
Come
We have
standing
put
up.
all of our finances into this, and while it may not have been a lot of finances, it was all that that we had, and just seeing little girls' lives literally be changed, it's just fire under us to keep going. We want to ensure that little girls know that they can do and be anything. Hi, my name's Angelica Sweeting.
And I'm Jason Sweeting.
These are our two beautiful daughters, Sophia and Sydney Sweeting. Our company is Naturally Perfect Dolls, and we're here seeking $200,000 in exchange for 20% equity in our company.
Naturally Perfect Dolls aims to change the standard of beauty one doll at a time, while encouraging self-acceptance, diversity, and letting girls know that they can be whatever they want to be. I mean, look at us, right? We're all a little bit different. But our differences shouldn't be ignored. In fact, they should be accepted and celebrated.
Right. Unfortunately, the toy industry isn't sending the same message. Multicultural children are now the majority, but less than 10% of dolls represent them.
That's why we created Naturally Perfect Dolls.
Their features are true to diverse women. They have darker skin tones, wider nose shapes, fuller lips, and curly hair.
You see, Naturally Perfect Dolls is dedicated to seeing the full spectrum of beauty displayed up and down each and every toy aisle.
And in order to do this, we need your help. Let's make sure that every little girl knows that anything is possible because they are naturally perfect.
We have some samples for you guys, some dolls you want to check with. This is Sophia. This is Sophia. Hi, Sophia. That's Robert. Watch your step. Give him that book. You have to give this one to Lori. She's also a queen. Yeah, and she loves pizza.
Thank you, I do.
That's Kevin. That's Mr. Wonderful. Mr. Wonderful. Look at that thing. He's really a teddy bear. That's Mr. Damon. That's Mr. Mark.
Bye, kids.
She's like, yo, we're driving you. Thanks for coming.
Now, you know, Angelica, I have known my full name is Mr. Wonderful, King of all dolls.
Yes.
Some circles, I know as a dollologist, and some people call me the Dollatola.
Dollatola.
What is the Dollatola? The King of Dolls says this: as you know, this attempt to multicultural, gender-specific dolls has been attempted by the big doll guys, the small doll guys. All have been challenged. What makes you think they're going to be successful?
We started on Kickstarter crowdfunding. We had a goal of $25,000. We did that within the first 48 hours. We more than tripled it by the end. How did you come up with this idea?
Okay, so it's book fair day. We're driving home, and when we're driving, my daughter starts crying. She can't stop. So finally, when she calms down, we say, hey, babe, like, what's wrong with you? You know, what's wrong? She says, Dad, I'll never be beautiful. I need yellow hair and white skin so that way I can be beautiful. And we were like totally devastated, you know? Devastated.
And for us, we were thinking as parents, what did we do wrong? And she just kept looking at all the dolls and characters that she constantly sees on TV and in the stores. And Jason and I really searched high and low for a doll that would be a positive affirmation for our daughter, and we found nothing.
I mean, we was in every store.
So from there, of course, we thought, well, let's just create a doll on our own. So we created the Angelica doll with just an initial investment of $1,500. So after we saw the change in my daughter in just a couple weeks with affirmations in the doll, we really thought, could this help other people? We launched Angelica on May 2015, sold out our inventory in December, and then we launched for other dolls.
What did you sell it for?
We're retailing them at $85 right now.
Oh,
And what did it cost?
It seems like a lot for a doll.
Right, so we did a very small production run, only 1,000 units. So right now our cost of goods sold is $35, which is very high. And that's one reason why we're here today, for an investment, because with an investment we can get that cost down.
Did you get orders?
So we had, of course, we had interest from large retailers, but they want our retail price to come down to $35, $40.
That's what they want.
Exactly.
That's below your cost today.
Exactly.
For you to get down to that price point, you got to change everything.
Right.
Well, we've done a bit of the legwork on that right now. We're in contact with a new manufacturer that's already seen the doll, already did the price.
What's their capacity?
$10.30. So our new profit margin would be somewhere around 81.
It's not this form doll, right?
It's the same exact.
Same exact
So
doll.
different for the big guys too.
Yes.
Right.
Well, you guys are impressive to me.
Am I impressive though?
Just within the last handful of months, you might have seen Mattel, yes, came out with a whole campaign of diversity in their dolls. Right. So you have a long road ahead because you have a lot of competition. For me, it's not the right investment this time. I'm out. But I love the message, and the doll is really a great quality doll.
So, hey guys, tell me how the business looks in your eyes in 3 years. Will you be purely online? Will you be retail?
Jason and I personally both love going direct to consumer online, and we keep our profit margins. But for me, it's really close to us, and it's really, I guess, personal to us that little girls can walk down a toy aisle and see themselves. So I think eventually when we can handle
what's this
mass
FS1
production
shit?
and going into retail, we do want to go that
I
route.
think there's the problem, and I understand that might make you feel good and maybe affirmative, but I think there's the challenge. You know, for the big companies, they can create a mass volume that you can't get to, and that's not being negative. It's just the reality of where you are.
Right.
You know, you got to be honest with yourself where your starting point is. So from that starting point,
No, I didn't even see the milk part. I didn't see the milk part.
mass volume, we're
Hello.
gonna get to that price point. Wow, that's not so bad.
25.
I admire you guys, but I just can't see it. I can't see that map. I know. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, that's your boy.
I really appreciate it.
Hello,
Good news is
Dave.
we're concerned about the doll being replaced by technology for 20 years now.
Also, check out my gold menus from my little.
Yo, dog.
I know all this because I was one of their largest shareholders for a long time. And it was challenging to see others
Ooh,
try
Florida
and
Milk has her
pursue
titties out. Good for you, girl.
I think there is a
Finally,
place
I
for
see
you
some.
to direct your customer.
I like your air conditioner.
Make your family a millionaire.
Oh, hell yeah.
But,
That's what I'm talking
I've lived
about.
this life already, and I didn't love it.
Thank you.
Let me jump in. You guys are still about the dream in a lot of respects. I suggested you
Fox Sports
get on
1 got me
Project
here.
Green. You know, the whole thing about the vision, when you walk down the aisles, you want to
What
see
is that in your
dolls.
butthole, girl?
That complicates things in a big way.
Good for you.
You got something that's very unique to you, and that's working for you.
Good
Just
for
leverage
you.
that. Follow the green. Right now, you're a little bit too scattered for me. So for those reasons, I'm out. But congratulations, you've
How
done
about
an
this one?
amazing
She's
job.
German.
Thank you very much. I just like to
German
speak to your
45
focus,
though,
man.
but boobs, big neck.
I'm a man with a family. It's pretty much Project Green every day.
That's my mom.
Okay, you have one shark left.
No. No.
Damn it, what's your thought?
What happened? Oh. Damn, girl. Push behind.
4 sharks are out.
I have a feeling
Jason
shows
and Angelica's
that
last chance for a
when
deal
they
for their
picture
multicultural doll company, Naturally Perfect
this
Dolls.
I'm wrestling with the idea.
Oh, 30 feet.
Well, Damon, let me say this. We really
Yes,
tried to replicate
Joe-
features that are true
Joey
to women
Diaz
of
be all
color.
over you.
Our original Angelica doll actually
That
was
show.
sculpted from my face and my
I
daughter's
need
face as
that
well.
show.
They're also very unique because of our messaging. People really relate to us, our story, and our why.
I understand that.
Wait,
That's why I
this
wrestle because I think it resonates
Are
with
they
this.
fun? Hell yeah.
Of course, I have 3 boys. I have 3 boys now.
How does she have such good connectivity in fucking Colombia?
So I want them to feel
Super.
beautiful. But the biggest challenge I have is by what everybody else had here. Why retail?
Who's your
Well, let
favorite
me
bitch on
clarify.
here?
I started off saying that we love the direct-to-consumer model, and we definitely want to
Any
stick to
Estonian
that.
bitches on here?
But I said as we grow and maybe we're a $20 million company and we can afford to go on retail, then maybe that's the avenue.
Let's
I
go.
believe that it's
Fucking
about business
thing
health. We might have all these fantastic goals,
Oh,
but what's
bro,
doable
I'm
is what's
never.
doable. I have a family. I mean, we might have the biggest dreams in the world. Why don't we keep this dream apart? We have to build a business and we have to be sensible about it.
Good for you.
If you're willing to bend like that, then I'll give you an offer. I'll
What
give you
country is this? Why do I
$200,000
have
for
to know all the
33 and
fucking
a third
flags?
percent to all 3 of us are equal partners.
I just like it
We
words.
do 33, 33. Would you consider maybe back in that
Go, dog.
25?
Oh, hell yeah, girl.
Don't want me to be a partner. I love you and I don't want you to be a partner. In fact, don't feel like a partner. I love you. I feel the love. I do.
Any other hot bitches on
You know,
here?
I mean,
We're trying to hot chicks.
Right there. Well, baby, you always choose when we go to the
Show me one.
So, Damon, is there any wiggle room on your
She's
equity?
like one is hot in
What's the reason for
Jason and I honestly believe that we can grow this company to $100 million company. We've had calls from Dove, we have had calls from major haircut companies just wanting to put their product in our doll box.
some bitch, I'm like,
So
I'm an
that little
FS1
girls
girl.
around
I'm
the
gonna be
world
like,
with their haircut products. We're selling more than just dolls.
I
We're
have to see
selling
that come.
tools of confidence, tools of self-affirmation.
This
There's
girl's
something
pretty hot.
really powerful about our message. One of the most important
what
things about our
country that is.
Kickstarter is it wasn't just an African-American thing. We had Asian
I like this
moms,
song.
Indian moms,
Really? Yeah,
everyone
what's it?
contacting us.
Rainy,
Yes, even
rainy,
then
rainy,
saying,
rainy.
hey, we want a doll that looks like our culture, somebody that represents our daughters.
I'm currently performing live.
Let's do this one.
Okay.
No, go back to that
I'll
song.
take 30. You guys,
So what's that song called?
10% goes towards some kind of charity for empowerment, girls empowerment. So we all go down a little, but everybody else gets money. That deal? I think that's great.
Mr. Purge Waves. I like that song. He's Australian. You like Australians? They're better than Canadians and British people. Are they worse, better or worse than Chinese people? I don't know. I have a Chinese cousin, and I don't have an Australian cousin, so I'm gonna take China over. See, this is what you get on this stream, baby. I'll rank all the hottest bitches, countries. What's Israel? What's the second best country? Good question. USA? What's third best? Ireland? What's fourth best? There's some other things too. Everything that I am. What are you? Croatian, Hungarian. Anything else? Pimp? I'm a pimp. You don't know what?
These are the Sharks.
I'm French. Welsh. That's not good.
They have achieved incredible success as entrepreneurs and investors in multiple sectors.
Anything else?
They all came from humble beginnings and are all
I
self-made.
don't know.
The
I'm
Sharks know
probably
what it
I'm
takes
black.
to build business
Really?
empires from
Yeah,
nothing
fucking
into
Ethiopian. I'm the man Israel, baby.
now they are investing in entrepreneurs' dreams.
You are looking at the queen of breastfeeding fashion.
You're one tough cookie.
This is your one shot
Yo,
to get in the boardroom of the biggest players on earth.
If you
What's the Asian milk?
I walk in and sell
You are a force of nature.
What's
This is
that
the art
thing?
of doing business.
You
Asian
came
milk is
here
your thing?
wanting to live the American dream.
One of them.
What is all this kumbaya crap?
All milks are my
Reel it
favorite
back
dog.
in.
This is Shark Tank.
Not
I like
afraid
this
that
one
someone
just
will
putting out her
bring
cans.
it.
You put out your cans, I'm far more likely to click on it. Really? Oh, for sure. It's huge. Huge massive.
First in the tank
Really?
is a solution to an age-old problem in the kitchen.
Yeah, one of those things. Look, I got my own stuff right here.
Hi, my name is Latangela
All right,
Newsom.
what do we
I
got?
live in Allen, Texas, and I'm seeking $75,000 in exchange for 25% equity in my company.
This girl.
Now, I'm a woman of many talents.
What's
The one that I'm very noted for is my
your
home
favorite
cooking,
Asian?
and I grow down. I'm also a single mom to a grown boy, and his all-time favorite meal are my deep fried chicken wings. The problem is, what do you do with all that grease when it's cleanup time? It's a pain in the butt. Some of us just pour it in an old
What you got in the
can,
game?
which should really be
Over under.
recycled. Or even worse, some of us
This
just pour it down the drain.
What is she? This is
Drain costs due to
or
grease
some
buildup
shit.
are a costly nuisance. Cities are wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars on pipeline replacements due to fats, oils, and grease. Environmental agencies
I
are
gotta see
screaming
what
for
this woman. Ah,
responsible
then I
grease
clicked on it.
disposal at home.
Somebody's gonna be like, dude, she has a
Being the
dick in her
superwoman that
mouth.
I am,
I'm
I set out to find a new alternative. Introducing grease bags. They are
Oh my
convenient,
god, I hate my life.
disposable, and
I
even the
hate my life
packaging
with
is home
camera on. I
compostable.
think that's what I
Just
am.
open it
This
up,
is pretty hot.
take your grease,
She does
and
not look
pour
Asian.
it in. You watch your oil absorb
Yo,
like
you're
magic,
getting included
so
with
it'll
the
never bother
Asians,
you
but
again. Or probably
yeah, I mean,
plants.
I get it.
I am
I
now
get you're
the
Asian, but
only person with
what's
an
that? Oh, they got
eco-friendly
a
product
text
for
them?
at-home grease
This
disposal.
is tight as
I am a
fuck.
monsterpreneur.
I
If you
just don't know
open
what
the door,
News Corp is
I
doing.
walk in and sell it. So who's ready
That's
to
the
invest in
dumbest
me
fucking shit
so
of
we
all
can
time.
get cooking with
Hey,
grease?
Can
we
we see
got
any
it. We
sales?
got
I have
a
some handouts
channel.
for you guys.
Yes.
Oh,
Do you have any of
Fox
your
Sports
chicken
1?
wings?
I
No,
do.
livepussy.com.
I thought about it. It never hurts to feed a hungry shark. Now, here you go, Robert.
And
Delory,
we're too cheap to buy our own website.
Here you go.
Really? Oh,
Thank
we are
you.
so cheap.
Oh, wow, that is really good.
Do you like that chicken?
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Robert. I appreciate that.
Angela, what happened to that grease
Huge
once it went in the bag?
Well, we have a blend of all
Big
natural
ass
oil-absorbing
North Asian
ingredients,
Avenue.
and so what
Is that
happens
Tina
is the pad
Anna
inside that bag is
18 plus
absorbing the oil.
trans?
Let me show you something. Here's oil and water, so you can see the separation.
Yep.
Okay,
That's
so if I
tight.
pour this absorbent right
Let's
over
look
the
at them all.
top,
Is that the same materials in the bag?
Eating
yes, it is.
trans.
It's encapsulating and absorbing
Huge
this oil.
tits, big
When I
dick.
pour this
Are
water
these two
into
fucking
this
on
container
camera?
here, the water's going to be clear. You see that?
Oh, wow.
So yeah, you see there's no oil in there here. So that way,
What's the absorbent made of?
I can't
Then
tell you
she'd
all
be
my
like, "Dude, why you got
secrets,
a big dick?"
Robert.
And I
But
was
it's
like, "Well,
basically all
I wanted
natural.
to
This
see
stuff,
your
I'll
face."
tell you, this stuff right here is used in oil
stuff.
spills. So it's safe for plants, it's safe for animals, they use it for
I
bioremediation.
guess what I'm really asking
Sure.
is there anything proprietary about the
Yes, I have a pad.
material in the bag?
Not the material in the bag, the combination of the bag and the pad.
So have you started selling these yet?
No, I'm in
Not
here.
yet. What I'm doing is I found a manufacturer and they are on the cusp of this packaging.
I need to know the price.
Sure. What we're planning on doing is selling 3 at a time. People buy them, once a month, and it'll be $12.99
For 3 bags.
for 3 bags.
What does it cost you?
$2.34 for 3 bags.
So your margin is huge.
Well, she like,
Well, right now, because we're in the
Just
beginning,
like,
I
well,
don't
she
know
like
what
that,
all
yeah.
of my costs will be,
Yeah,
and I
so
sort of
it's
set it so that we
huge.
wouldn't run into any
That's
issues right now.
This is a prototype.
Yes, the bag itself is a prototype.
I will share something. I have honestly never fried anything, and
Why?
I eat healthy. I don't eat fried foods. I have almost zero knowledge about this, and so for that reason,
Fox
I'm out.
Sports 1. What?
Well, I have a lot of knowledge because I make bacon every single morning. When I have that bag already half filled and I take my hot bacon grease
This
and I
bitch is
pour it
just
into
sucking
that
a dick
bag.
right
As of now, it's not
Let
heat
us
tempered.
see.
You need to let that
I
grease
guess.
cool
Oh
down
my
just
god,
a little
she's
bit.
getting
Well,
fucked.
because that would be, I think, a large use that so many people would have for that bag. I'm afraid of that.
This
Can you
is
fix
live.
that,
This bitch is
Angela?
getting live
Yes,
fucked.
I just want to keep the bag home compostable so that it doesn't add waste to our landfills.
So that's your trade-off, making it compostable versus heat tempered.
Right.
Look at that titty just going flop, 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 flop. That titty was just flying around.
Package.
And it would
Be
be
able to actually take the hot grease from bacon. That's
I gotta
50%
respect
bigger
the
market.
kid.
Look, there's an inherent conflict in that the people who are very green conscious are going to be your consumer.
right.
Those typically are people that are more health conscious and I don't think are doing as much frying.
I
And
don't
so
think
I
this
think
guy's
that's
really
going to
inside
create
here.
your biggest challenge. And for those
Maybe.
reasons, unfortunately, I'm out.
I hate to hear that,
Yeah,
Mark.
I'm
I
thinking so.
really
That
disagree.
titty
I
going
really
rock,
think
rock,
that people
rock,
are
rock,
going
rock.
to use this. It's an oil absorbing product. So even if you're changing your oil at home or your car, you can use
I'm
it for
loving
that.
that
You can
titty.
use it
It's like
for
a
oil-based
boxing
paint.
bag.
I'm going to give you an 8.62 for presentations.
How about a 10?
Yeah,
Wow.
this guy
Thank you.
is crazy.
The trouble with this product is I would never use it. I cook bacon. It's not going to solve for me. I'm out.
I hate to hear it, Mr. Wonderful.
I disagree with Kevin. I wouldn't give you an 8.6 out of 10. I'd give you a 10 out of 10.
Thank you.
Amazing presentation.
Yo,
This is
is
a really
anybody
tough one.
in this?
When we have this much doubt, you know what I rely on? Sense.
I understand. I don't have that yet, but I am,
This girl is
like I told you
crazy.
guys, I'm a monsterpreneur. In months, I've gone from filing a patent to finding
You think
manufacturers
he's
to
in it?
finding all the suppliers. I have everybody in place.
Oh, no, there's no doubt. You
No.
are a force of nature.
How I have
I don't.
that.
I
I
think
get
this
the
is a
growth
ruse.
running.
This is a
Robert, I'm
ruse.
telling you, the environmental agencies, they are
Ruse is
really
shit you
trying to
put on
get
your
rid
eyes.
of
This is a
He's got to
ruse.
make attention.
Like,
Too much unknown with the product. Believe in you, but
rouge is that shit you put on your cheeks. Is this a ruse or a ruse?
So is that everybody?
by the way, best chicken I've
I
ever
went
had.
out
Thank
so
you.
fast earlier.
Lady, I don't
Let's
believe
pretend
you're
it didn't
rolling your
happen.
eyes. I'm like, come on.
Whoa.
site notice.
Okay, awesome.
Your streaming session has been closed
$12.99
by an
for 3 bags.
administrator.
I think it's just
Why?
way too much. Could you sell this
That
for
was great.
$6.99 for 3 bags?
That's a
I
big
think we can
dick.
do that
No,
because
I'm
it costs
big
us
ass.
each bag is 78 cents to make.
Okay, I'll tell you what. On that contingency,
What did
that
I
you
do
cut
wrong,
the price
man?
in half, I'll give you the money. All right? But I want 50% of the business.
Yeah, sure. You
Barbara,
gotta
I
look at one
appreciate
big
that
ass girl.
so much,
Like, I don't know what this
and I
flag
have
is.
to
Might
say,
be Moldova. It's still
but I will take
bitches
that
are
deal.
hot as
Yes,
fuck.
yes.
Really?
And
Yeah.
you know, in your spare
This
time,
girl's
I'm going to
pretty.
have you sell real estate.
Oh, whatever you need me to do, I want you to sell it.
I had to close my thing.
Thank you.
Maybe they're gonna bitches
Thank
fuck
you.
it. Fuck them.
I'm so excited. I can't believe it. She really believed in me. And I love Barbara.
All right,
And I
we
think
got
she's
two
going to be
people
an
on here.
awesome partner. I'm so grateful. I can't wait to see my son.
Yo, dog, I'm gonna fuck this shit on this Fox Sports 1 website. Non-stop.
My name is Vlad, and I live in Brooklyn, New York. Originally, I'm from Kiev, Ukraine. I was a curious little child, would always run around taking things apart, sometimes not put them back together. The world was my playground. Unfortunately, my dad passed away, and we literally lost everything. My grandparents immigrated to New York, and my mom and I followed soon after. How was the other business? Real good. I don't have an office for my business. I live in a one-bedroom apartment with my grandparents and my mom and a cat. So a lot of times I just go to a local cafe and I work from there. Kids are
How
gonna
are you
love
gonna
it.
turn
Creativity was a really big part of my childhood. I really wanted to have a product
Now
that
it's
puts
fucking
learning
so
to
cool.
playtime. Let's see you in there.
This isn't my thing. Oh my god.
Grandparents together.
It's like
The
a
hardest
girl
part
and her
about
mom.
coming to New York was seeing my mom and dad all by herself, my dad not being around. I felt like I needed to be the man in the family and support my mom and make her happy. And that's why I worked so hard to make this business a success.
Yeah, but this is big. I don't know. It's so hot. Yeah, it's really pretty.
What's up, sharks? My name is Vlad, and I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I'm the founder and the creator of Like Building Blocks, and I'm here seeking $100,000 in exchange for 20% of my company. Sharks! The future of our children is in big trouble. Millions of parents are making one big mistake. They value school or the playtime. You see, at school, your children are bound by rules. They memorize and recite all day long. But playtime at home is when the self-exploration and the self-development picture takes place. It is then your little sharks develop creativity, decision-making skills, all the things that are really important for their success. Every day, more and more parents realize this and give their children the ultimate creative toy, building blocks. And that's why I created Pinball, which requires no manual, and every single piece is exactly the same. The long round pins on top of each block allow your models to bend
I mean, I
and
don't feel
even
hot.
fold. Kevin,
This
I
stuff's
said every
really
single piece
hot.
is exactly the same, so it'll allow you to take your beautiful face, pixelated, and make a real-life mural.
Extremely attractive.
So, sharks, need your help to unlock the creativity of our children and push them toward the future, one good luck at a time. Now, guys, I got some personalized gifts. How about I give them out? Robert, you're the protector of the cyberspace. You'll be our warrior for today. Here's your the helmet and your dagger. Lori, you look to be secret, you forgot your crown.
Thank
And a
you.
staff with Devin, what's some big black cash for you?
I like that.
Alright, I'm
Very
trying
cute.
to
Barbara, I got some really cool accessories for you.
evidence.
Let me
Evidence.
Oh, the pure diamonds.
Who's the hottest evidence bitch
I
out
get
there?
pizza.
I promise the pizza's gluten-free.
Let's go.
That's what Mark is known for. Eating. What are your sales?
So for sales, we have 160K from Amazon and from our website.
Can I see your
This
box?
girl's the hottest
Sure.
evidence.
So this is just one of my different sets.
What does it cost, Vlad?
So that one is
You're a
our
fucking
starter
evidence
pack
chick.
from
You know, in
1995.
fact,
How much does it cost
I
you
think
to
a
make?
fucking
Cost me
evidence chick from
$3.
Colombia. If that
With this
counts.
starter
I
pack,
think
what
people
can
would say
I
that
make?
counts.
That one in particular
she,
actually
like,
comes with a manual.
looked
But after
black,
that, you can go
but
on
she
our
was from
YouTube channel,
Colombia.
learn from my tutorials
This
that I
girl's
create
under
myself.
Ebony.
So what about Toy Fair? Remember Toy
Really?
Fair?
Yeah.
January last year. So over there we got
You
great
wanna fuck
responses.
one
We're
Ebony
just
bitch?
showing the
prototypes were happening.
I've gotten other stuff from other ones. What, like
With the big
kissing?
box
No,
retailers, they're
I've gotten
generally not there
handy,
to
some
seek
other
out new
stuff
products.
too.
I sold
That's
them
just one that
once
comes
for
off the
eating
top
to
of my
eating,
head.
and they loved it.
Really?
Like, yeah, this is
Yeah,
really cool.
Lord,
So this
yeah.
is happening.
I think I got candy or clothes.
No, I took some orders from smaller retailers.
Vlad, I'm dying to know your background. Where do you
Allegedly.
come from?
Originally,
Really?
I'm from Ukraine, and actually, my
Yeah,
my
but I
father
didn't really
gave me a lot
consider
of
that, girl.
inspiration. He was in venture
Right, fuck
capital
you.
and currency.
You have fun in this
effects.
business?
I guess she was.
Unfortunately, very early on,
She
he
was
passed
high
away,
as fuck. Really?
which
Yeah.
kind of put me in a position
I
where
don't know. I
everything
don't
we
know
had,
what you
my mom and I
consider
had,
that
was
happening.
taken away from us.
No, somebody be
So
like, you have that fucking sister?
it's
I'd be
crazy
like,
to think about it, but since I was a little boy, I knew that I had a mission
God,
to like get it all
hands off
back,
your
kind of
sister.
like for
And
my
I play
father
with the
to
kids.
succeed him,
Why
to
didn't you
also become
fuck?
successful, to
I'd be
continue
like,
his journey. So
why
by the
did
time I
you
started this
establish
business,
you?
I was 18 years old.
Yeah.
So you came
I
here
asked.
wanting to live the American
Yeah.
dream.
That's exactly it. How old are you now, if you don't mind? 21. Just
All right,
Wow.
show me another pretty.
Did you start this business? Did you raise
Dude,
any
all
money?
these
No, we didn't raise any money. I started with my best friend at the
If that
time, and
counts.
we together pulled our
Oh
money.
my
and
God, this
financed
girl
the
got
prototyping,
crazy.
the production.
What happened to the
Let's
friend?
go and aim.
My partner was in the back end, and I feel like he didn't feel connected to the business.
So is he still on part of it?
He still owns 15%. 15, 1-5. So I own the rest, 85.
And he's not there anymore.
No, he's not there.
But the other vlogs, I can create stuff like this.
I disagree. Actually, I would ask, would you be able to
Yeah,
make
this
a crown?
was
Would you be able to make a
49.
watch?
And do you have a patent on it?
Yes, I applied for 2 patents, and yesterday got my design patent granted.
So the design is of the shape of the piece.
The design is exactly how the piece looks.
That's
Yes,
useful. I
Very
have to
good
admit,
looking,
this is
huh?
interesting because it does a few things. The bendability plus the pixelation artwork is kind of different.
Where's your favorite one?
Years ago, I sold my company to
A bunch
Mattel,
of
and I worked there for a year and a
This
half, and I
one,
got
that
a pretty
one.
good dose of the understanding of the toy industry. I'm going to make you an offer. The only way I see
They're all
for this to
so
work is that you actually partner with another toy company that's going to get
Okay,
this
damn.
into their product line. They would probably license it in perpetuity, pay you a royalty. I would do that deal,
Team 18
but I
plus.
want 30%. In other words, I'll give you the 100K with a giant contingency. I have no interest in investing in this unless I can put
Dude,
it into
go to trans.
a
Go
very
to trans.
large toy
Pick
manufacturer
one
that provides
trans.
marketing and distribution.
And
globally.
trans.
This is actually something
Okay, I didn't
that
have to turn
goes against
this
my
on
original
like that.
strategies.
Damn.
My
Who
strategy
would you
is to
fuck?
really build out the brand, where it's
They're
necessary
just
for these
very
big retailers to carry my
convincing.
product.
If
Because
this
they have kids
person
coming
walked up
into
to
the
me and
front door
bought,
and asking,
I'd be
"Hey,
like,
where's Pinbox?"
Vlad, everything you just
I would
outlined,
like
you
it.
made it sound as though it's a very easy thing to accomplish.
Really?
I'm
I'd be
sure
like,
you're
no,
aware
I
it's going to
think
take a
that
heck
person
of a
would
lot
get
of
me.
money. I
See
don't
which ones you would
typically
roll.
like the deals
That
he
one
offers,
I
but
wouldn't. That
with his
one I would.
experience, I think
That
that's
one
a
I
deal
wouldn't.
you
That
should
one I
consider.
wouldn't. That one I wouldn't.
So I'm
That
out.
one
But in the toy space,
pretty much
it's
would.
very difficult to make the consumer understand a completely new product like this. It's a long road. I'm out.
Well, but I always think great businesses are
They
built
get the
from
weenies
great
cut off?
purpose. I can just
Or
tell
are they tucking?
that's you.
I don't know.
I will try to
That one
license
I
it,
would.
but that's not
Or
your
that one I
mission.
would know. That
I
one I
wish
would
you all the
know.
best, but
Oh,
I'm out.
okay, I've been on this.
But what you're doing is incredible, right? You're grinding through it, and there's a lot of really amazing things that you've accomplished. But
That's
the
not
toy
really my
business is
thing.
brutal.
This isn't something for me.
Maybe still another 27 years on easy. I was
I made you an offer,
Turkish girl.
and the risk you have when that occurs is you can see if there's another one, or you can engage in mine. And
Oh,
now
hell
you
yeah,
only
go.
have one option.
You did it.
That gives me a lot more leverage.
Go
So I'm
get it.
going to modify my offer. The only way this works is I'm going to be a 50-50 partner with you.
See, I don't like tea. I like milk. Good. Oh, for sure, dog. Can't look at this one. You're too young to be milk, though. You're 26.
Vlad had one offer
Who
on the
do you
table
have
for
in
Kevin
the
for
over under
30%
for
of his
tomorrow's
building
game?
toy, Pinblock. But with all the other sharks dropping out, now Kevin wants 50% of his company.
Oh, man.
The only
Fox
way
Sports
this
1
works
got really
is
interesting.
I'm going to be a 50-50 partner with you. I'll give you $100,000 for
Okay, if you had to
50%
fuck one of
with
these bitches,
contingency.
who would it be?
I'll
What
bring
country
it to the
would
toy
that be?
industry
Russia.
because they all
Yo,
return
she
my
better
call.
kick the 30 feet, girl.
And I'll bring deals to you. And if you want to turn them down,
There's this thing that I love reading.
and if you want to accept one of them, we're 50-50. You have no chance of doing it successfully yourself.
So your
What's
first offer was
what's
for
it?
30%.
And then you
It's
drop
like Joey
down,
Diaz Google
and then
searches.
you drop down, that's not as bad as the first thing.
Which part of that is not as bad as you
Because
think?
you
The
get
50%?
no, you get Vlad the option. So you can set the bar as high as you want for that deal you like. And basically, he's paying you to be a sales rep. And when in a partner, 50-50 partner, one by one, these sharks dropped out because they don't want to take on the task.
So
I happen
funny.
to come from this industry, so I'm willing to
Make
give it a
it
shot.
commented
But you're still in
Joey Diaz
control.
Google searches.
This is your one shot to get in the boardroom of the biggest players on
Red
earth.
head
Vlad, you should take this offer. This is a good deal for you.
You know what? Stop telling him what to do.
Jersey bikes near me.
I don't own
Usually jumping up and
the entire
down.
100%. I only 85. So you by taking 50%, you're becoming the sole driver of the company.
I want 50% of how you split up your 50%, Vlad, is entirely up to you.
Vlad, do you think you can do it alone? This is what it comes down to. Do you feel like you need that help?
Can you die for $10,000?
Kevin,
Director.
let's do it, dude.
I didn't think that was going to happen. Congratulations.
Momo with Tom Cruise hats on.
Kevin thought he was taking a better deal. Congratulations.
That Momo is
Thank you for asking.
Tom Cruise.
Kevin does take a big chunk of
Do I
my
live like an Eskimo?
I am not the majority stakeholder anymore. He is. Sucks. But I do have a chart on my team, which is very valuable. And I really am excited to see where this takes us. But even though how many of 21-year-olds can say that they have Kevin O'Leary as a partner?
Oh my god, the Lucy Snowbush story. I gotta watch that one.
My father's from Trinidad. My mother's African American, but they got divorced.
That's so funny.
My mother had to start
That's
working
not a real
2 or 3
name.
jobs to put the same food on the table.
That's not a real name. I just named it one. That's not a real name.
It was very hard avoiding that world. A lot of my friends became
That's not a
drug
real
dealers.
name.
A lot of my friends died. I got left back in school because I was kind of hanging out in the streets, but I had a really good mother.
Oh, shout out to his mom. She's pretty cute.
My mother never made me feel like it was bad times, even
But it's amazing how bad you feel when you're a kid. Like, I don't think shit about as an adult. Like, fuck that. I cut this motherfucker off and went to 170. Fuck like that. But I still remember when I was playing kickball. That's not a real name, Joey. That's not a real name. Who had a fuck up? That's an iCarly. But she was like 5'8", 8th grade. I broke into her house one night and ate her pussy one night on the way. I just couldn't take it. This bitch was banging. After my mother died, Lucy Snodgrass, Bob Bender, her name was Lucy Snowbush. Like old Susanna won't ride for me. I climbed up the ladder, opened the door. I knew she was out drinking, so she was gonna say nothing. I just jumped on the bed, ate her pussy, and left like a burglar. Her name was Lucy Snowbush, and she was fucked. Her grill was okay, but her body was banging from the time she was like 7. This bitch was banging. I was like, hey, I met her. She used to have a, overseas. I went into her house. I was like 17. I was walking down the hall to her house. I'm thinking about who's am I gonna eat tonight? And I knew this chick was out. Like, she was out early. And whenever she drank, she was kind of loose dog. I went right in her yard, ladder it, climbed up the fucking ladder, opened the window. She's like, who's there? Who's there? Don't even ask. I just fucking pulled the ladder it, climbed. And I knew this chick. This was banging. I was like, hey, I better.
Yeah, I think I was.
Gonna say nothing. I'm on the bed, ate her pussy, and left like a burglar. Lucy Snodgrass, and she was fucking. After my mother died, Lucy Snodgrass and Bob Bender, her name was Lucy Snodgrass. Like old Susanna won't ride for me. I climbed up the ladder, opened the door. I knew she was out drinking, so she was gonna say nothing. I just jumped on the bed, ate her pussy, and left like a burglar. Her name was Lucy Snodgrass, and she was fucked. Her grill was okay, but her body was banging from the time she was like 7. This bitch was banging. I was like, hey, I met her. She used to have a overseas. I went into her house. I was like 17. I was walking down the hall to her house. I'm thinking about whose pussy am I gonna eat tonight?
And then the chick was out. Like, she was out early. And whenever she drank, she was kind of loosed up. I went right to her yard, ladder it, climbed up the fucking ladder, opened the window. She's like, who's there? Who's there? Don't even ask. I just fucking pulled the pants, ate a monkey, and climbed back out like a fucking vampire. She seen me like a week later. She's like, that was amazing. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. My windows are locked. She's in the night and shit. I didn't even bang the pussy. I just ate it and left. Really? Like a doctor. I was like 16. I'd probably come in my pants already. And say like I had no dick left. I think you eat some after you break into a chick's house and eat a snack. You can't say that to someone you ain't know and never done that. The only person. I had made basketball party. I know you're talking about the house. Have you ever tried to sneak into a chick's house? I don't know that part. Not that part. But you know, you add in plus factor in Joey Diaz. Well, not okay. No, I see. You know, I'm saying that. Yeah, but never on a Quaalude. I said, well, that's what Joey Diaz is gonna factor that in. Yeah, the Quaalude was good. I was all horned up and shit. But with that would show that there's women out there sitting in the house waiting for them to be eaten out. Like she didn't even put up a fight. No, she don't. She was the neighborhood. She's Lucy Snowgrass. What's the name? She's Lucy Snowgrass. What the fuck? What the fuck's gonna call the cops for? Oh man, what a crazy name. The brother, the father, the fucking family. How would she not get tortured in school just for that? Oh, we tortured. You know, yeah. Lucy Snowgrass. Lucy Bush. You know what I'm saying? Lucy Bush. Fucking dog. I'm not any girl with a last name that's Bush. Lucy Snowgrass. She's on Facebook. She won't be my friend, but she's on Facebook. She hasn't taken my friend whack up. The therapist told her that was fun.
We gotta check it out. Lucy Snowgrass. Facebook. Hell yeah. Let's see what this looks like. Newer. Oh yeah, is it this bitch? No, this bitch. This bitch. Oh my god. No, this can't really be her. She looks great if it is. No, somebody made this shit up. That's what I got. Choose your next post. The actual person. It's the kick ball.
When we were going through tough times, she made me feel like I was a special individual and I was made for something bigger. Queens was a hotbed for hip-hop. People that came out of Queens was LL Cool J, Tribe Called Quest, Run DMC, and the list goes on and on. People thought there was something in the water. They started to influence everything you did. The way that you dressed, walked, talked, it was just the world that you had to be immersed in. Fashion was my expression. When I saw a De La Soul video, they were wearing a hat like a cutoff sleeve with a tie on the top. When I got some fabric, and mom showed me how to sew a straight line, and now all of a sudden, I had a whole bunch of hats. Stand outside the Coliseum selling my bag of hats, and I made $800 in 1 hour, and that changed my life. After that, I started going to t-shirts, then I would go to all the video sets I could, and I would put it on a wrapper if they allowed me to. All of a sudden, people started to recognize the name for us by us. I want to be proud of who was wearing my clothes. It was about a culture, not a color. My friends would all jump in when they weren't working. We started to be known as a huge clothing company because all these videos were playing, and I was working as a waiter at Red Lobster.
we decide to go to a trade show in Las Vegas, and we write $300,000 of orders. Now all of a sudden I need finance. I get turned down by 27 banks. I come home, my mother defeated, and she said, then we're gonna have to take a risk. We're gonna take out as much money as we can on this house. You're gonna go sell the clothes, and then you're gonna put the money back in the house, because this is all we have, son. I have no idea why my mother had so much faith in me throughout my life. I decide to turn my home into a factory. My mother moves out. My friends move in. We sleep in sleeping bags. So we just keep selling and selling and selling. Within 3 years, I end up signing a distribution deal. We sell $400 million to become a global brand. These houses have changed so much. I'm a self-proclaimed mama's boy. She's my rock. She's my first mentor, my first partner. That's really a good feeling to know that maybe I gave her back this much of all she's given to me.
I would do it all over again.
Well, hopefully we don't have to. Being an African American with accomplishments in this country is extremely important to me. Love you, brother. How you doing? The role that I play is to show the world that Jirai doesn't have a cover.
We've got a shark here named David John.
Being a presidential ambassador for global entrepreneurship has been a very humbling experience and enlightening. I always say that I'm just a little brown boy from Queens that made it to this point in my life, and I want all the little brown boys, girls, white, black, it doesn't matter, to know if you apply yourself, you can be whatever you want.
For us, father, not a culture, not a color. You know, this is a really good show. And it's PG. It's got 3 hot bitches. I must do this to these dudes.
Hello, sharks. My name's Elena Petzold, and I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I am the creator of Mama's Milk Box, and today I'm seeking $200,000 for 20% of my company. Sharks, take a look at my beautiful ladies right here. Don't they look amazing? Aren't their outfits spectacular? And guess what else? They are breastfeeding moms who are able to nurse their baby on demand or pump at a moment's notice.
Let's see. I don't believe it.
Mama's Milk Box delivers breastfeeding style right to the door. We're a nursing apparel subscription service, and for only $29 a box, first, our subscribers complete a style profile. Based on that profile, our breastfeeding stylist can select nursing tops and dresses to match. We then send that curated shipment to their house, where they have 3 days to try on the clothes in the comfort and privacy of their own home. After 3 days, they keep what they want, and then they mail back the rest. We take that $29 styling fee, and we apply it as a credit to any of their peeps, and then we automatically schedule their next shipment for delivery in 6 weeks. In the breastfeeding world, we call breast milk liquid gold. Who wants to get in on the liquid gold rush with me?
Breastfeeding world, right?
You are looking at the queen of breastfeeding fashion. What I did for your sample shipments is I tried to envision your style profile. Corey, I know you love a play on like structure. Barbara, you're normally bright colors, so there's a couple of bright pieces in there.
I think this will look good on me.
I don't judge. Go for it.
So, if I heard you correctly, you charge me $29 a month, but that's just a curating fee.
Yes.
So, in your example, as this box arrives and I say, wow, I want to buy this, I then have to purchase it.
You just keep it,
right,
and then send back whatever in that box you don't want.
How do I pay you for this one?
We automatically bill you, and then you get a 10% discount if you keep it all.
So all you're doing is you're a fashion stylist, and you're curating other people's
boxes.
No, we have our own private label.
So in this box,
this is my own private label.
Well, you should just take it.
I get that. How many are yours in here?
When I try, I want his own private label.
Oh, I was nervous when
I know, so was I.
I get that. How many are yours in here?
When I try, I want to have a higher portion of our private label in the box.
How many are today?
At least 1 or 2 pieces.
I would have.
What's your margin of product that you resell from others?
It's usually around the 50%, but it is hard to tell. I really need better technology. Like that is why I'm here. That is why I'm asking. I don't even need finance. I could go to a bank. I need a
You need somebody that's going to do your P&Ls, that's going to be like helping you, because if you don't know here, like what's the profit there?
I need better.
Is it just you packing the box and shipping them out?
I hired somebody in March.
Yeah.
And then I hired somebody 2 weeks ago to also assist.
running the business.
Okay, because here's what I think is happening. I've got a business called Surprise Ride that ships boxes to people every month in subscription service. Every month they're different. Every month they curate to every single month.
They also pick select products.
But hang on.
Products. This is not custom.
Tell me
I
what's
listen
different.
to what the moms say.
Hear
We
me
want
out.
to diminish the
Elena,
appearance of the large
I get all
breasts.
that.
Oh my
But I
God.
want to talk about the inventory
Every
challenge.
month I send you a different thing on which I have thought about
First of all,
coming.
our model is more amazing than a
Either
traditional
you're
retail
the
model.
pictures of
More
face,
aggressive.
a towel,
Of course, I
a
was
t-shirt,
As more and
another
more people
t-shirt,
come into the
a
platform,
Superman
now
shirt,
every week or
and
every
another
cycle that you're
t-shirt,
sending a box, you have to buy the inventory,
and a
you
pillow.
have to put it on your shelf. That ties up capital. Then you put it in the box. It hasn't been paid for yet. You
I've
take it
already
out.
negotiated a bunch of net terms, and I'm also
Tell me
premium driving down the wholesale prices.
Three socks.
Not afraid, Mr. Wonderful. Bring
Oh,
it. Give me the
my
tough
mom
question.
I'm
said,
going to tell you we're going to
socks
hit a
are
brick wall
pressing.
in a minute, okay? Just
Really?
because what's going to
Yeah,
happen
because I broke
is
the
you're
wall.
actually going to go out of business. And I'll tell you why. This is a calculation called return on assets, okay? This is a really important part of your model. As you grow and you keep sending boxes to people, you have to have inventory on the shelf. That's cash. You have to buy with cash. What you need to do is to quicken the cycle from when you buy the inventory to curate the fashion to ship it to
The
somebody.
moms can select if they want to receive it sooner, but that's actually how I've been able to get this to this level. I do like keeping it at
You're
this
really
stage. I have
successful.
customers lined
This
up,
bitch.
and I know when they're
Something.
something.
Can I ask you to slow down your answers? Seems like everything we ask before we even get the words out, you're jumping right in it, and it's going to work
agree with
against
you,
you. So
Barbara.
just take a breath. We're not enthusiasm, but take a
Love the
breath.
enthusiasm.
What are your sales? Would be a great start.
Last year, 83,000 in sales, and that was actually on the side because I was busy raising my children. We've already surpassed last year's sales at about 84,000. By the time I close out this month, we'll be at 100,000 because I have 100 shipments I have to process.
And how much do you have in inventory? In cash?
About 160.
160,000 in inventory?
When you ask how much is in it, are you asking the wholesale or the
What's your cost of inventory? How much did you pay for your inventory? This is a big, important number, Elena.
I understand. It's about 120.
Okay, Elena, where did you get $120,000 to support that inventory?
I started the business with $11,000 and I have never taken a salary on it, so I keep turning it over. And then I bought more clothes and I turn it into more
But you
clothes.
also put your own money in.
I did a line of credit for $40,000.
There you go. Okay.
I'm not fancy.
So
I'm
you
smart,
have that?
but I'm not fancy.
Is that debt now? The 40,000?
Yeah, 40,000 line of credit, and then I've got 27 on credit cards.
You sold 100,000. What did it cost? Cost of goods to get that 100,000 stuff to sell. What did it cost you?
I can't tell you that.
So how do you keep track of everything? How do you do your books?
Excel and paper.
Elena, we've all been.
That's why I'm here.
No, but Elena,
Like you guys, if I can make $100,000 using Excel and paper.
Elena, you know, if you didn't make 100,000, I haven't made anything yet. Selling 100,000, making 100,000. So we've all.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because what Kevin said, you keep on adding to your debt, right, to finance all this. That could all be lost money, and you're probably further and further behind. You've sold $100,000 here. You've got $120,000 in inventory, and you've got $67,000 in debt. And it never occurred to you to say, we need an accountant or bookkeeper to make sure I know what's going on.
Well, I have an accountant, and he's my husband, and he's very good. The problem is he's not dedicated to his business. He
But
has his
that's
own
still
job.
the same answer, Elena. You didn't get it done. The mouse.
Oh, no. Okay. Reel it back in. Because I'm really here for a deal. Like, I know this business is going to make money. I am the queen of
You
prostitution.
don't know, though.
There is
Elena, the mistake,
no other clothes in the United States. And the plan
I'm
for
a
this
king
business, I got to
comrade, so
develop
that
the
time
private
I'm
label.
taking-
Like I said, I'm not fancy, so maybe I don't know these like crazy numbers I'm supposed to know a little faster off the top of my head. But I can learn that too. I am not afraid.
I
If
think
I don't understand something, I go in there and I'm
I
like, look,
actually think it's very hard for me to see if you really have a good business here.
this woman,
It's just that it's so very confusing that you don't enable us to make a decision. Yes, we want that. So because of the confusion, I'm out.
thank you for your feedback. I mean, I really do. This business, I'm expecting is going to be up to 220 by the end of the year. Mr. Wonderful, the fact they keep looking at numbers, let me explain to you too. And Lori also, and Robert, if you guys want to be dead to me, that's fine. Or I want you to come back. I will hope to try and bring you back. I know every single thing there is to know about breastfeeding clothes. And all around the world. But I don't know if I don't know.
Everybody understands what you're doing.
You can't own this inventory and acquire customers and own the balloons all around the country. And you're losing money.
You're gonna give up on women because the fact of the matter is there's not gonna be breastfeeding clothes. Like these designers are
It has
not
nothing to
selling
do
it
with
at
the
their
women.
retail
I
level.
love what you're doing. The model is broken. It doesn't work. I'm out.
Thank you for your feedback.
Elena, why is the moms breastfeeding? Why is this such a passion for you?
Ever have a tongue
I mean,
out, this
because
girl?
I am a mom,
That's
because I
how hard
breastfed two
I'm gonna
kids, and I
make
know what it feels like to not feel good.
Elena, I admire the cause, and people are very passionate about it. Nobody doubts your enthusiasm. It's off the charts.
I sent text just saying no, thank you.
It's
I am a
off-
character.
But look,
People like talking to me. I get it.
you're not even.
No, I'm listening to you. It's off the
You're
charts.
not. That's the problem. If you want to have a cause, go for it. If you want to run a business, at a certain point, you can't deflect. This is Shark Tank. We love our businesses as much as you love your cause. And for the business that you pitched, it doesn't add up.
Thank you.
I'm the king of
Lori, give me a lifeline here. I like, if you're not in here, how can I get you? I am definitely disappointed in myself at this moment because I feel like I've done a not good representation then if this is the feedback.
Listen, passion is great, but it's only a fraction of running business. I
have a
also think that
stand-up
the
for this product.
subscription model here is going to be really challenging. I don't think the mom is going to work for you. I think you need a lot of help.
But it all surrounds this group of people working at this thing.
Oh, I had my moment and it sucked, but thank you.
It's like something like the Burger King is paying
I
the
didn't want to do
law
that. I've been crying, but I needed
and
to.
is only paying the minimum wage.
No, you guys leave me here, no tissue.
And
You know what? She wasn't here for
minimum wage is
she was
gone
here for
up,
life.
but none of the people know it.
All right, now I need a drink. I need like a stiff drink.
I need a drink.
Painful to watch that.
So what I'm doing is they end up rounding all the people who come through the drive-thru so, for their own benefit.
Today is an accessory company inspired by yoga.
Well, from the birds being half to the half, yeah. Oh, yeah, I heard like the number 2.
Hi, I'm Lisa Bindero. I'm the CEO and founder of Nice Pipes Apparel, and I'm asking for $100,000 for 10% of my business, the hottest new thing on the activewear market. But first, let me give you the origin story. So, I'm a yoga teacher. I'm walking home from teaching my class, and I'm freezing cold in my crop pants, right? And all I could find were these sweater material leggings. They're itchy, they don't stay up, and they don't keep you that warm. Oh, it's terrible. So that weekend, I designed leg warmers and arm warmers made from the same amazing fabric as yoga pants. Nice Pipes Brady. It's style, color, and functionality affordable to every workout wardrobe. So Sharks, who's ready to show me their pipes? So I have some back here in what looks like an appetizer tray.
Thank you.
I have pink floor. Thank you. Camo for Kevin. You make them in America? I make them in LA, actually.
What does this sell for, Lisa?
For 42.
What does it cost you to make?
them?
So when I started, they were 10, but they're now at 750.
How do you sell them?
I sell them on my website, and we're in 40 stores. Mostly yoga studios, gyms, places like that.
What are your sales?
My first season, I was selling out of my apartment.
And when did you start when you say your first season?
It was last winter, so about 18 months ago. I did about a little over 80,000 in sales.
Love everything about it. How is the business worth $1 billion today? 10 times lifetime sales is a lot. Yeah, like you seem so reasonable and normal until I look into that.
So I think there's major potential, and the reason that I know that is because I am the customer. It's my world. I've been in the fitness industry for 8 years. Every time I teach a class, everyone wants to buy it.
Here's why it's not worth $1 million. While it's a very creative product, it's not proprietary whatsoever. Anybody can knock you off. The amount of stores you're in is tiny compared to how many stores it could be in. It's sort of like a hobby.
Robbie, that's insulting. Tell him to take a walk.
If you went downstairs and got run over by a truck,
These are my options.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
so-
just saying how Kevin negotiated. There's no infrastructure. There's no.
There's someone that said to Sarah Blakely, like, don't make Spanx. Don't make a 12 top hand because
absolutely agree, and I
Haynes is
know
gonna
her.
beat you
You
up.
gotta understand.
And she listened
Look
to
at her
that.
growing her
Like, she
business.
is Spanx. I am nice.
She has thousands of employees.
But she didn't when
Yeah.
she said.
Are you talking about that Spanx cut? Dude, we wear Slims in this house. Skims. Yo, dog. You talking about Spanx again? Yo, are you gonna listen to Sam Altman with that? That's kind of boring. Who do you want? Bravo. Joe Podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
With my first NFL game. Yeah. So we're up. Yeah. The Jets versus the Cowboys. Yeah. In Dallas.
Yeah, Cowboys. That just happened, right?
Yeah.
2 weeks ago or last week?
Last week. Last Sunday.
Yeah, a week ago.
A week ago.
Yeah.
It was fucking awesome. How many people does that place seat?
That one's probably close to 100.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
That place is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
I've never seen an NFL game live.
I'm so into football now.
I get it now.
So into it.
Bro, I get it. I'm friends with Aaron Rodgers, and I don't even watch football.
Yeah.
And Aaron was supposed to play, but then Aaron blew out his Achilles tendon. Real bad.
Yeah, first drive of the first game. All this hype, like the craziest shit. All this hype about Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets. And the crazy thing is, they had drafted like a year or two before that Zach Wilson was like a #1 draft pick. He was supposed to be the new quarterback that was going to take the Jets to the Super Bowl, but he's had a miserable last couple of years. And so instead of giving up on him, the Jets said, okay, let's bring in Aaron Rodgers, because Green Bay was moving on from Aaron Rodgers. They got this guy Love. Eventually, like all the legends, their last couple of years, they play on another team. Like Tom Brady, Peyton Manning. The last couple of years, they go to a different team. And
So you gotta get paid.
yeah, that's a lot of money.
I get it.
Yeah, and then the first drive, after all that hype with Aaron Rodgers and the Bucs, it was huge.
Yeah.
And then boom, he's gone for the season.
Yeah, he thinks he'll be back in 6 months. He said it's usually 6 to 12 months, but he said that's for vaccinated people.
But then my Browns, I'm following the Browns every day in the offseason. Undrafted free agents, the fucking draft, everything. I let's practice all in. I'm all in. I love it. I love it. It's such an amazing sport. Like every player has their own mission, and the quarterback needs to know as many of those missions as possible. He needs to know what's going on. But everyone else, they just need one mission. They got one mission. Every player, everybody's doing something different.
It's incredible to watch.
And then there's all these coaches.
Yeah.
I'm actually friends with. Do you remember? There was a Sports Illustrated article on a football coach that was an offensive line coach that was teaching jiu-jitsu to NFL players to help them in the offensive line. That's Scott Peters from the Cleveland Browns. Yeah, there was an article on it, and I remember reading it a couple years ago.
What would help with jiu-jitsu? Just being able to clinch, understanding how to throw bodies around. I think
so.
Wrestling.
Yeah,
Wrestling seems like it would help a lot.
Touch, feel, balance. But I'm not sure. I need to talk to him about that because I just met him like via text through a friend. I had a guy on a podcast. He knows him, and apparently he played football too. His name is Scott, and he. When he retired, he started doing MMA and started doing jiu-jitsu and fell in love with it. Then he got a job as he's an assistant offensive line coach for the Browns. And he's all about teaching them jiu-jitsu. Wow. It's pretty badass.
Well, I'd imagine those guys are all badasses. They want to learn jiu-jitsu. Who doesn't want to learn jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
So who's going, nah, I don't want to learn that shit.
A lot of people, actually.
They just don't want to get strangled.
Yeah.
They don't want to start out as beginners.
The same thing happened to the Browns. So second week, on paper, the Browns look like a playoff contender for sure on paper. But everyone, it's all about how you execute and how it all gels. And so, but the one concept we have the best running back in the game, Nick Chubb. Best running, so he rarely ever gets hurt. We needed some wide receivers. We needed some defensive linemen. We got all new defensive linemen except for Myles Garrett and new defensive coordinator. But we always knew Nick Chubb. We got the best running back in the game, probably ever. His average is 5.4 a carry. That's huge. That's like top 3 in NFL history. It's incredible. He's so good. Second week, Monday Night Football, his leg fucking breaks. It was so gruesome.
Is that the one when it broke at the knee?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah. Oh. They didn't show the replays.
Oh, I saw it online. They showed it online. Oh my God, it was horrible.
Yeah, that was devastating. I got sad. Like, it was like for 2 or 3 days. I was like, oh my God, I spent all this fucking time, and now we just lost our best player. Fuck. But they came back the next week, which was yesterday, and dominated the Titans. So they
adjusted.
Yeah, and they're all doing it for Nick Chubb.
I guarantee you that. It used to be that if you got like an ACL injury, you were never coming back to any sport. And now MMA fighters get ACL injuries all the time, and they get rehab, and they come back and they're good to go. I guarantee you, in the future, they're going to be able to regenerate tissue in some wild way where those injuries are just going to be commonplace. No big deal, just fix you.
I hope so. Apparently, it looks like everything would have ripped, right? The PCL, the ACL, everything. But apparently, they're saying it was just the MCL. What? And that it's not that bad.
Show that again.
Can we see that? I wouldn't see it. They didn't show the replay, and I wouldn't even see it.
It's still framed.
It's like it's pointed forward, and his body's sideways, and the knee is bent.
Shit.
Oh my God.
It's the same knee he injured in college.
Look at him chilling.
No, that's him.
He was screaming.
I'm sure, but right there, it looks pretty calm. I'd be fucking crying like a baby.
No, yeah, I think he's crying.
Oh, look at him right there. He's screaming. But the amount of pain he must have been in there. Agony.
Look at that shit.
We also knew it was about to happen too. Like, he just did this rehab a couple years ago.
Oh no. So the same knee.
See this one right here?
Oh, Jesus, that's him?
That's him.
Oh my God. So it's probably already weak.
Well, again, he's the baddest.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's in the NFL. He's known for his work ethic in the weight room. He's like, what does he squat? Something ridiculous, Jamie. It's like, he always puts up videos where he's squatting like ridiculous shit. 670 fucking fuck.
Jesus Christ.
How much what's your max?
I don't max. Oh my God.
That's him. That's him.
Bro, I watched this guy who was doing that, and both his legs exploded. You know those Instagram clips? There's so many Instagram. Tom Segura and I, every day when I wake up in the morning and take a leak and I check my phone, Tom Segura sending me some fucking horrible video. We share horrible videos to each other. It's like I'll show you the thread. We got an ongoing thread of me and him, just the worst shit we can find online. We send to each other, and every day I get nervous every time I open up my phone. It's all like, yeah, I sent him this one today. This guy's brakes failed. I say this, Jamie. This one's horrible. There's so many videos like that. Have you ever seen more people die than on Instagram lately?
What do you mean? Death. Oh.
I've seen more people get shot, more people get run over by cars, more people get gored by bulls, more people get bit by alligators.
Yeah, I saw.
Look at this one. Brakes failed. Boom! Look at this. How insane is that, dude? Fuck!
That could happen at any time.
At any time. I think about that all the time when I'm on the highway. When I come home from the mothership, at nighttime in Texas, that's when all the truck drivers are on the road. And so when I come home, sometimes, we're the only car on the road. It's like all trucks. It's all semis. And one time there was some sort of a traffic thing. So the opposite side of the road,
all the traffic was shut down, and it was hundreds of semis. Hundreds. I'm like, I guess they just drive at night. Like when there's gonna be no traffic, that's when they can make the most time. That makes sense. It makes sense, but it's like one of those fucking dudes is not paying attention, or their fucking Adderall runs out, or whatever. They fall asleep at the wheel, and you're done, man. You know, a video I just saw was a couple, male and female, like off to the side of the road on the freeway, and they're like, I don't know, they broke down, and this tire got loose and was coming and rolling down, and fucking went right into the chick. It was horrible, man. It was horrible, man. Have you seen that, Jamie? That one. Tires take people out, man. They take people out because they pop off sometimes. People don't check their fucking lug nuts. Yeah. Tire. Did you see that one lady who was driving on the highway? She was on pills, and the cops pulled her over, and she had no wheel. Her right passenger side front wheel was gone, and she's driving on the brake. So she's got her rotors, and it's just sparking. She's like, she doesn't even know anything's wrong. And the cops pull her over, and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" It's like, "What? What's going on?" And they're like, "Are you on pills?" It's like, "No, I'm not on pills." Like, she's clearly on pills. And you gotta think, like, how many people out meet? You know how many people are on oxys, right? Yeah. How many people are just driving around on pills? How are those still legal? Incredible. Incredible. But meanwhile, marijuana isn't. Meanwhile, mushrooms aren't. Yeah, they're trying to get, I keep saying that they're still trying to get weed on off schedule. Yeah. I mean, it seems like it's close, right? You would think that they would just make that happen already, because state after state after state is legalizing it, right? What's the state of weed in Texas? Texas, it's decriminalized in Austin. It is illegal in Texas. Bro, they arrested Willie Nelson. That should be against. And Tommy Chong. Yeah, but Willie Nelson, Tommy Chong was a different one. Tommy Chong was a bad one, because and I talked to Tommy after it happened. He did my podcast. This was a long time ago. They got him in Florida, and all he was doing was selling bongs. He was selling bongs, but if you sell bongs in Florida, it was drug paraphernalia, and so they threatened his family because it was a family business. So Tommy's like, "I'll go to jail." So Tommy went to jail for them, and then afterwards, I think they drug tested him for a long time. I think part of the conditions of his parole was that they had to randomly drug test him, so he couldn't smoke any weed for a long fucking time. Now he's selling weed. And how much time did he do? Did he do time? He went to jail, right? He did time. I think Tommy Chong, I want to say he did 2 years. Damn. Let's find out. How much time for weed? Not even for weed. Yeah. Eddie for fucking bongs. Yeah. That was just half baked. Yeah, it's pretty wild that in 2023 it's still illegal. It's pretty wild. It's pretty damn legal in California. It should be. It seems like you could just smoke weed anywhere. Yeah, Vegas too. Yeah, that's what's wild. Vegas, bro. There's people in jail for life in Vegas. Still, in the 1970s, if they caught you smoking weed, they put you in jail forever. What does it say here? 9 months. 9 months in federal prison, fine of $20,000, forfeiture of $103,514, and the loss of all merchandise seized during the raid on his business. Fuck. Scary. 9 months for bongs. And what year was that? 2004. Damn, 20 years. Crazy. Yeah, it's not right. It doesn't make any sense. They gotta know it now. It's a slow trickle before things become legal. But I thought the Biden administration was a part of their thing that they ran on, that they were going to decriminalize marijuana. Yeah, that's one Democratic issue that I'm with. 100%. I'm with it. And in other states, like I believe in Oregon, they've decriminalized mushrooms. What have they done with Oregon? With mushrooms? Yeah, I think Oregon might have decriminalized everything. I think Oregon is a wild state. I think they might have decriminalized literally everything. I think they decriminalized steroids. I think they decriminalized mushrooms. I think they decriminalized fucking everything. Do you know in Vancouver, you can buy, they have a place called the Drugs Store, and you can go in there and buy tested drugs. So you can go in there and buy tested cocaine. It's a brick and mortar store. And this guy is apparently testing the boundaries of the law. I mean, what the fuck? I would think that's a trap. If I was walking into that drugstore, I was like, you got cocaine? You have cocaine, pure cocaine for sale? Yeah. You wearing a wire, bitch? Like, what the fuck is going on? How are you? What are you doing? You said, I'm going to buy cocaine from you in a store? Can I use my credit card? I can. Like, what is it? See if you can find that. The drugs store.
I think it might have been shut down because the owner died from a suspected felony.
Whoops. He wasn't taking his own product.
Yeah. It was shut down 24 hours later.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they might have killed him. I bet, like, some rival drug dealers like, hey, man, fuck you. He died from fentanyl. I don't think the government would poison him with fentanyl. Yeah, the fentanyl thing is crazy. Yeah, how could anybody want to do coke knowing that shit's out there? I think they have tests. But if you're one of those dudes who's partying, you're doing coke, you're not going, hey, you guys have a test?
This also isn't like a real store. It's a pop-up shop.
Like mobile, like a bus or something. I thought it was at a brick and mortar store.
It says after parking his 24-foot camper on Main Street between Casey and Cordova, he made his first suspect. I think that's between. I mean, it does show people walking in and out of the building, but it might have just been vacant.
You know what's crazy? I was just in Japan, and you don't ever have to worry about any kind of crime in Japan. Isn't it wild? Japan's amazing. There's no crime, but you know it is. Yeah, that is definitely it's so clean. They clean everything. Everybody's super nice. You know everybody, but you can't have a gun. Right. Yeah, they got everybody under control. You know, I was there for Quintet, and Quintet is a team jiu-jitsu tournament. It's amazing. Sakuraba, the Pride legend, that's his show. But this time, does he still grapple? Yeah. He's on the team. He's got a team. How's his knees? I don't know. Does he wrap them up like mummies? He doesn't really speak English, so we have a hard time. He's awesome. I fucking love him. We just do like jokey stuff whenever I see him, because he's like a clown. Yeah, he's so funny. Stuff. Yeah, but so Quintet decided to co-promote with K1. You didn't know this? No. Dude, you're a kickboxing fanatic, and you didn't know K1 brought back the heavyweight absolute tournament? I heard they were doing that, but I didn't know they did it. They brought it back, and guess who they wanted to commentate? You. I'm like, why would I commentate a kickbox? Like, that's like me commentating on football. Exactly. Exactly. Same thing. And they asked me because they co-promoted it, and it was like in this arena where they had two stages, the K1 stage and the Quintet stage, and they kind of merged together. And K1 was during the day; it started like at noon, and then after K1 was done, then it all shifted over here on the side and to the Quintet side. That started like at 6 or something. But they wanted me. They asked me if I wanted to commentate the heavyweight tournament. I'm like, I know nothing about. The only thing I know about kickboxing is the old school K1, like Peter Aerts. I met him. He was there. Peter Aerts, the banner. Yeah, Ernesto Hoost. Yeah, Ray Sifu and all those guys, and Semi Schill. Yeah. The old school K1, the classic ones where dudes are getting shut off left and right. Left and right. And this one was because apparently they hadn't done the absolute heavyweight tournament, the 8-man one, in a while. They've been sticking to K1 Max, like lightweights and middleweights, and there's some bad motherfuckers. So I don't pay attention to kickboxing at all, so I wouldn't even know what K1 Max was. I learned all the shit while I was there. And so they had an 8-man absolute tournament, all new guys. And dude, there was this fucking 6'8" Chinese dude, straight coming out with the CCP flag and everything, looking like Chinese Ivan Drago. What does he look like? I mean, what's his name? He fucked everybody up. Really? He fucked everybody. Pull up a video. Dude, his name is like, say Lou, something like that. Find out. Scary.
Not this guy.
That's him. That's him right there.
Damn, that guy's huge.
He's like 6'7", 6'8". Wow. He fucked everybody.
Oh my God, look at the size of that guy.
With leg kicks. He got incredible footwork.
What's the size of his fucking legs? Look at his quads.
Dude, he claims wushu.
Oh, of course.
But it's kickboxing.
Of course.
He's doing kickboxing.
But that's a good move. If you're from China, claim wushu.
Yeah. And he didn't show up to the press conference. It was a big mystery.
Oh, interesting.
And there was a guy from Italy, this guy, they call him the Grizzly Bear, and he ended up fighting him in the finals. That guy, the Grizzly Bear, had like insane power. Dude, he was fucking people up.
Is this the
That's the
Grizzly
Grizzly Bear. The Grizzly Bear's got the beard.
See if you can find a video of the actual fight, Jay. I love it. You know, I put a post up on Instagram the other day after the Raw Tank fight on ONE FC. Matt Brown posted, like, how is Muay Thai not the biggest sport in the world? And you watch this insane fight. And I was like, I think that has the most untapped potential of all the combat sports. Because obviously, boxing is huge. MMA is huge. How the fuck is Muay Thai not huge?
Yeah.
It's so exciting.
Yeah.
And this one fight
with MMA gloves too.
With 4-ounce gloves. Jamie, see if you can find that fight first. I'm sorry. It's on my Instagram. It's like 3 posts ago. And it's this war these guys had in Thailand. They did a ONE FC in Thailand. And they had, here, okay, you got it here. I mean, so it's Rod Tang versus Superlek. And it's a fucking war, dude. I mean, these guys are going. Give me some volume so you can hear
it. Just happened?
Yeah. Yeah. And, I mean, these are two of the very best Muay Thai fighters in the world, and they're fighting with these little tiny MMA gloves on, which is a wild move that ONE FC is doing. I mean, everybody who watches MMA, look at that, drops Rod Tang. That's crazy. Incredible fight, dude. Just fucking incredible fight. These guys are cutting each other up with elbows, knees to the body, and they're two elite of the elite in Muay Thai, and they're going to war with the little gloves on, man. I mean, it's a fucking wild ass fight. Like, look, everybody loves stand up. When you're watching MMA, sometimes people clinch. People go, oh, they want to see the crazy wars. These are the crazy wars all the time. That's the whole fight is crazy wars. Like, how is that not big? I brought it up with Dana. And I said, dude, I know you guys are into the slap fight thing, but I think, like, the thing that's untapped is kickboxing. And he was like, but nobody liked that PK karate. I'm like, bro, that was in the 1980s. That was literally, they used to call it the kick of the 80s. Remember?
Yeah. But
Bad Brad Hampton. And
it just means they're being marketed different because there's always been kickboxing. Yeah. Always had kickboxing. We had Glory, we had K1 forever.
But it didn't ever reach the heights that it was capable of reaching. It could have with Glory. Glory was very, very high level. And they tried
how could they do it? How could they do it to take it to the next level?
The UFC machine. Put the UFC machine behind it. If they put the UFC promotion machine behind high-level kickboxing and they just fucking, hey, we're going to sign the biggest fighters in the world. We're going to have UFC kickboxing. So here's this gigantic Chinese
This is the final against the Grizzly Bear.
Look at the size of that Grizzly. Oh, look at that. He's fucking his legs up. This guy's 6'8".
Yeah.
Oh, he's good, man. Oh, chop his legs down.
I think he beat all 3 opponents with leg kicks.
Damn.
So they're trying to reboot it and start a whole new absolute K1.
How do you say his name? I forget. Liuce.
Luce.
Luce?
Yeah. Luce. I'm pretty sure. But what really, dude, I was so entertained. I was so into it, and I didn't know any of these guys. You know what did it for me was the tournament. It's the tournament. First round, I didn't know any of these guys. That second round, now I was like, I know these guys. Shit, that guy's gonna fight that guy. And then the final, I'm like, oh shit, Grizzly Bear. I was so into it. I was commentating with Michael Chavello. That guy's insane. I love it. He's so good. And when I say insane, I mean he's insane good. Dude, he's so good. He is an encyclopedia of boxing and MMA. He knows fucking everything. Dude, I was so impressed with him.
He used to be the guy for 1FC. I don't know what happened. It fell apart. He left 1FC.
Sometimes things happen.
Yeah, sometimes things happen, but he's a fucking man.
Yeah, he's so good, man. And that tournament's
a good dude, too.
Man, it got me into it. Like, I'll watch the next one. As long as it's in tournament form, that's the key, man. That's what got everybody into the UFC is the tournaments. And
the UFC should hire Michael Chavello and do a fucking a Muay Thai card. Dana, I'll commentate. You heard me. I'll fucking commentate it. Let's go.
Is Dana a fan of kickboxing now? Does he follow it?
Dana's a fan of whatever works. He's a fan of fights. He just thinks that for whatever reason, the kickboxing never caught on in America. And I think it's because of that PKA karate shit they have in the 1980s. But dudes were wearing fucking long pants. They couldn't kick the legs. It's a different sport, man. And there were some great fighters that came out of that. Guys like Rick Rufus. But it's a different sport. If you look at the fights on 1FC and you look at the fights and, like the classic K1 fights, like, my God, how is that not exciting? It's so exciting. And if they have a fight with the little gloves on, like K1 does, or like 1FC does, if Dana decided to get behind that, God, it would be huge. Muay Thai, UFC Muay Thai.
Now,
fuck yeah. Dana, I'll commentate. Let's go. I'll promote it.
Do you think tournaments are still possible? I mean, tournaments, because tournaments aren't possible in MMA because they say it's too brutal. But kickboxing is way more brutal.
Well, remember when we went to see Joe Schilling fight in LA?
Yes.
Last man standing, that glory. I think Joe fought 3 times that night.
Yeah.
Which is crazy for a kickboxing fight. Yeah. He fought Artem Levin. Who else did he fight? He fought, I don't remember who he fought. I don't remember everybody he fought that night. But goddamn, that was a war. That was crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. I remember meeting Gene Simmons there.
Oh, yeah.
And the first time I met him, I embarrassed myself.
He told that story.
Yeah. So I was like, I'm going to be cool this time.
He probably didn't remember, luckily. That guy's met a billion people.
No, dude, come on, man.
You want a little cigar? Sure. Ron White gives me these. They're little baby cigars.
I'm not a big cigar guy, but
they're basically like a cigarette. It's just like pure tobacco. No, I just puff on it. Just take a little puff.
What do you think of bare knuckle?
I love it. I love what Jorge Masvidal's doing. The bare knuckle MMA fights.
Yeah.
I love it. Because that's what I think MMA should have been all along.
Yeah.
Why can you have bare elbows? Why can you have bare knees, bare shins? A shin to the face is okay, but you have to protect your knuckles. The only thing that does is prevent cuts. And one thing it also does is protect your hands, because you can't really go off like you can with bare knuckle guys are they're more cautious about where they hit.
Yeah.
They're more precise. They have to be more precise. They break their hands.
I think on paper, bare knuckle is way better than like traditional boxing. Can you imagine? I mean, if you did a poll and you asked what would you rather watch? Floyd Mayweather versus Pacquiao 4 or whatever it is, bare knuckle or regular boxing. I bet most people would say bare knuckle.
Well, a lot of people that go over to bare knuckle are surprised at like how little protection you have and how much it hurts. Like that's where Mike Perry fucking shines.
How's he doing right now? Killing it. He's killing it.
Fucked up Luke Rockhold his last fight, made him quit, knocked his teeth out. It's like enough.
Dude.
He's fucking everybody up because he's such an animal. Like if you're tough, and there's not a tougher human being alive than Mike Perry. He's like uniquely suited for bare knuckle fighting because he's just such a fucking savage. He's willing to kill or be killed, like legitimately. He's not no fear. He goes in there, kill or be killed, and he's good, man. He knows how to fight bare knuckle. He's clever.
Who do you think it's currently in the UFC is probably going to end up who Chris Camozzi just fought. He just fought that dude, the Juggernaut, who was the, I believe, the middleweight champion in bare knuckle UFC, and Juggernaut beat him. It's the thing about it is, man, it's different. It's just different. When you're just getting knuckles in your eyeballs and knuckle in your face, it fucking hurts more. It's more dangerous. Yeah, it cuts you up way more. You're losing teeth. You get hit with a knuckle right here, that thing's gone, son. Even with like the highest level mouth guards, it helps a little, but really you probably need a crazy thick mouth guard. You probably need something different. But even then, it's knuckles. You're getting that bone of a bony ass knuckle, and it's going right here. It's gonna fuck your teeth up. Now, K1, they don't allow you to do the plumb clinch, hold their head and throw multiple knees. You could only hold it like real quick. Right. What do you think about that? I don't think that's the way to go. I think elbows. One, they allow them to hold the clinch longer. Yeah, one is Muay Thai. Like that. It's kind of crazy how some big supplement stores are, or how long the aisles and aisles of vitamins are at the pharmacy. You'd be popping pills all day if you needed each and every one of those. It's nuts. And this is why I'm so excited about foundational nutrition. Instead of buying a ton of one-off supplements with AG1, it's just one scoop every morning that supports the foundational needs of my whole body. I don't need to have a capsule for this and a lozenge for that. I have AG1, and that's why I've been drinking it for years. It's a science-driven formulation that not only covers my nutritional basis, but provides me the support I need for my brain, gut, and immune systems each day, all in a simple morning routine. I love it. It's such a better way for me to get the supplements my body needs. So if you want to take ownership of your foundational nutrition, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. That's the only coffee I drink. I drink it at home. I drink it at work. Sometimes I have to drink other coffee, but if I want to drink the coffee that I enjoy, it's Black Rifle Coffee. If you haven't already heard about Black Rifle Coffee Club, you lucked out, because now's the perfect time to get on board with this community for a massive discount. New members who join today, use the code Joe, and you're going to get 30% off their first month with the club. It's the best way to get premium coffee roasted right here in the USA, shipped to your door on a schedule that works for you. Club members also get exclusives like free shipping on all deliveries, special discounts on roasts, access to products that you won't find anywhere else, members-only content, plus discounts with a bunch of your favorite brands. Joining the coffee club is the best way to get the full BRCC experience, so sign up now, use the code Joe, and get that massive 30% off your first month. You'll get to enjoy the best coffee in America, the best coffee club in America, and most importantly, join a mission to give back to those who serve. Like that fight, that was Muay Thai. They can clinch, they can elbow. I want them to be able to use everything. Yeah, all the tools, all the weapons. Why not? And let them do it with those little gloves too. Yeah. You know, because the big gloves, the thing about the big gloves is you can offer a shield. Like if you ever watch Badr Hari fight, he fights like this. So it's a shield, right? You have this big 10-ounce glove that covers, it's cushioned, and you're fighting like this. Like in Alistair, when Alistair was fighting K1, they all fought like this. But you can't do that with those little gloves, because the little gloves sneak around. And you can't do that even more so with bare knuckle, because bare knuckle really sneaks around. There's no protection. It'll just slide off the fist right into your face. Exactly. And Mike Perry has developed a style where he holds his hands like real rigid like this. Yeah. It's different. Like he knows, he's adapted to bare knuckle, and he also has had several fights, so he knows what to expect. So if you're Luke Rockhold and you're fighting Mike Perry, this is your first bare knuckle fight. You've never fought bare knuckle, because you certainly aren't fucking training bare knuckle. Like you can train MMA with MMA gloves on, right? You can't really train bare knuckle. Right? You got to wear gloves. So that first experience of getting a knuckle in your eyeball and a knuckle in your nose, where your nose gets just fucking splattered all over your face, it's a different experience. Yeah, man. There's so many different sports now, fighting sports. You know, there's so many. There's bare knuckle, regular boxing, even regular collegiate wrestling is getting bigger. You know, that's getting bigger. People are starting. I'm watching. I never really watched wrestling, but now I'm watching. I didn't realize, and I wrestled a couple of years, and I didn't realize how fucking how much it evolved. There's so much shit in this. There's so much shit.
It's like everything else.
Yeah,
it's like everything else. All these combat sports evolve.
Yeah, there's just so many different ways two bodies that are clinched up and mangled up can go and do. It's so crazy.
It is crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
and they're so technical. Guys are so good.
You know my favorite shit, combat jiu-jitsu, man. I'm not promoting combat jiu-jitsu because someone has a gun to my head. You know what I mean? I'm trying to create or just take what is worked, like the 16-man tournament. That's the best shit. 16-man tournament, that was UFC too. 16-man, that's why everybody got hooked to the UFC.
In combat jiu-jitsu, it's great.
Because the 16-man tournament is a super fight factory. It just makes the super, just like, and you don't have to know any of the fighters. Right? Nobody knew anybody from the UFC.
Right.
UFC too. I didn't know anybody that was a boxer, a kung fu guy.
And you see him win the first round,
and then
you're excited.
You just got to pay attention to the first round and accept that you don't know these guys, and know that by the time you get to the finals, you're gonna know these guys very well.
Could you imagine if somebody brought the UFC back, old school, like bare knuckle, old school? You could wear a gi, do whatever the fuck you want.
16-man tournament.
16-man tournament, no weight classes.
Remember the Russian one that was 32-man?
No.
Dude, there was a Russian one, and Igor Vovchanchin won that one. Of course, remember that shit?
I love that guy.
And he fought that huge Brazilian. They called him Ricardo Moraes.
Ricardo Moraes.
Remember that guy? He's like
Carlton Gracie's guy.
Yeah, he's like 6'8".
Giant.
And he got to the finals against Igor Vovchanchin. And to be honest, maybe the Brazilian one. It's hard to. You know what? It wasn't Igor Vovchanchin. It was a guy named Mikhail something. God damn it! It was so long ago.
Igor Vovchanchin looked like he was supposed to be like 6'6", but they cut his arms off here and put a fist there.
Yeah.
Like his forearms were so thick. Remember how thick that dude was?
Yeah.
He was so thick, and he would fuck people up.
His legs, oak tree legs.
Who was that Brazilian guy that he knocked out cold?
Francisco Bueno.
Yeah.
That's probably still up there. Francisco Bueno.
Find that. Igor Vovchanchin versus Francisco Bueno. It was ruthless. Igor was a monster.
And what Igor had, he was a kickboxer with power in his hands. He was vicious.
He was like 5'11" and 5'11" wide.
And the one, everybody wanted to take him to the ground. Everybody.
5'8".
Yeah. Everybody wanted to take him. Everybody wanted to take him to the ground. Nobody wanted to stand with him.
No.
But the thing that Igor had was he didn't really have a wide array of offensive techniques in jiu-jitsu, but he did have a good guard recovery, and it keeps you in full guard and survives. Look at that. Boom.
Oh my God. Show that again. Boom. Boom, boom. He hit him 3 times while he was out cold. Left hook, right hand on the chin, and then as he's going down, bing, bing. Oh my God, dude.
Face plant.
Is this Igor when he was younger? Oh my God, bare knuckle.
That's the tournament. This is the one I'm talking about, I think.
Wow, that's how they should do it.
No
Back up.
No
See how he did that? That is my fucking dream. That's what they should do, man. That is how they should have MMA.
That's how we do combat jiu-jitsu.
That's how they should have MMA.
And you know that karate combat? I like that too. It's kind of like, no one wants to back up. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because they fall.
Right. Igor Vovchanchin.
And the thing about Igor Vovchanchin is check this out. This was all like in the 2000 area. I'm a purple belt, and I'm commentating for King of the Cage, right? And
that's when you can soccer kick to the head too. Pride days.
Yeah, and I commentated Pride 10 and 11, and I got to meet Mark Kerr, right? Mark Kerr, incredible. I mean, his story is incredible. He wrestled in college at a high level. Was a specimen. He looked a little like fucking Myles Garrett. Mark Kerr, that was his nickname, the specimen, and the smashing machine.
Right.
Remember his story?
Oh yeah, man.
That story was.
I had Kurt Angle on the podcast the other day. Yeah. Kurt was talking about how good Mark Kerr was as a wrestler.
Hell yeah. And Mark Kerr told me, because I got to hang out with him at Pride 10, and we were hanging out at McDonald's, and we were just fucking shooting the shit. And he told me his whole story. Like wrestlers were telling him to do the UFC back like in the late 90s. And he go, dude, look at Mark Coleman. Wrestlers go in there and they just fuck everybody up. You should do it. They were trying to talk him into it. I was like, dude, I'm not a fighter like that. He just didn't have that mean violence. Yeah, he's super nice guy. And they twisted his arm, and he was going to do a UFC, and then he backed out. He said, it's just too frightening. So then he got offered to do an 8-man tournament in Brazil, in the middle of nowhere, before the internet or anything. So he said, you know what? I'm going to go try this thing in Brazil, and if I get fucked up, nobody's going to know about it. I'll just dip out, you know what I mean? And so he went down there and fucking destroyed. He ended up in the finals. It was bare knuckle, Valley Tudo, MMA, old school, in a ring, no cage, and in the finals he fought Fabio Gurgel. Was it Fabio Gurgel? It was Fabio Gurgel. I'm pretty sure it was him. And dude, he was just in his guard the whole time. Never tried to pass. He was just in his guard in the corner and just headbutting and throwing fucking bare knuckles. And he won. And the Brazilians just thought he was a monster. They called him like the smashing machine in Portuguese, which is like Máquina Destroy or something like that. I don't know what it but anyways, so he said, he goes, after the fight, my hands are all cut up, they're all fucked up, they got infected. I was in the, he said he was in the hospital. He got it.
You get teeth in your hands.
Yeah, he got all fucked up. He was in the hospital with like some kind of fucking sickness and shit. And then the promoter taxed him way more than he thought. He was like, I'll never do this again. This is the worst fucking experience of my life. Even though he won, it was the worst experience of his life. You don't ever want to do it. He was in the hospital. They fucked him on cash and all that shit. But then when he got back, and on the internet was just, you have like little fucking news pages, and he saw the magazine of him on the cover of the magazine looking like a destroyer, Brazilian magazine, and then that's what got him to jump in 100%.
Do you remember when he tapped Dan Bovish with a chin to the eye socket?
And that was in the UFC?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He got a hold of him. He got inside control. We played it the other day. He stuck his chin in Dan. You know, he had that big ass chin.
Yeah.
He stuck his chin in Dan Bovish's eye socket and just fucking his back of his head into his fucking eye socket. He tapped him with that. I'm like, how come no one's done that since? That's a pretty wild move.
And I was telling him, and this is what I tell all high-level wrestlers, even like low-level wrestlers. When you're a wrestler, you need to approach grappling not in the sense where you want to beat jiu-jitsu. Like, these guys can't take me down. You know, jiu-jitsu guys can't take me down. I'll box them. They can't box. I'm like, okay. But what about the guys that can't box? Like kickboxers, you're going to have to take them down, right? Like, when you fight a kickboxer, you got to take him down. You're going to have to learn how to pass the guard. And I would tell him, dude, just get really good at passing the guard, holding side control, submissions from side control, mount, have a depth mount. You need a depth mount. Arm bars, rear naked chokes. You got to get good at passing the guard, Mark. And he said, dude, it just takes too much energy, man. I'd rather just sit in the guard and just fucking pound. I'm like, there's going to be guys that are going to tie you up, and you're not going to be able to ground and pound. You can't ground and pound everybody. Some people you can, but some guys have a good defensive guard. And a lot of wrestlers would say that too. It wasn't just Mark Kerr. They didn't want to pass the guard. They wanted to beat jiu-jitsu. I'll just stay in the guard.
So Coleman always did.
Yeah.
He headbutted dudes, punched him in the head, in the guard.
Yeah. So, and then he fights Igor Vovchanchin. He takes Igor Vovchanchin a couple times, 2, 3, maybe 4 times during that fight. But he can't pass his guard. And Igor Vovchanchin has a great chin. He's a kickboxer, so a little ground and pound The strikes aren't going to affect him that much. He's not going to freak out. And he had a really good close guard. He would hold and he would tie up, and then he would stand him up. And now he got to take him down again. This isn't Brazil. This is Mark Kerr in Brazil right here. Wow.
This is the final. Is that Fabio Georgia? Who was Marcelo Garcia's instructor?
Let's see.
Interesting. That's the back when Pedro Hizzo. Yeah, that's Fabio. That's when Pedro Hizzo was fighting too.
And remember the Pedro too?
Yeah. Do you remember when Gary Goodrich reached into the Pedro shorts and grabbed his balls and crushed him?
Yeah.
You can grab balls.
Can you find Igor Vovchanchin, Mark Kerr from Pride? And you'll see that he was able to take down Igor Vovchanchin relatively easy, but he couldn't pass his guard and couldn't finish him.
He had to stand up with him.
And then eventually, after a couple stand-ups, he was tired and he couldn't take him down no more. And then, the strikers light up. They smell blood, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I think it was TKO. I'm not too sure what kind of strike it was that ended the fight, but it was a flurry. And that right there just shows, like, man, all the best grapplers, not all of them, but a large percentage of the best jiu-jitsu guys in the U.S. are wrestlers that fell in love with jiu-jitsu and got really good at guard passing, taking backs, mounting.
Igor had fucking hammers for this.
Yeah, there was no way he wanted to stand with Igor. No. He did throw down though.
Yeah. Short right hand.
And then boom, he knocks him down here. Damn.
Yeah, I remember hitting him with like a big overhand right, knocked him down.
He keeps taking him down, but he can't finish him. He can't.
Right.
He's not even
just tying him up.
Yeah, he's not attempting to pass his guard. He basically didn't like passing guard. He didn't want to develop any guard passing skills. He liked just staying in guards and throwing down. But look at how Igor just wraps him up. And not only does he have a good guard, he's wrapping him up, but like I said, he's a kickboxer. He's used to taking punishment.
Right.
Like if he had like a wrestler like this or a jiu-jitsu guy, they're not. I mean, he did come up, but they're not gonna.
He's also tired. This was during the Smashing Machine, and so this was when Mark was already going through his addictions too, man.
Damn, battle right here. That's big right hand. Big right hand. This is such a brutal fight.
There it is.
Look at his traps, dude.
God, it was so huge.
Damn.
I talked to Ensign about fighting Igor, and he said it was like getting hit by a car. It was like getting hit by a car over and over and over again. He goes, it was just boom, boom. This was back in the 10-minute round days, which I loved. I loved the 10-minute first round. I think the 10-minute first round was a genius idea because how many guys, they just fucking, look at Mark's trying some sort of ankle lock.
Dude, that's not he almost had an AOP right there.
But it's like, how many guys would take a guy down at 4 minutes and 20 seconds and then the round was over?
Can you see how it ended? The last flurry.
So many guys would, in the UFC, you'd take a guy down in the first round and, you have no time to work and you work so hard to get up to the ground and then the next round starts and you're standing up.
Yep. That happens a lot too.
What do you think
Hi,
about
Daddy. It
the
is now
idea
3:00 a.m.
of having you hit him with a knee to the head on the ground? Look at that knee. Look at the sprawl on that knee. Boom. That's a serious fucking knee right there. What do you think about the idea of starting every round in the same position where you ended the last round?
I'm not opposed to that.
I'm not opposed to that at all. Like, I feel like you should earn your ability to stand up. That was it.
Oh, that was it right
there.
there. Can you rewind that one real quick? Let's see the final shots.
Just knees to the ground. Knees on the ground. That's another thing that I believe in. I don't think you should be able to turtle. I don't think you should be able to turtle and not get kneed in the head.
Yeah.
Because that's a legitimate technique. If you can knee a guy standing up, why can't you knee a guy to the head on the ground? Especially if he's in the turtle. He's like just hanging on to something. You're hanging on to one knee, you got a knee free, and his head's right there. But that guy can take you down and beat the fuck out of you. Why can't
you do that in King Bread? You know?
I don't think so. I think it's unified rules. Bare knuckle. I believe
That's not unified rules. So that sounds like they would just. I mean,
bare knuckle, right?
Yeah, that's like.
It seemed like there was a controversy of some kind after because he was complaining in the hallway. And then they're showing some. I don't know what they're saying in the video, obviously. But
Yeah, I got hit in like the.
Back of the head or top of the head?
I'm not sure.
Is that not legal? Do they have like what is
And
it?
a carrier about it looks like.
Interesting.
I can go close caption and read it. This is other parts.
And then how about Mark Coleman in the heavyweight Grand Prix? I think he fought Igor Vovchanchyn in the final.
Did he?
And I think he
fucked him up with knees
from north south.
Yeah.
I think Mark Coleman, Igor Vovchanchyn, that was in the finals.
I think you're right.
Of the Grand Prix.
Now I remember he won the Grand Prix, right?
Mark Coleman did.
Yeah.
He was a champ.
Yeah. I think the knees to the ground, it's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. If you can knee a guy standing up, if you can punch a guy in the face, kick a guy in the face, why can't you knee to the head? You can knee to the body, but you can't knee to the head. It would end so many more fights. So many more fights. How many times have a guy sprawls and the guy's in a turtle and it's a perfect position to throw the knee to the head, but you can't do it.
Yeah.
I think that should be legal. You know they're going to bring back 12 to 6 elbows.
From where?
From standing in the guard, anywhere. 12 to 6 elbows is illegal still, which is the dumbest thing in the world.
Or illegal.
Did I say legal? Illegal.
In the mount. Like if I'm mounted,
right.
Can't go like this.
Can't go 12-6. It doesn't make any sense.
But from full guard you can. If I was on my back in full guard.
Because it's going 6-12.
Yes.
Which is the dumbest shit of all time.
Yes.
But standing, you can't do it. So if you and I are standing and you rush at me and do that and hit me with the 12 to 6 elbow, that's illegal.
And they're going to change that?
They're going to change that.
Who's behind that?
Nowitzki talked to me about it.
And he
said, I know that this is something you complain about all the time. We think we're going to be able to get rid of that. I'm like, oh, thank God. Yeah. It's the dumbest one. Because it's not even a more powerful elbow.
Yeah.
It's just they saw it all came from Big John McCarthy told me this. That in the early days of MMA, they would bring this to the athletic commissions. And they said, you can't do this because we've seen those karate tournaments where the guys break bricks like that.
And ice.
They're like, you can't break bricks. Like, you can kill somebody if you do that. So they go, okay, no elbow like that. Elbow has to come at an angle. So it can come from, it can't come from 12 to 6, but it can go 1 to 7. Which is the dumbest shit of all time. Yeah. Meanwhile, the hardest elbow is not that. The hardest elbow is this one. This is the hardest elbow, in my opinion, I believe. I mean, at least as far as I can throw it.
Because you're throwing it like
a punch.
Yeah.
And I'm getting my weight into it. If I'm in a ground and pound position, like I've done ground and pound work on when you get the heavyweight down, a heavy bag down rather. I'm trying to see like what I can hit the hardest with. You can hit hard like that, but I can hit pretty hard like that. Okay. You can just it's so much more torque. You got all this snap, and it's also a natural movement where your body has developed that sort of explosiveness doing that. It does it all the time. This is unnatural, I think. I mean, you could develop it, but it's just a better option to have. You want to be able to have that option to throw that, because if guys are doing this and you can go straight down the middle with an elbow, you should be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Chatri's doing with allowing, knees on the ground. Gotta allow that. I mean,
they allow soccer kids.
I think there was, I'm not sure. I think maybe you can't stomp on their head anymore. I think if you're in a cage and the back of your head is from 2021 when they made rules.
Okay. Grounded. Athletes are considered grounded when they have any weight bearing part of their body other than the soul. What is this from? What rules?
This is what Colorado approved the rules.
Colorado, for one. Okay. This is just for Colorado, though. All hand strikes, including punches, forearms, and elbows to the head, body, and leg. All elbows. Interesting. So that means Colorado said 12 to 6 elbows legal?
So that's where I got this from. There was an article from this year that said when they were doing the data review for finding out if they were going to allow knees to the head of a grounded opponent, the 12 to 6 elbow data was in there.
Look, it says knee to the head of a grounded opponent is legal. This is Colorado? Wow. Why can't the UFC do that? Go back to that, please. Want to see what else it says? Up kicks to the body and legs to a grounded opponent are legal. Huh? How could you? You can't up kick to the head. Up kick the head, body, and legs of a non-grounded opponent are legal. Okay. So you still can't up kick to a grounded opponent, which means
that second to the last one says up kicks to the body and legs to a ground. How are you going to up kick a grounded opponent?
there's a body in the head. There's no body in the head.
But up kicks to the body and legs to a grounded opponent are legal. Like, how do you up kick a grounded opponent?
If you're on your back, and the guy's on top of you and he's got his knees on the ground, he's grounded.
Okay.
You can up kick him in the chest.
Oh, okay.
You can up kick him in the chest, so the body and the legs. But up kicks to the head, body, and legs of a non-grounded opponent.
If they're standing.
Right. So if they're standing. So if he's not grounded, he's standing, you can up kick him in the face. I feel like you should be able to up kick a guy to the face if he's on the ground too.
Remember that up kick Oleg Poptarov again?
Enzo Gracie.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That was probably the first one that we saw.
Probably, yeah.
In a big fight.
Yeah.
And there was people thinking like, oh, lucky kick. But then Enzo was saying, no, dude, we practice this shit, dog. We practice this. And then you saw, was it Fabio Giorgio up kick Jerry Bolander? Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, guys who are really good kickers, if you get them on their back, they can fuck you up off their back.
Pouring water is illegal.
Yeah, because they don't want you to become slippery. The cut man will apply Vaseline to the facial area. The problem with that is, once you get Vaseline on a face, that Vaseline is fucking everywhere. It's everywhere. It's on the neck,
You don't
the
need Vaseline.
chest.
That's some old boxing shit that needs to be cut out.
I believe it. You're right.
Yeah, it's totally
I believe you're
unnecessary.
right.
Like,
Yeah.
that's just some boxing bullshit. That it's probably good for boxing, I guess, but for MMA, that Vaseline gets everywhere. It gets everywhere.
Yeah, it gets everywhere.
And as a promoter or producer or someone who owns a fight show, you want as many finishes as possible, whether they're knockouts or submissions. So you want to, like, that's why in combat jiu-jitsu we make rash guards mandatory. Like, you got to wear rash guards. We don't want two greasy bodies all over the place.
I like that.
Wear rash guards.
Yeah, I like that.
We should
Because
make
that cuts out greasing. Like the complaint that Gordon Ryan had against Nicky Rod.
Yeah.
And then, Felipe Pena said the same thing. He's like, he's greased.
Yeah.
It's like, feel him.
Yeah, it's mandatory. You got to wear a rash guard. I mean, ultimately, probably make it, we haven't done it yet, but like ultimately, if there's a problem with greasy legs and stuff like that,
Like
probably make it like you have to wear spats.
I think spats and rash guards. Yeah.
Just eliminate the greasing.
Eliminate it.
Because other than that, if you tested for greasing, like, that would be so expensive. You'd have to.
How could you?
The only way you could do it is like you have as you walk in, they swap your back.
But the problem is that's not even going to work. Because you know what guys do? They take a bath in mineral oil. So that's what Vanderlei used to do, apparently.
Yeah.
They take a bath in mineral oil, and then they dry off. So if you touch them, they're dry. But then once they start sweating, that oil comes out of the pores. And then they're like, it's like trying to grab hold of a sand.
That could only do so much. But, when they walk in the cage, they should be warmed up, so they should be sweating. So you might be able to, maybe take like a big glove that is made out of swab material, just go down the back like that, and then test it. That would be expensive as shit.
Maybe. But you know what it'd be like? Like, you know how that, I don't even know if this is real, but you know how when people pee in the pool, they have something that shows the pee, you can see it all blue. Is that real?
No, that's way real.
Is it?
Hell yeah. That's old shit.
I thought that was just like some stuff from movies.
Rumor to fuck with kids.
Yeah.
No.
What do you think it'd be called?
There's some chemical.
Is there a chemical you could put to show when you're peeing in a pool? Because there was a video that I saw that looked really fake. It was a bunch of girls that were in a pool together, and then one girl, like, you see all this pee coming out, like this blue stuff. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, you dirty bitch!" And like they run away from her because she's peeing in the pool.
Yeah, no, that's real.
That's for views. I don't know.
Chemical in the pool, and when you pee, it turns.
Urine indicator dye is a mythical substance that's supposed to be able to react with urine to form a color cloud in a swimming pool or hot tub.
It's mythical,
indicating the location of people who are urinating.
Oh my god, I thought it was real.
I did too. A couple weeks ago.
I thought it was like it doesn't seem like that crazy of a product.
It might be like super toxic.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine how much of that stuff you'd have to put in the water, and then that stuff's in your eyes.
But think about how toxic just a regular swimming pool is. Like all the chlorine that's in there.
Good point.
That's got to be horrible for you, right?
Bro, you know what we played the other day on Protect Our Parks? We were trying to figure out why is there fluoride in water.
Yeah, that's the oldest. Yeah,
reason.
That's the oldest.
Fluoride to be in drinking.
That's such an old conspiracy theory. It's so old, and they literally open up bags of fluoride and dump it into the local drinking water. It's like something you do.
Not only that, we played it on Protect Our Parks. We were like trying to figure this out. There's a direct correlation between the high levels of fluoride in drinking water and low IQs.
I believe it.
100%.
Like, why would they open up sacks of fluoride and put it in the water?
You know why? Because you got fluoride and trying to sell that shit.
Yeah.
Imagine if you're in the fluoride business and you're hearing us talking like, shut the fuck up. Because if people stop drinking or putting fluoride in drinking water.
And the official reason, and I don't know, this might be bullshit. Yeah, they're trying to take care of our teeth.
Brush your fucking teeth.
Yeah.
You know what I said that's like? That's like if some people are getting skin cancer, we're going to put sunscreen in apples.
Yeah, it's like that.
Why would you do that? Just wear sunscreen. You can get sunscreen anywhere.
Oh, you really care about our teeth that much? You care about our teeth that much? You're sending fucking shipments, those shipping containers filled with fluoride in these sacks that you open them.
Dumping them into reservoirs.
Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
There are some cities that have
stopped doing
it. Stopped it. They should. The community gets together.
They should.
Yeah. That's where it starts. Really. That's a weird one, man.
That's one that's been around for a long time. By the way, who doesn't brush their fucking teeth? I didn't go to the dentist for 10 fucking years. For 10 years. I went 0 cavities. Yeah. 0 cavities. I don't drink fucking dental water.
Yeah.
Ever. I also eat very little sugar and I brush my fucking teeth. Yeah. Dude, I got Invisalign.
So do I.
I'm wearing it right now. The first time when I first started wearing it, Trey the Truth was on the podcast and he wears a grill. And I was like, bro, how do you wear that grill and talk? Because it was fucking with my talking. The first time I ever wore it on a podcast, I had to not wear it. I can still hear it a little. Can you hear it, Jamie? No?
I looked at your teeth and I'm like, damn, it looks like he has a Invisalign, but he doesn't. But you do. I wear that shit all the time, too.
I'm trying to clean my teeth up, man.
Yeah.
My lower teeth have been crooked forever, and my doctor said it would probably help my sleep apnea. What do you think? Pretty. They're nice. You got nice teeth, bro. You got a nice beard. I like that beard. I was saying that I shaved my beard before I got here today because I look too old.
I did a music video the other day, so I grew out my beard because I played a coyote.
I love those video. You said I love that video.
And
that song is hilarious.
Yeah, it's a confusing song.
Coyote. Yeah.
But I'll shave it. I never really had a full beard. I'll see what's up for a while. I look like I'm fucking 93. I know it.
You remember when Evan Tanner died and I grew that full beard? We all did.
Yeah, Evan Tanner was a legend.
I really like that guy. When he died, it was when I was in Colorado. And I said, fuck it. I had a fucking full ass beard.
I was a big Evan Tanner fan. He was a big Evan Tanner fan. He was interesting. He had good jiu-jitsu. And back in the day, not that many UFC fighters that were non-Brazilian had good jiu-jitsu. You just didn't see it very much. And he was like one of the first.
You remember when he won the middleweight title? He fought Dave Terrell.
How did he win?
Dave Terrell caught him in a guillotine and almost fucking had him. And he gassed out. Evan Tanner pounded him out. That's how he won the middleweight title.
Dave Terrell, man. God damn, was his jiu-jitsu good.
And still is, I'm sure. One of the very first elite leg lockers.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. That's the only coffee I drink. I drink it at home. I drink it at work. Sometimes I have to drink other coffee, but if I want to drink the coffee that I enjoy, it's Black Rifle Coffee. If you haven't already heard about Black Rifle Coffee Club, you lucked out because now's the perfect time to get on board with this community for a massive discount. New members who join today, use the code Joe, and you're going to get 30% off their first month with the club. It's the best way to get premium coffee roasted right here in the USA, shipped to your door on a schedule that works for you. Club members also get exclusives like free shipping on all deliveries, special discounts on roasts, access to products that you won't find anywhere else, members-only content, plus discounts with a bunch of your favorite brands. Joining the coffee club is the best way to get the full BRCC experience, so sign up now, use the code Joe, and get that massive 30% off your first month. You'll get to enjoy the best coffee in America, the best coffee club in America, and most importantly, join a mission to give back to those who serve. This episode is brought to you by 8 Sleep. The thing about sleeping on any old mattress is that there's no way to control the temperature, so you can get super hot at night. And if there are 2 of you and one sleeps hotter than the other, you're done. So it's worth checking out the pod cover. It fits on any bed like a fitted sheet and could help improve your sleep by automatically adjusting the temperature on each side of the bed. It can cool down to as low as 55 degrees and warm up to 110 degrees depending on you and your partner's individual needs. Plus, thanks to the pod's sleep and health tracking, you can wake up to a personalized sleep report each morning. You'll get insights on how certain behaviors like late night exercise or caffeine might impact your sleep and overall health. I love it. I sleep on this thing every night. It's a game changer. I really fucking love it. Invest in the rest that you deserve with the 8 Sleep pod. Go to 8sleep.com/Rogan and save $200 on the pod cover by 8 Sleep. 8 Sleep currently ships within the USA, Canada, the UK, select countries in the EU, and Australia. Yeah, elite leg lockers.
Yeah, and an animal. And Dave Terrell was he was one of the first pure no-gi pioneers. There was a couple out there. You know, there's Chris Brennan, there was Dave Terrell, Eric Paulson.
Shout out to Chris Brennan.
Yeah, there was like maybe 4 guys that got their black belt in the gi. They decided to go to no-gi. Dean Lister. Yeah, that's right. He doesn't really train.
Bro, you've been paying attention to Jeff Monson. Yeah. Jeff Monson lives in Russia, speaks perfect Russian. Go to Jeff Monson's Instagram. I think it's Snowman Monson. I forget what it is. He's a full-on Russian. He lives in Russia. He supports Mother Russia. He's got a fucking CCP. He's got like a hammer and sickle tattoo. He's all in. Interesting. This is Jeff Monson, man. He's fucking Russian now. He defected. He's a Russian citizen. See if you can go to a video where he's talking in Russian, because there's a lot on his Instagram where he's talking in Russian. See if you can find one. There it goes. Play that.
I got fascism in there.
How wild is that?
I wonder what the hell he said.
I don't know. I hope we didn't let him say anything.
Is Russia considered communist still?
I mean, Russia
don't they because
it's a dictatorship.
Soviet.
Actually, no. Let me say that right. I'm wrong. No, they have elections. But man, if you want to run against Putin, bro, yeah, good luck. Yeah, good luck for all that. You ain't got much time left.
When's the last time they had an election?
Well, you know that guy Prigozhin who tried to make a coup against Putin, and he just died in a plane crash.
Is that coup that lasted like 6 hours?
The guy who they were literally headed towards Moscow. He was the head of the Wagner group, headed towards Moscow, and then they pulled back at the last minute. And Putin's like, yeah, bro, I'll see you in a little bit. And this plane blew up in the sky. There's a video of this plane in the sky. It's like on fire in the sky. Yeah. Nothing suspicious about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of crazy.
But like Soviet Union was communist, and then the Soviet Union fell. Like the history of the Soviet Union and today's Russia is really confusing to me. Like I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe with anything. Like when in regards to history, like man, it's just like what is real and what's not. I'm just like fuck. I just like okay, let's just see how everything plays out. But Soviet Union fell, so I thought like Russia is claiming like democratic socialism or something.
Sort of democratic, but Putin is basically running it because Putin was the president of Russia or whatever they call it over there. And then he stepped down, and then his main guy took over. And then Putin's like, "Fuck this, I'm taking over again." And now he's running it, and he's been running Russia. Was it? When did he start running? When was his second term as president of Russia? Phil also has a fucking Soviet passport or Russian passport. Roy Jones.
Really?
Roy Jones Jr. is tight with Putin.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, he's a star over there, man. Really? Yeah, man. He had a bunch of boxing fights over there. They love him over there. They love, like, elite combat sports athletes. And Roy Jones Jr. in his prime was the fucking man.
Yeah. When you talk about the all-time greats, you can, in his prime, he may have, I would say he's the best technician ever.
One of the best athletes that's ever competed in boxing. He was so fast.
Think about that one round he had with Vinny Pazienza, where only round in
CompuBox history.
Yeah, in CompuBox history, where Vinny Pazienza couldn't land a punch.
Incredible. And then Roy tried to stop the fight. He was teeing off on him. He said to the referee, "Come on, man. It's over."
Yeah.
The referee's like, "Continue." He's like, "All righty." Okay. Putin has been Russia's most powerful politician since he assumed the presidency in 2000. After resignation of his predecessor, Boris Yeltsin. But he stepped down for a while and then came back again, though. But he was like still kind of in power. If he still remains in power until 2036, his tenure will surpass even that of Joseph Stalin, who ruled the Soviet Union for 29 years.
He have 6-year terms, but he created a new law that can allow that term limit to reset.
It's a good move. It's a good move if you want to run things. That's what Chris Rock was saying about Trump. When Trump made it into office, like, he's never getting out of there. He'll change the fucking laws. He's not going to stop being president. Chris Rock was saying that on stage. It was hilarious.
You know that guy Yuri Bezmenov that you bring up every now and then, and he explains ideological subversion, right? If that shit's real, and it seems like it's real, then does that mean Russia is responsible for all our shit?
If it's not real, what a prediction. What a crazy prediction that we would lose all faith in our democratic process, and that we would all, the children from the universities will all adapt Marxist, Leninist philosophy. They all do.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people are young kids that consider themselves Marxist?
Yeah, so are we in the middle of a fucking, of a Russian infiltration, or is it Chinese?
Well, I think both of those countries are very clever. They do some very clever things. One of the things that China does is they buy up corporations. Do you know how many? Someone showed me a list of all these corporations that are run by China. I don't even know if this is true.
Is what's the Chinese president?
Xi Jinping.
Xi Jinping. Is Xi Jinping and what's his fucking name from Russia?
Putin.
Are they like buddies? Because they're both like communists, right?
Well,
I'm confused there.
I'm sure they're united against America now.
And if Yuri Bezmenov, if he's right, he's basically saying that Russia has put, we're under some kind of like 20-year Russian infiltration ideological subversion plan or something.
Yeah, what he was basically saying was that they have this very long game approach, whereas the United States we try to do things quickly and we think about short term. Whereas in Russia, they think about things very long. Yeah, they're not afraid of people dying over there because they lost so many people in so many wars. I mean, if it wasn't for Russia holding off the Nazis, Russia helped us win World War II in a giant way. In a fucking giant way. If you look at the losses that Russia faced, what was that? The one battle that Shane Gillis brought up during the podcast, like Shane Gillis is a gigantic history buff, and he brought up this one battle where Russia lost some fucking insane amount of people holding off the Nazis. I mean, insane amount of people. Like way more than any war we've ever lost. That was one of the things that people always said about Russia. Like the girls are so hot. And there's like they so outnumber men because so many men died. Yeah. So many men died over there. So for the longest time it was like this overabundance of these hot Russian women. And how many of them came over and became spies? Yeah, it's like, what the fuck is going on? It's like, I don't know what to believe anymore, dog. It's like, it almost seems like there's a great awakening and there's a great reset. You know, Klaus Schwab talking about the great reset. And then there's a great awakening. A lot of people are waking up. It's like sometimes I feel like the great awakening is winning, and then sometimes I feel like the great reset is winning. Like when you start, like all this fighting that we're fighting over, like dumb shit all the time. Like all the time, like bathrooms, gender. Yeah. Meanwhile, like this new world order is like digital currency, climate change. Yeah, it's like what the fuck is going on? It just seems like there's our politicians here, you know, the ones that we see, the ones that are on TV, and then whatever's above them, the guys we don't see, maybe they just want to just destroy America. Like, how do we destroy America? How do we make it? I think what they want is control. And they want control the way that China has control, the way that Russia has control. Yeah. And there's so much freedom in America in terms of freedom of speech and freedom to do whatever you want. It's like on the surface we see the left fighting with the right? On the surface, right? But what if the overall goal is to get us, like, the only way we're going to have like a military regime, like the controllers, they want as much of a military regime as possible, maybe disguised so we don't think we're under, but the best way to do that, the most, not the easiest, but the best way is you got to make the people embrace the military, right? You got to make them embrace. How do you make them embrace it? Right now, we're kind of embracing it. We're like, oh, where's the military tribunals and all that shit? With all the shit, it's almost like that. Like, are we being tricked into embracing the military? Like, there's so, like, I don't know which way the shit's going. It's just so all over the fucking place, man. There's like all the stuff that Biden is doing. It's like who's advising this motherfucker? You know what I mean? He's running again. And then they're talking about Michelle Obama running. That keeps coming up. Ted Cruz just talked about. I think Gavin Newsom. You don't think Michelle Obama has a better chance? If she wants to do it, she's a minority. Yeah, if she wants to do it. Yeah. But does she want to do it? I mean, she never expressed it. It seems like Gavin Newsom wants to be president. Yeah. He like fits the bill. Handsome, tall, smooth talker. Like, he'd be so much better than Biden as a president. I mean, that's a no-brainer. It just seems like, man, is this a trick? Is this a trick? Is this just so obvious? He's trying to figure out how to remove these homeless encampments in California, but there's laws against it. There's laws that prevent you from pushing those people out. I will say this. People talk a lot of shit. I mean, I'm in California for the weather. I like the weather, man. The weather's amazing. The weather's amazing, dude. We've had probably 14 days over 100 degrees, and
and y'all's out here and in Florida, you guys are like 6 months of just death. You know what I mean?
Bro.
And don't say you like it, because if you like it, turn your air conditioner on. Everybody says they like it, as long as they're in air conditioned.
Right, but that's how California is too. When it's 100 degrees outside California, you want to be.
None of the amount of days per year.
That's true.
There's so
It's way more. It's way hotter here for longer.
And I almost moved to Florida. I almost did. I almost went to Tampa. Thank God I didn't. I'm glad I waited it out. But during the height of all the BS, man, it was so scary on the 101. There was the homeless they were on the freeway. So during rush hour on the 101, it's like Mad Max stuff. It was fucking scary. You're just sitting there, and there's all these people around you just living and camped out on the freeway.
If they just got rid of that, if they eliminated the homeless encampments, find shelter for these people, get them counseling, that's number one.
But they did clean all that up. They're not on the freeways no more.
Not on the freeways. But they still, if you go to Venice, it's a disaster. If you go to Santa Monica, it's a disaster.
They have cleaned it up a little bit. I can't deny it.
They should clean it up,
yeah.
like all the way.
And there was I drive in the downtown all the time, and there's a certain bridge that I drive under, and it's always every day there's it's people put up houses there.
Yeah, they have electricity, they tap in the lines,
but they cleaned it out.
Good.
I don't know if they cleaned it out everywhere, but in my path where I see, I'm like, they're doing something about the homeless.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Praise to them for doing that.
Yeah.
Next step, you gotta eliminate these fucking crazy DAs that take these violent fucking people that shoot people and assault people and rob things. You gotta have fucking police. You gotta have law and order. All this defunding the police is too scary. These smash and grabs in all these stores. Bro, these smash and grabs are down the street from my old podcast studio at the Topanga Mall. They fucking smashed into Nordstrom. They just smash and grab everything. They did it in Century City. They did it in Beverly Hills.
It seems like
if he can clean that up, if he can refund the police, clean that up, make LA safe like 2016 safe.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Why not? Bro, if that guy did that, he could get a lot of people's votes for president.
They just cleaned up. Cut the fucking taxes too. Like the California taxes are like, what the fuck are we doing over here?
But if the taxes were worth it, right? If it's worth that 14% to live in the state, look, I don't mind paying taxes, right? I don't want to pay too much taxes, but people think I moved here to not pay taxes. That is not the case. If LA was the same LA from 2015, I'd still be in LA, 100%. I miss the Comedy Store. I miss 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. I miss all the restaurants I used to go to. I miss all my friends. I miss it. But they just got too crazy during the pandemic. They just got too crazy with shutting down businesses. They got too crazy with telling people what they can do and what they can't do. Too crazy with mandating vaccines for kids to go to school. They got too crazy with all those things. If they didn't do that, I don't mind paying the taxes, man. I don't mind. I get it. I get it. I'm wealthy. It shouldn't affect me as much as it does other people. I get that. But I'm saying that, like, if it was worth it, if you got something out of it, if there's something you get from it where it's like, it's worth that 14%. But 14% is crazy. That's so much money. If you make $100,000 a year, you have to pay $14,000 to the fucking government. For what? For what? That's so much money, man. 14 grand? Yeah. If you make 100 grand, now you make 96. Or now you make 86.
And then you gotta pay federal tax.
And you gotta pay federal tax. Yeah. And then you gotta pay sales tax. Yeah. And property tax. I mean, there's so many taxes. But if it was worth it. And then they got this mansion tax. You know about the mansion tax?
I heard about that. That's what's much about that.
Pull it up. Whitney Cummings is complaining about it. If you have a house and it's worth a certain amount of money, I don't know who pays it, whether it's the buyer or the seller, but there's a tax that gets slapped onto it, like it's worth X amount of money.
Dude, I gotta piss so bad.
Go piss. Pause. I'll piss too.
Okay.
Are we recording this? Shane Gillis is deleting Jamie's posts. When Jamie comments on Shane Gillis's Instagram, Shane deletes it.
It's all football, though.
It was just a GIF. It was just like a response, Ohio State fun GIF, and it's gone. I was like, oh, what happened? Took it down. Instagram took it down.
Notre Dame lost.
Yeah, I thought Instagram was thinking I was bullying him, but that's not the case.
And what was it, Ohio State?
They scored in the last play of the game, 4th down, 1-yard run.
Oh shit! Right down to the wire.
Yeah.
Football's emotional, man. You spend a lot of time.
Shane believes in censorship. That's all I've understood about this whole thing. Shane believes in censorship.
Dude, you spend all week thinking about this game Sunday, and then you play like shit, and you waste 3-4 hours watching this motherfucker. It leaves a bad taste in your
I get it now after I went to that game, and I saw how hyped people get in Dallas. Seeing Cowboys playing Dallas, Cowboys smoked them. But it was wild watching it, man. I was like, this is fun. They lost last night, and the Cowboys fans are so pissed about it.
It goes back and forth, dude.
Yeah.
Back and forth. If you lose, everybody shits on you. If you win, oh my God, we have a chance to make it to the playoffs. It's very emotional. There's a lot of shit talking going on in football.
I can get into it a little bit, but I don't have the time to really get into it.
I'm into it because I've always been into it, but it's also, I know that sports are a distraction. They want, like empires, they like the circus and the distraction. I know it's a distraction. It's meant to distract you from what's really going on, and it gets you to not pay attention, like to, what the government's doing to you and all that shit. But
that might have been why it was initially created. Yeah. But right now, it exists as a beautiful form of entertainment that makes people's lives.
But I use it for distraction because I'm like, you can't be kept in conspiracy all day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I like watching music documentaries and football. That's what I do to get away from football.
You know what I get? I watch professional pool.
That's crazy. That's crazier than football.
Because it's completely apolitical.
Are there team pool sports?
Yeah, so there's a thing called the Moscone Cup.
And it's a team.
Yeah.
It's like quintet.
It's like Team USA versus Team Europe. It's a big event that happens every year. And one year it'll happen in the United States. Like last year was in Vegas. This year it's in London. And the people cheer and scream.
How many people per team?
Wild. That's a good question. I'm not sure. But they play 2 at a time. So 2 people play against 2 people. So if you and I were playing, if you're playing 9-ball is rotation pool. It means you have to make the 1, then you have to make the 2, and then when you make the 9, you win. So if you and I were on a team, you would make the 1-ball, but you'd play position for me to make the 2-ball. Then I would make the 2-ball, and then you would make the 3-ball. That's how the game's played. Yeah. I don't like that. I like one-on-one. One-on-one's my favorite.
Who's the Hicks and Gracie of pool right now?
Shane Van Boning is a dude from South Dakota who's deaf. He turns his hearing aid off when he plays. You can talk shit about him all day. You can say crazy things. He doesn't hear it. He is in his zone, and he's just dedicated. He practices 8 hours a day. He beat this dude in his tournament he played last week. He beat this dude 10-0, and he ran 9 racks. So for 9 racks, he broke and ran out.
Let's run in 9 racks. What does that mean?
Because the other guy doesn't even shoot.
Because he just made every shot. It's crazy that people could do that.
So good. He's so good.
Damn.
If you watch him play, he's a machine. He makes shots. And also, like, getting a shot on the 1 after the break. Like, what are the odds you're going to get a shot on the 1? He ran 7 racks in a row.
Is there a skill to that with a break?
Yeah.
He's got to hit it as hard as possible.
It's not as hard as possible. It's as accurate as possible. And sometimes it's the right speed. Sometimes if you hit it too hard, the ball scatter too much and you don't have control. But if you hit it just the right speed, you will make like the 1-ball on the side, the 2-ball likely will bounce out and get a shot. This motherfucker ran 7 racks in a row in a big tournament against the best players in the world. And then he ran 2 more racks and then he won the game.
And he's an American.
He's an American, yeah. He's maybe the best.
Are there countries that produce, is it random, or is there certain countries that produce?
I'm a big fan of the guys from China. Huge. I'm a huge fan of the guys from China and the guys from the Philippines. Those are some of my favorite players. And Taiwan. These are 2 brothers out of Taiwan, the Ko brothers. Koping-Yi and Koping-Chung. They're my favorite players to watch. I love watching those guys play.
Do they ever play against each other?
Yeah, they do. It's funny. It's funny watching them play because they have the same kind of style.
It's like the Rotolo brothers.
A little bit.
They had to fight in the finals of, I think it was the brown belt worlds, or was it black belt? But yeah, they don't fake shit, dude. The Rotolo brothers are fucking animals. Those guys are
all natural too, and they're like 20 years old.
Yeah,
and they're amongst the best in the world.
And they're just getting started.
And they have a deal with ONE FC too. They do the ONE FC grab.
Yeah, dude.
That's another thing I love about ONE FC. They got
mix it all up.
Mechi over there, and I love it.
They
I
mix
love
it
that
up.
they do that. Yeah.
Shatri invited me to that Denver show, the first US show. That was insane. It was just a mix of kickboxing, MMA, grappling, and the grapplers came out with like, they look like superstars. Like the Rotolo brothers and Mikey Musumeci, they're superstars.
What I love about Shatri and what he's doing with ONE FC is they're embracing all the aspects of martial arts. They have Muay Thai with little gloves. They have jiu-jitsu. They have real fucking elite level MMA. It's fucking great. They even have kickboxing. Yeah. So they have kickboxing, which is no elbows, no clinch.
They have regular kickboxing.
Oh, yeah.
What style is that called?
Kickboxing, like Glory. Glory is regular kickboxing.
No elbows.
No elbows.
No knees.
No knees. You can go knees. You go knees, but you can't clinch and throw knees the way everybody else does. It's like K1. K1 was kickboxing. K1 is not MMA. Or excuse me, it's not Muay Thai. So K1 does not allow elbows.
K1 does not allow elbows, but they do allow a brief clinch.
Yep, a brief clinch, one knee from the clinch. You can't hold on like Anderson Silva did with Rich Franklin. Hold on, just batter him with knees. Remember when Anderson Silva got that palm on Rich Franklin? It just destroyed him.
That was
Anderson in his prime.
One of the interesting things about Anderson Silva, there's so many, but he was like middle of the road for a while. He was just one of those dudes from shoebox coming up. He was winning, he was losing. He fought Ryu. What was that guy's name? The Japanese guy that did the flying
Brian heel hook off.
Yeah. It was like one of those.
He was Mayhem's training partner. Here's that dude's name.
Ryu.
God damn it.
Anderson Silva versus. I'm embarrassed. I forgot his
I'm
name.
embarrassed too.
Yeah, it starts with an R though.
That guy was good.
Yeah.
He threw that crazy flying scissor takedown to a heel hook. It's just like, that's pro wrestling.
Well, it's actually
it's legit, but it's not. No,
that's it right there.
Rio Chonan.
There we go. I was Rio Chonan. Yeah. Check out this fight.
See if you can find that. It was a good fight too. So this was Anderson before he went to Cage Rage. Remember, he went to Cage Rage, and when he went to Cage Rage, that's when he became the fucking man. When he went to Cage Rage, bro. So Rio Chonan, he threw this flying. Is they gonna show it in here? We're discussing it. Did they have the actual segment? See if you can scroll there. Look at this. Look at that. That is crazy.
Yeah, that was like Marvin Kessler.
Crazy. The way he did it, crazy.
That move, by the way, is illegal in my term.
Really? Because it's too destroyed.
You can just break a leg right there. I witnessed right in front of my face a leg get destroyed, and I'm like, okay, that is banned. We are banning that one.
What happened?
One of my students just did that move that you just saw, and he landed on the shin, and it fucking snapped. Oh, that was not good.
What happened to Richie? Did Richie get his leg snapped recently?
With Craig Jones?
Yeah.
No, he tweaked it. He heard it. Craig Jones did some crazy behind the back toe hold thing. It was fucking crazy. But yeah.
Craig Jones doing some wild shit.
Craig Jones, one of the best in the world. One of the best to do it, And they won the quintet team tournament. It was fucking badass, man. We got to the finals against BT, and Craig Jones just too much, But we did great. My guys did great. Everybody did great.
You looked like a break. That's why I was scared.
Maybe something like that, but he didn't tell me. He was, we were walking right afterwards. It wasn't open or anything.
Oh, okay, so it just popped.
Yeah, a little pop on the outside. If it pops on the outside, there's nothing you can really do. I mean, there's no surgery for it. You just just wait it out. We just wait it out. You know, I've had my ankle pop many times. It's sore and tender for a long time.
I had my ankle pop once and it swole up and the whole thing was black. Yeah, my whole ankle was black. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna throw a kick again.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, that was
After. See what happened. Yeah, he showed right before this. So here it is.
Before that? Okay, so look at him. He reaches with his left hand. He reaches behind his back right there. Look at left hand right there. And then he puts a toe. So he's got his left hand on one side of Richie's leg and his right hand in between the legs with the toe. There, you can really see it in that angle, but I never really seen that before. It was this
like, do you remember when Craig Jones had that match with Vinny Magalhaes and he broke his ankle?
Yes.
He broke his shit. He broke his shin bone, right?
I don't know
I think it was his shin bone.
The exact damage he did.
Because Craig tried to tell him, hey, it's broke. He's like, it's okay. He's like, yeah, but it's broken. Like, that was like, it's like moving around. I talked to Vinny when Vinny was at Abu Dhabi. He's like, oh, it's kind of fucked up. Yeah. I think he had a plate in it.
Vinny was one of the first leg lock pioneers in ADCC. People forget about that. He won the whole thing, I think, in 2007 or 9 or something. And he was here with the shit out of people. Him and Dean Lister.
Yeah.
They came out.
I think Vinny's the last guy to beat Gordon.
Is he the last one?
I believe so. Do you remember when Vinny did a flying armbar on Pin upon him?
I don't remember that. In the jiu-jitsu match? I don't remember that. On Pan-Pano? Beautiful. Let's see if we can find that.
Beautiful.
Pan-Pano.
Beautiful.
Vinny Magalhaes.
Pan-Pano's a fucking animal. Yeah, I don't remember that one. He had a flying armbar. See if you can find that. Vinny Magalhaes, Pan-Pano, flying armbar. Oh, it's fucking gorgeous. And to see a guy do that on a world champion at that high a level and to catch it, it was picture perfect.
Yeah, and what I was saying about Anderson Silva was he didn't come out as just like the baddest motherfucker right away. It took a while.
Right.
You know, then he went to Cage Rage. Yes. And he started fucking people. What was his biggest win in Cage Rage?
Murray. Remember that?
Yeah, Murray was a fucking killer. There's a documentary about him.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I was talking to Guy Ritchie about it. Lee Murray was a real gangster who could fight. He wound up being part of the crew that committed the biggest armed robbery in the history of the UK. Bro, they had like fucking like a movie, like Heat, like full face masks on and goggles and fucking tactical equipment and bulletproof vests. And they robbed I think they stole like $50 million. Something crazy.
And they got away with it for a while. Sort of.
Everybody kind of knew. It's one of those things. In the fucking criminal world, like, those guys aren't real good at shutting the fuck up. You know, they're wild people. If you're doing something like that, you got friends. You're telling your friends, and those friends are probably going to get arrested. And then they're going to fucking, hey, I know some shit. See if you can find, did you find that?
P.E.
I just found it. Okay, here we go. Pan-Pano. Oh, what's his real name?
There it is.
That's right.
Yeah, he's so huge. He's like 6'5", giant guy.
He fought in MMA too, but it didn't really pan out for him. I believe he fought. No, it's Noki. There it is. Oh, the flow grappling paywall? I got a subscription. Oh, yeah, try that. Click that. Oh, Anthony Baroche. I forgot about him too. He was a fucking animal. Just Google flying armbar. Google, Pan-Pano. No. Marcio Cruz flying armbar. Just Google that. Marcio Cruz flying armbar. There we go. Let's see it. Yeah, but you don't want to see him doing it. You want to see Vinny Magalhaes doing it to him. Yeah. No. Leave Vinny Magalhaes. Marcio Cruz. Yeah, there we go. Let's try that. Come on, really? On YouTube, that's crazy. How is that?
It's on the photographic page and it's behind a paywall.
I'll show you my password.
While you do that, dude, I gotta pee again.
Good. Bro, you got a bone. No, I don't even upgrade.
I did. I just got a new one. Dude, coffee and beer just make me want to piss.
I get it. It goes right through you.
Dude, sorry about that.
No worries, man. That's the whole reason why we could pause. We're not gonna find that video. What was the other video that we were trying to find?
Another great ABCC classic moment was when Davi Ramos got a flying armbar. That was 2015 in Sao Paulo.
Davi Ramos.
Hell, we should keep on the UFC a little bit, right?
A little bit. I was surprised that he didn't go further. I had a feeling he was going to smoke everybody once he got to the ground.
Yeah.
I just felt like, how are you going to stop that guy?
Yeah, man. His armbar was fucking insane.
It is so hard to make the transition to the UFC. It's so hard.
Dude, you gotta have your striking on point.
You gotta have everything on point.
It's like striking in wrestling, because every fight, every round starts on your feet. Like, that's the most important thing. You're striking and you're wrestling. In the early days, you can get away with just being really good at jiu-jitsu and getting a clinch and dragging the fight to the ground, but
not anymore.
Oh, dude, everybody's hard to take down now. There's no more easy takedowns.
You know what's crazy? Who's still in the mix? Well, it was until recently. Haniyaya. That guy was around forever.
Yeah, he got to the finals of the Abu Dhabi I was in 2003. He was 17 and got to the finals against Lito Vieira.
And he was fighting in the UFC recently.
Yeah, he's really good.
He's really
good. That guy understands the clinch game. If he would have, been on just a little more striking, if he would have been a better striker, his jiu-jitsu now. He had good MMA jiu-jitsu. He was all about squeezing and clinching and smashing, and he got a lot of that from Hickson. Like, Hickson took him under his wing.
Hickson was in his corner.
It's a squeezer, not
team constrictor. That was his team.
Yeah, not all jiu-jitsu champions coming from the game. Not all of them are squeeze machines. Some of them, are really good at collar chokes. You know what I mean? And they're just cats with those things. They get a hand in your collar, man. You go to sleep.
Remember when Murillo Bustamante had to tap Matt Lindland twice?
Murillo Bustamante was the one who upkicked Terry Bolander.
Was he?
I think so. I think it was Murillo Bustamante up, because I said before it was Fabio Show.
Yeah.
I get the names mixed up, but I'm pretty sure it was Bustamante. How about when he tapped out Matt Lindland twice?
Yeah.
One fight.
Yeah.
Craziest fight ever.
Crazy. Big John McCarthy separated them. Said the fight was over. Matt Lindland's like, I didn't tap. He definitely tapped.
Yeah.
And then they didn't have instant replay back then. So Big John's like, okay, fight again. Keep fighting. Murillo's like, what the fuck? I think they went a whole round after that. And then the next round, Murillo caught him in the guillotine.
Crazy shit. That happened. That kind of happened when
Sakuraba.
When I commentated for a show called Too Hot to Handle in Amsterdam.
Oh, yeah.
In Amsterdam. And Gilbert Ivo, remember him? Sure. Man, what a scary dude that was. That guy, he was the one in Pride 10 that threw one strike against Gary Goodrich, one strike, one leg kick, one head kick, and he went down.
Oh, this is it. Yeah. This is deep. Damn, let it go. Here we go. It's so beautiful, dude. Oh, look at that. Wow. How beautiful is that? Wow.
Look, he's wearing tights.
Yeah. Beautiful.
No greasing on him.
No, not at all. Yep. Yeah, he knew it was all.
Let's see that whole thing again. Right as he was going down, it was already extending the arm. He's got the collar tie, off the collar tie. Oh, man, he went on the left arm.
Amazing.
That was quick.
That's probably verbal tap. Yeah. Amazing. That was when Vinny was training with you.
Yeah.
Amazing. To do that to a guy that high level, I mean, that's fucking incredible.
See if you can find Davi Ramos, ADCC 2015 flying armbar. It's, I don't know, I mean, it's different than this one, but it's equally impressive.
Really? We should give props to our guy.
Oh, here it is, look at this, look at this.
Oh, yeah, he jumped on him.
Look at this. Boom! Done. Over. That was so quick.
Davi Ramos.
Damn.
He's caught him reaching. Look at that.
And Davi Ramos, he's one of those Brazilians, one of the first Brazilians that came out with high-level leg locks. He's a leg locker. He's a Brazilian leg locker. There's a couple out there that came out that people forgot about. And do you remember when Alan Belcher fought Rusamar Palhares?
Yeah.
Rusamar Palhares was probably the most feared Brazilian leg locker ever.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's huge and jacked.
Yeah.
He's like Ken Shamrock in his prime, you know? And he's a leg locker. He just rips people's legs.
Alan trained.
So Alan brought in Davey Ramos, Davi Ramos, and Dean Lister for his training camp, and he had him out there for a month. And Alan Belcher told me, those dudes were fucking me up. Dean Lister and Davi Ramos with leg locks just over and over. But after a while, I started slowing them down, started countering, started defending, started pulling out. And by the time that UFC match against Rusamar Palhares came around, that was one of the greatest UFC fights of all time. Because engaged, dude, he had Alan Belcher. But first, Alan Belcher pulls him into a fucking twister, dude. Do you remember that? Oh, yeah. He comes in, Rusamar Palhares comes in with a single. Alan Belcher doesn't even fight the single. He just transitions that into the truck, and he almost twisters him. Dude gets out, and then he's all over Alan Belcher's legs. He's all over those legs, and Alan just defending, pulling out, defending. He had really good looks on his legs, and then he finally got out, fucking grounded and pounded his way to the stoppage.
Alan Belcher is a heavyweight bare knuckle fighter now.
He's fighting bare knuckle now?
Did you not know? He's a champion.
I did not know.
He relinquished his title so he can fight for Jorge Masvidal. So he's fighting Jorge Masvidal's MMA fight. He's fighting against Roy Big Country Nelson. And the winner of that is now going to fight Junior Dos Santos.
Holy shit, I had no idea.
I had no idea. You want to go?
Let's do it.
Let's go to Miami. I think it's in Florida in April. I think that's when the big match is. I think Alan Belcher is fighting, November 10th. Yeah, so that's November 10th. And then the winner of that is going to fight Junior Dos Santos. And, bro, Alan Belcher can fucking box. And he's a heavyweight now, man.
Let's see Alan Belcher or Rusamar Palhares. That's got to be up.
Yeah.
That one is 100% just violence the whole way through. There's no stopping that one, dude.
That's a great fight.
Oh, my God. Alan Belcher just... And I remember after that, I'm like, dude, you got to put out a fucking leg lock defense.
Yeah.
Right here, look at he's going to take him down. He's going to grab a single, and he's going to go right into the truck. Watch.
Yeah, Alan Belcher was so well prepared. Alan's so smart. He's such a smart dude. He looks so different now. Because now he doesn't cut any weight. He got jacked, shaved his head. He's fucking huge now.
Check this out. Single, right into the truck. Watch. Look at this. Single, right into the truck.
Yep, pulled it right in.
And the boom, he's caught. He almost twisters him here. Look at that shit.
Look at that. Usman's like,
he should have the capsizer right there. It was like that. He had it right there. But damn, he's going for the grand slam here. He's going. Look at that. Look at that.
Is now 4 o'clock a.m.
Been the first twister in MMA, or had the Korean Zombie?
That would have been the first one. Wow. I could be wrong, but I think this is the first one. He goes for a little crotch ripper here. Look at that. Damn, he was so close. He hasn't been for a while. Look at this.
Yeah, Usman's like, what the fuck happened?
He needs that baseball bat control.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, look at that.
He's just kind of grabbing it weird. Look at that.
Oh
my God, he's got the head.
So close.
He's got the head. So close.
Damn.
I forget how they broke out of this, though. Palhares must have been like,
Now, look, it's gonna be a leg battle now. Now this is where all the leg lock defense comes into play. Here, look at this shit. Dude, he's deep on him. Look how deep. Oh, he's got that knee bar. He turns to the right way. Look at that. Oh, he's all over his legs. He slides out of it. Another one. Look at another deep look. Look at that, man. He's got a good bite on.
Look how Allen uses that left leg to bust free.
Exactly.
Triangles his right leg. Look at that. That was a wild fight, man. This looks like someone filmed it from the TV. Yeah, 100%, right? Remember those old days where you buy movies that were like VHS tapes or someone set up a camera in the back of the movie theater? Yeah. I used to buy those in New York all the time.
Like he's putting down legs.
Yeah.
Like he's attacking a little bit here.
I know. And Usman must have been like, what the fuck is going on? How is this happening?
And this happened way before the leg lock revolution.
Oh, way before. Yeah. Way before, right?
Yeah.
I want to say this like 2004 or something. Fox 3.
I would say this 2008, 9.
UFC on Fox 3.
Look at that. He's got so many looks on his legs and the deep. He's got the knee line and everything. Oh, he just can't finish it off with a perfect defense.
Yeah, I was so used to it. So many people are so terrified of the cars.
Look at that spin. Look at the way he spun out right there. That was it right there. Look at that. Now it's all about ground and pound. Now look at this ball.
This was smart didn't let go. If he got a hold of your fucking heel, he would tear that shit down and shred it. And I said, Mike Pierce, whose fucking knee did he fuck up where he didn't let go? And then he got kicked out of the UFC.
It may have been Mike Pierce.
They kicked him out. They were like, bro, you gotta fucking let people go and tap. And like, that's it, son. He's the only guy to ever get kicked out of the UFC for a win.
Is that real?
Yeah. He got banned from the UFC for winning. Boom!
Look at that. He's just battering.
Boom! Elbows. Boom! 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 Yeah. And he just fucked him up. Just nasty ground.
And he had to have been tripping too. I'm like, man, I had so many chances on his legs.
Well, also, like, he was threatening him.
Yeah, look at that. That's good to go right there.
Oh, big shots. That's it. Now, I want you to Google Alan Belcher bare knuckle boxing. Bro, you haven't seen him lately? He's a heavyweight. He's giant. He's covered with, he has an Evan Taylor tattoo. On his side, shit.
Yeah,
Bro. Oh, what side, bro? Shit. Sausage.
oh man.
Because he's like in his 40s now, right? Show me a video, though. And the size of him, shit. Fucking gigantic. Show me a video, though. Alan Belcher, bare knuckle boxing. Just right bare knuckle boxing. Yeah, there you go. Walk off. Yeah. No, watch it. Bro, he can box, man. It's interesting watching him be so big, too. When the size, he's so different. But he's skillful, man.
Damn. Oh, that guy gets over.
So he's about to fight the country. They're gonna fight in Jorge Masvidal's, which I fucking loved. I really loved Masvidal's premiere event, or not premiere event. He's had a couple of them, but the last one, Junior Dos Santos and Fabricio Werdum. Bro, bare knuckle changes everything. Changes everything. You can't take those shots.
And the crazy thing is, he's like
Masvidal?
no, Alan
Alan is, yeah.
Alan Belcher, dude. He has like
This is Junior and Fabricio. But this is like not the best fight. It was mostly Fabricio Werdum just getting punched in the face. He just like Junior with that boxing, that style that he has, he slices you with those punches. Like you can only take so much of those. And Fabricio got a really nasty cut over one of his eyes. At the end of it, he's like really jacked up. So I'm in full support of Masvidal's organization. I love that he's doing that. I think that's how MMA should be done, bare knuckle. So they're going to have that Roy Big Country Nelson fight, and then the other one, we should go.
damn.
We should go to the
I'll check my schedule. I'm free that weekend. Let's do it. It's in Miami.
go. I think it's in Florida. I'm pretty sure it's in Florida. I'm not sure it's Miami, but somewhere in Florida. That's when I reached out and I said, fuck it, dude, I'll do that.
That's crazy shit. And like, Fabi Shepard was in there. That guy's a legend, a jiu-jitsu legend, MMA legend. And he, like Anderson Silva, in the beginning, he was, he was like middle of the road. He was a jiu-jitsu champion, didn't really have that good striking. I think he fought in Dream, maybe Pride, and he was like up and coming, big Brazilian, amazing jiu-jitsu, but his striking hadn't come together. And then a lot of jiu-jitsu black belts and a lot of jiu-jitsu champions, they'll dip into MMA a little bit, and they realize, you know what, my striking ain't there. I'll just have a school and just make money with my school. That's right. But some stay, and they just tough it out, and they just keep going, and they keep going. Like Anderson Silva, his jiu-jitsu wasn't that good, but he kept going, and then his jiu-jitsu got good. He triangle, chair sided. Same thing with Rabbi Super. He kept going, and then he turned into like a legit striker, knocking out people with head kicks.
Yeah.
And then he just kept going.
How about, let's look at Anderson Silva versus Dan Henderson.
Oh, shit.
That one? That's Anderson in his prime. That's Anderson, top of the food chain, apex predator, perhaps the greatest 185-pounder that's ever lived. And he was on, man. And Dan Henderson just is an animal, throwing fucking vicious bombs. But this was Anderson Silva when he was in the Matrix. When he would just stand out and bow to everybody. This is a great fucking fight, man. Because Dan Henderson was so fucking dangerous. This is Dan in his prime, and he had that fucking ridiculous power. Dan Henderson, like if you touch him, he's like made out of wood. He feels like this table. He's right hand is ridiculous. And he's just such an elite fucking wrestler too. And so Anderson just kind of timed him up a little bit. This is what Anderson would do. He would spend the beginning of the round just kind of moving around, looking to see how you move, putting it all in that computer. Then towards the end of the round, Anderson would start opening up. Once he started opening up, man, you got to close the distance on him because Anderson was a counter striker. So he would stand there and make you lead. And when you lead, you are the biggest buzzsaw that ever existed in this division. Oh, that's right. I forget Dan got him down. How did he get him down? Let's see how he got him down.
Does it just come right to it?
Oh, yeah, it just shows him taking him down.
Like he has like a leg drag position.
Yeah, it's almost in half guard, or it's almost in neck side control.
Anybody Dan Anderson touches with that right hand, nobody survived that shit. He's a wrestler with the fucking Mike Tyson right hand.
Do you remember his knockout of Rabbi in the rematch? Oh, shit.
The Bisping one?
Yeah, the Bisping one was insane. Now, this is Anderson when these guys move, right? This is Anderson. Boom, head kick. Boom. Oh, this is all edited up. So he stands up. Anderson's got the clinch. It's a good fight. I forgot how good this fight was. Oh, yeah. So, how did he get him down? That's where it happened. I'm starting from stand up.
It's weird how they're cutting out the takedowns.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
The fact that it's on top like it.
I know. Well, that was a class wrestler. I thought grappling was elite, man. At a certain point in time in his career, he really became an elite grappler. It's hard when his game is well, right? Yeah. Didn't he give it to him after he was in jail? I don't think it was before that. So here he goes back. I think they went to the damn seven, right?
Yes. Exactly.
Oh, yeah. This shit right there. Oh, that's it. Big submission.
Was he already the champion at this point?
Yeah, he was that title. Yeah. Bro. So much. Do you remember the early days when you and I would go to these events where we watch football? Some crazy deep pockets by the UFC and throw a ton of money at it. And they fucking did it. Yeah, it actually happened. They fucking did it. They really did it. Yeah. That's a very channel. That's what it takes. It takes someone with money to burn that has vision. Okay, we're going to burn some money right now, but eventually it's going to come back to us thousandfold. That's what happened. Oh, shit. Especially when they knew that the product was so good. I mean, there was no time. It was so exciting. The people that are just getting into MMA now, you gotta go back and go to the timeline. Man, the 90s, it blew up. UFC 2 blew up. No one really knew what UFC 1 was about. There was no people like, I remember thinking, oh, that's some pro wrestling. You just didn't know what it was. And then you find out it was real. You're like, oh shit. And then the UFC 2 comes along and goes, okay, let me watch this shit. And it's a 16-man tournament. And I was doing karate at the time, and I remember watching Royce beat up and nobody Ichihara, and it fucking crushed him. Is this Brazilian guy? Jesus. But by the time he got to the finals, man, I was a big fan. I'm like, oh shit, you can take people, you can fight on the ground, and you're not considered a pussy. Because I would fight on the ground because I wrestled in high school. I would take a dude down. I remember when I first met you, you would wear the fucking scuba gear on your head because you had long ass hair. Yeah. So you were like scuba gear, and you would close it off with ear guards, and you would total everybody. I would wear Jacques Cousteau, like headgear on my head, and then I would put the wrestling ear guards over it just to disguise it. Just so it doesn't look like I'm a fucking Jacques Cousteau. I remember when I first met you, you were leg locking. You were total everybody. Yeah, that was your move. I'm from Ken Shamrock. I learned it from some instructional video of him in jeans. He has no shirt, looking like a Chippendales dancer, jeans on, and he's doing a total with some Japanese guy because it's all pancreased out. And I'm like, whoa, he was doing it from the top. I'm like, and I was always on the bottom playing half guard. I'm like, I'm really going to do it from that one. So I started doing totals and half guard. Totals are still super powerful. Today's game, there's some guys that just got that total down and put their foot off. Nicky Rod got Gordon in it, popped his ankle. That was nasty. Yeah, those things are nasty. So you just got to get really good at it. You just got to know how to use your whole body to twist that foot off. So that'll fuck your ankle up for a long time. I wonder how Gordon's ankle is. Yeah, he's nasty. I'm sure he's fine because it just tears that, like, if it pops, it's like that. Like outside of your foot, like right under that ankle ball thing, and there's like this meat under there. Yeah, and it stays sore for a couple of months. Is it, you can't get surgery on it. So, ankle surgery only happens when, like, you break bones, like the ankle bones, all of the ligaments, there's so many little ones that you just gotta leave it alone. You know, Laird Hamilton's a world champion surfer. So wow. And he broke his ankle and didn't do shit about it. So fucking LeBron broke his ankle. And his one of his ankles is like twice the size of a regular ankle. It just became this like calcium deposit knot of bone. It's all fucking his ankle. He showed it to me. Look at that. What? That's his ankle. Yeah. I don't even get what that is, dude. That's just a broken bone. That's all that like shit on the top. That's the bottom of his foot. So he's doing this. He's like showing them. Oh my god. Yeah. It's freaking. You look at it, you go, what the fuck? Did you go to a doctor? Yeah. He's like, nah, I just walk around. He's an animal. That guy, he gets in the sauna, 200 degrees, 200 plus, and he gets on an air-dye machine with an oven lights on. And he just fucking sprints in the sauna at like 200 degrees. What does he do again? He's a world champion surfer. Oh shit. Big wave surfer. Damn. The scary shit. The scary shit. Shit from like Portugal. Yeah. The scary shit. The scary shit. He's an animal. I can't believe people survive those waves. Bro, they don't always. They don't always. How often does a surfer do that? A couple of times. When those things come, yeah, man. When those things come crashing down on you, you fucking plummet to the bottom with a few pounds of water on top of you, and you get knocked unconscious. It happens all the time. The guys get driven by the weight of the water. right into the rocks.
I'm not into that at all.
Sharks. Yeah. Did you see that bucket lady that they found in a 13-foot alligator's mouth in Florida?
I saw the clip. I didn't see the clip. I saw the blurred out picture.
My sister sent it to me. It's down near where she lives. They fucking found some alligator just dragging a lady down.
How about that shark in the beach attack?
Oh, that was
It seems like we're seeing more shark attacks. It seems like it's happening more often now, right?
But that one, we haven't confirmed whether or not this is true. But what I had heard was that off the coast of this resort, these people were dumping sheep carcasses. So they had these sheep carcasses and they wanted to get rid of them, so they dumped them off the coast. That's what they would do with them. And then a high concentration of sharks that happened in that area. And there's a fucking resort there. So this is a really nice resort. People are like, oh, let's go for a swim. You're going for a swim in monster soup.
Yeah.
And they've been feeding those monsters.
Yeah. I'm not.
I don't know if this is actually sheep exports linked to Egypt shark attacks from 2010. Yeah. So I bet that's. Yeah, why are dead sheep washing up on Egypt shores? That's from 2017. So 2010, and then again in 2017. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it says down there, 2022, animal carcass dropped in the sea near that place. Wow. Extrapolations. How about they give you a heads up? Hey, by the way, they found a lot of bloody carcasses in that water. You see a lot of sharks.
Like all you need to do is see Jaws. Yeah. That right there just scares you out of the goddamn ocean.
Did you see the Meg? It might be the dumbest one. And the Meg 2 is like, hold my beer. And Meg 2, I watched the Meg 2 with my daughter, and they were howling, just howling and laughing. It's so goofy. The shark like tries to find people.
It's worse though. It's worse because I will never go deep sea diving ever. That's never gonna fucking happen. I'm so not. I ain't going to the jungles and I ain't going deep sea diving. No anacondas for me, no crocodiles. I'll go to Aspen and the ankle snowboard. That's where I'm gonna go.
I had Paul Rosenthal on my podcast. That spent a large amount of time saving rainforests. Really fucking cool guy. He goes down to the Amazon and he's like saving the rainforest from people that are cutting it down. What he does is these loggers are just poor. You know, they're not trying to destroy the world. They don't have options, man. You know, they're poor. And so what he does is he gets them hired to protect the rainforest. So he gets the same people say, hey man, what's this job paying you? How about we give you more money and you protect the rainforest? Like, so he hires these guys to do the opposite of what they were doing. And they protected millions of acres of rainforest just doing this. But this dude, he told me he jumped on an anaconda. They were trying to find out how big it was. He couldn't get his arms around it. He's my size. Yeah. He couldn't get his arms around it. So he's my size. So imagine this. Imagine this. A snake that wide. He said it was at least 25 feet long. It was slithering through the water, and he felt it slither, and it's dark out, and he tried to hold on to it. So he tried to grab a hold of it like this.
I wish I had that kind of courage.
I don't know if that's courage. I don't know, man. That's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy.
That scared the shit out of me. I like watching them on TV. I like watching Amazon documentaries, Congo documentaries, but I will never go into another jungle.
You know what my favorite thing is? Like jaguars kill crocodiles.
That's pretty badass.
Crocodiles, they do some shit. They do this shit.
They're always sneaking up on antelope. You know what I mean? Every now and then when a leopard fucking takes them out, it feels good.
Cats are number one. They're my favorite. This is so good. That's fucking cats swimming through the water eating crocodiles. And he's got a book. There's many videos of this happening. People caught them hunting crocodiles. But this one, this jaguar is carrying a crocodile bigger than him. He's got it by the back of its neck, and he's waddling out of the water with this fucking crocodile in his teeth. Imagine that something would hunt crocodiles.
Yeah. They have no predators.
The fucking cats, man, they're so big. Those jaguars are big. They're big and so ruthless. He said he was sleeping in a hammock, and a jaguar came right up to his head. That's right there. Right there. You got a good ass full of iron. Yeah, I'm fascinated by cats. I think that's the scariest way to die. Tigers are the scariest way. I mean, you've seen that one where the tiger poops up and tries to get that guy who's on top of an elephant. Oh, yeah. That's classic. Classic. That's the fuck out of here. The fuck out of here, man. Unless you have a fucking machine gun. Yeah. He's like, you can't have a stick. He's trying to get it off with a stick. Get out of here. Rip his hand apart. That's the one thing about good things about living in a city. You're not gonna die by witnessing animals alive. Right. Every animal in the wild, one day, you're gonna witness animals eating, and you're gonna be alive and you're gonna watch it. Right? And before that happens, you might have your siblings or your kids or your significant other. You're gonna watch. They're gonna get eaten alive. My friend down shot the only thing cool about living in this fucking matrix is at least we're not gonna get eaten alive and witness it, because that's happening for sure in the wild. In the wild, they're gonna get you. They're gonna be insects. They're gonna get you. Or fucking some kind of cat is gonna get you. Or a bear is gonna get you. You're gonna watch yourself get eaten alive. So that's terrifying, right? My friend Jim Shockey, he's a professional hunter, and they hired him to go to Africa to kill these crocodiles because the people in this village get fucked up by crocodiles so much. What these people do is they would set up these areas where it was okay for them to wash, to gather water. So they would put like sticks in the ground, like block it off, like put sticks in the water in the ground, so that the crocodiles couldn't get through these sticks. And they figured it out. And he said when he was there, everybody in the village, like one guy's missing a foot, one guy's missing an arm, one guy's got a chunk taken out of his leg. Yeah, it's like everywhere you look, there's people like a skull framework because they were washing. Snap! It just fucking gator rolls, pulls your fucking hand off, and runs into the village with a bone poking out of your forearm. Yeah. Wow, fuck that. People hunt those. They hunt those. Some this girl just killed the largest crocodile someone's ever killed. That a woman ever killed with a bow. It's just insane. Here, I'll show you. Go to foodporn bow hunting on Instagram. And can you cut it right there? I got a pussycat. This is hilarious. This is comical. Your dick's broken, bro. What have you been drinking? Dude, too much coffee, dude. Coffee and beer. I'm gonna be pissing fucking all night. I've had beer forever. It's good. It's hot out. I like a cold beer. It's hot out. Think what I said about that. I saw that in a commercial video. I saw it like commercials. Federal football. Look at this. This girl killed this with the size of that fucking crocodile. Is it like sometimes things they are just look at the fucking tail on her shoulder. She shoot like, where do you gotta get this? She's intense. Like you gotta get in the neck or something. It's a good question. I think you have to get it at the base of the brain. Does it say? It says quartering away about 40 yards.
Fight with my friend. And I had a dream. Yeah, I had to sleep in the same bed. We were fighting the whole time. And it's just being a douche. It's your friend.
Like the guys from Toho, they get special white albino alligator to make alligator flip-flops.
They breed them. They find like albinos and they try to breed them with other albinos.
What do you do?
It's probably a recessive gene, right?
And could you breed that? Or is it just like something that just pops up every now and then?
You could, if you like
shut who else was there? I feel like Yosh was there. But I was thinking, what? James Miller was there. James Miller.
You know, think these racist crocodiles? I like whitey. I'm fucking that white bitch.
How about those people that like I just saw a video of like this family like taking pictures next to an alligator. One guy's like kind of holding it down, and others coming. Like, have you seen that?
I know you know it's something bad happening.
Yeah, but the video, nothing bad happened. Oh no, it did snap, but you don't know what happened. The guy who had the camera, he just dropped it. He didn't see what happened, but it did turn around and snap. Like, what are you doing, man?
Show that video where that 14-foot or 13.6-foot alligator has this woman in his mouth in Florida.
That was just a couple days ago.
Yeah, man. He was found this thing walking across the ground. They will fucking kill you.
Yeah.
When you're in Florida, they're everywhere. One of them killed a kid at Disney World. Yeah. I was at Disney World, and I go, how often do you guys get alligators? All the time. I go, can't you stop them? Because you don't know when they're there. They find their way into the lakes. They don't know they're there.
It's crazy that they're allowed to. I mean, they're needed, right, to clean up the swamps and stuff in Florida. Like, they're needed, right? If there was
getting killed, they're getting killed by pythons. There's somewhere in the neighborhood of there it is. I think they've already taken the lady's body. Oh, that's the lady. That, no disrespect, that looks like the kind of lady that might be eaten by a crocodile or an alligator. Fuck, man, oh, that might actually be the alligator. I might have shot her already. Jesus. They identified her. There's one story about this dude. He stole a car. There was a cop chasing him. Gets to a bridge, jumps off the bridge, lands on that. And that's it. Drags him under. That's a wrap, son. The cops are like, all right.
in the wild, that's what you have to deal with. Eventually, you're gonna get caught.
Well, the thing about Florida is, it's not just the wild. Florida, it's fucking golf courses. They have giant ones. You've seen those videos of giant ones walking across golf courses?
Yep. And every now and then a kid goes missing.
All the time. All the time. Yeah, they're everywhere. And you unless you're watching them 24/7, you don't know where they're
They're
going.
not in Southern California. I'll tell you that much. We have alligators out here, crocodiles.
They have alligators. They have alligators in South Texas. Yeah.
Lakes and stuff.
Yeah, lakes. Yeah.
You know what I saw? I saw a video of a bunch of wild boars. Like there was 3 of them, and they had a bunch of babies, and they're just laying there on trash, like in some kind of landfill. And all these babies are just sucking on the tits.
Yeah.
You know? And they're just trash everywhere. And there's like 3 or 4 of them. It's like a swamp.
Oh, there's so many of them. There's millions of them in the state.
It makes sense, like, too. They gotta kill it, right?
They definitely do, but you can't keep up with them. They can start breeding when they're 6 months old.
It makes sense to kill them.
Yeah. Oh, they definitely do that. My friend Jesse Griffiths, he runs this amazing restaurant in Austin called Dai Due, and he runs a school. What is it called? The Traditional School of Cookery? What is it called? Jesse's school. He runs a school where he teaches people how to hunt pigs, how to butcher them, and how to cook them. And he's a chef. So
These are all wild boars.
Wild boars. Yeah.
That seems like a pretty good business, right?
Great business.
Yeah.
And also very smart. New school of traditional cookery. And Jesse, I had a chance to hunt with him in December of last year, and we went to South Texas, real close to Mexico, and he was cooking for us. So we're in camp hunting deer, and he would cook for us. So you have this like world-class chef who's cooking these amazing meals, you know, from these animals that you kill out there. So he's cooking like ducks and deer, and it's amazing, and wild pigs, wild boars.
What does a wild boar taste like? Chicken?
No. It tastes like pork. It tastes like really good pork. It actually is better than regular pork.
Yeah, you think that's the problem? That solves the problem, right?
Yeah. It's a darker meat. It's darker. You know, they're just, you know, they're so invasive. There's millions and millions of them in the state.
And just in Texas? Or
No, they're all over the South. They're all over everywhere now. They're in California. I've hunted them in California. I hunted them at Tejon Ranch.
Where's Tejon Ranch?
It's like Bakersfield. Okay. Out there, it's 270,000 acres. It's the biggest private ranch in California. I hunted there with Steve Ranella. I shot one with a rifle, and it was this big pig, man. We roasted it. Oh, it was delicious. I've been eating acorns. It was real fat. It was so good. It's like a delicious fucking meat, man. You know, people frown upon them because they think they're nasty and stinky because they eat everything, but if you clean them up and you cook them correctly, they're delicious. And Jesse's a master at that. But it's a good animal to hunt because they have to hunt them. Yeah, they have so many of them. They're overrun. There's fucking millions of them.
And what's the number one thing they destroy?
Crops.
Like what? Like all crops?
Everything. They go into the ground. They fuck the ground up and just destroy the crops. They eat everything.
And fences don't keep them out? They go right through fences?
They go under fences. They go around fences. They find their way, man. They're fucking really resilient. They're tough as shit. They have like a thick coating on the outside of their chest. Like all around here is like this thick of like this, like it's an armor plate they have all around so they can fight with each other because they all have tusks. And so they evolved to develop this like very thick fucking armor plate all around like their neck and this area. Yeah, they're fucking gnarly.
You know what's scary too is the video footage like in Africa, like in landfills, and they're just filled with baboons and shit.
Oh yeah.
What?
Baboons are crazy,
dude.
That's like a dog and a monkey combination.
Yeah, and they actually train dogs to take care of the young.
Yes,
how crazy is that?
They train dogs. Yeah, they have dogs in their camp to alert them.
Dude, this is a fucking that's freaking insane.
What the fuck? Imagine being a guy that's fucking there and you gotta go clean up these landfills. It's fucking baboons or whatever.
Yeah, imagine if you live by that.
They're such a weird looking animal too. They got that long wolf-like face, and they got.
You would think they would go after humans.
They do sometimes. They steal babies. There's been a bunch of instances of baboons stealing people's babies and killing them and eating them. Snatch your baby from you and run away with it.
Man, what if they snatch it and raise it?
They eat that. Too much work.
That's some scary shit, dude. Living near swarms of baboons, you want to live as far away as that shit as possible.
Yeah.
Like, what do they deal with on a daily basis? Like, how do you? I mean, because these things are coming in, and I'm sure if they're not just straight up attacking, which would be smart for them, because like coyotes and possums, they live with us, and we don't fuck with them because they don't fuck with us.
Right.
It's almost like they know. As long as when you see a human, just run from them. If you stay and attack, we're gonna get exterminated. It's almost like they know that instinctively, right?
Yeah, it is almost like they know it instinctively.
Yeah,
well, they're very intelligent.
Yeah,
they're intelligent like a monkey.
I got coyotes all over me, and possums, and those things look fucking scary.
Possums aren't scary though, but they do carry diseases, like serious diseases.
They look scary. They look like giant rats.
The coyotes, man, they're fucking clever. They're so clever.
They're clever enough to know not to fuck with humans, because if they did, they'll take a dog, they'll take a little chihuahua and eat that motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
But if they started attacking, or they attack one child, they're just gonna go. There's gonna be an extermination process.
Well, there was one recently that attacked a kid, and there's a video of it. This guy's like set his kid down, like his young baby. His kid was like 2 years old, and he sets his kid down. He's taking some things out of his car, and the baby starts screaming. A fucking coyote's dragging the baby away.
Did he get the baby back?
Yeah, he screamed and ran after it, and the kid's crying. It's horrible.
Have you seen those videos of cats defending babies and kids?
Yes.
That's some cool shit.
Yeah,
that's some cool shit. There was this one video where a baby gets out of his little crib or something, is about to like fall down the stairs, and a cat just fucking jumps in front of him and pushes him back.
Yeah,
that's some crazy shit.
That is
that's
crazy.
Super intelligent right there.
Well, yeah, that's
and there was another video where it was like in a front yard, and some dog went after a kid, and a cat came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and fucked up the dog. Yeah. Yeah.
That's some beautiful shit, right?
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
You got a pet that will help you.
You would think the cats wouldn't do shit. You know, you would think that they would do shit, but probably most of them won't do shit to protect their.
They think of that baby as like a part of their family. That's like they would.
Look at that. Dude.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Come on, man. That's beautiful.
Yeah,
Look
it's
at that.
crazy.
Look at that. Whoa.
It's like,
Just save that baby. How does this, like, how smart is this cat?
They're smart. I mean, they think of a baby as like part of their family, you know?
Or they could be thinking, okay, the mother of this baby is my provider. I gotta protect everything.
I don't think they think like that. I think they think that that's like one of their family. I think that's what they think. I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you when a coyote honeypotted my dog Johnny? Remember Johnny Cash?
Yeah. Right. Johnny Cash, which was
Johnny Mastiff. The Mastiff.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So we had chickens, right? And chickens, they brood. And what a brood is like sometimes chickens, when there's no rooster, they're convinced, like chickens lay eggs every day, pretty much. And they don't turn into chicks because there's no rooster to fertilize the egg, right? Rooster fucks the hen lays an egg, that egg's viable, it becomes a chick.
Yeah.
But the chickens don't know that. So sometimes they get it in their head that this egg is going to be a baby. And so they pluck their own feathers out and they sit on this egg. If you come near them, they peck at you and they're brooding. And they won't lay an egg for a long time. And to get them out of the brooding, what you have to do is you have to take them from their big chicken coop and then you have to put them in a small chicken coop where they have to hold onto a railing. So they can't sit down on the ground and brood. And there's no egg in there. So they have to sit on this railing. If you keep them there for a few days, they snap out of it. Then you put them back in the chicken coop. Well, this fucking coyote was so smart that it became friends with Johnny. And Johnny was like this giant dog. He was fucking huge. He was 140 pounds, big old fucking head. And this other chicken coop was small. So we had the big chicken coop that was protected from coyotes and such, and then the small chicken coop that you would put the brooders in. And so somehow or another, this coyote became friends with Johnny, and the pool guy fucked up and he left the gate open. So the gate was open to where the chicken coop was, and the coyote convinced Johnny to destroy this little chicken coop. And so, like, he couldn't do it. He was too little. The coyote's like 30 pounds, but Johnny's like $140. And the coyote couldn't eat Johnny because he was huge. But he thought this coyote was his friend. And so I'm sitting there and we're playing some kind of game. I forget, we're playing Monopoly or some shit. And we're looking out the window and I see a fucking coyote running through the backyard with a chicken in his mouth. And he hops on top of, bro, we had like a 6-foot fence. This coyote jumped to the top of that fence like an acrobat, put his paws, his 2 front paws, and his back paws, with a chicken in his mouth, and sprung over the fence. I was like, motherfucker. And we ran outside. I'm like, how did this fucking coyote get a hold of the chicken? How'd this happen? And then I went over to where the chicken coop was, and there's Johnny, sitting there with this destroyed chicken coop, looking at me like, what did I do? And I was like, what the fuck did you do, man? He destroyed the chicken coop. The coyote convinced him to get into that chicken coop because he couldn't do it. So he tore the chicken coop apart. And the coyote's like, thank you, snatch, see ya. Pew!
Yo, that's crazy.
Crazy. But then Johnny got a taste of chickens. He decided that, oh, well, I should kill chickens too. And Johnny was huge. So another time, someone else left the fucking fence open, and Johnny just went through the chicken coop, the big one, because he was so big. He just fucking tore it apart, and he killed 9 chickens. And by the time I got to him, like, we looked out the windows like, why is Johnny in the chicken coop? Fuck! We ran outside, and he had torn a hole in the chicken coop and just went ham. So we had like 19 chickens left, and he killed 9 of them. And there's a few that were still alive that were fucked up. Big old fucking puncture wounds in them and shit, where he was just shaking them.
And whatever happened to Johnny Cash?
He died.
Of old age? How long ago was that?
Quite a while ago. He was 13. It was real sad.
It was like 10 years ago?
It was real. At the end, man, he couldn't even walk. I used to have to carry him outside, and then he would go to the bathroom, and I'd carry him to his food. It was sad.
Yeah,
it was so sad.
That's how one of my cats got cancer, and you just watch them die slowly.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Do you know a lot of dogs and cats get cancer from dog food? Like the kind of food like dry kibble, not all of it, I don't want to disparage all of it, but a lot of dry kibble is just not good for them.
Yeah.
Well, I switched Marshall to this frozen food. It's raw frozen food. And dude, it changed his health so much. He lost body fat. He gained energy. He looks better. It's like, it just makes sense. It's like meat. It's frozen meat and potatoes and like green beans and shit. And he fucking loves it. You serve it to them frozen. You just pour it in, you scoop it out, serve it in their bowl, and he fucking goes nuts for it. But it's like changed his health. And I was kind of embarrassed that I didn't do that earlier. There's a couple companies that do that. Like there's like Farmer's Dog that's really good. There's a bunch of different companies that have real food. It's real food. It's like human grade food that you serve to your dogs. So like, yeah, of course. You ever eat a piece of fucking dog kibble? It is so bland and such bullshit. It's just filler and who knows. Not all of them. Again, so I'm sure some of them are good. But a lot of them, it's just like, what's in there?
Yeah.
What is in there?
Yeah. Especially when I was growing up, we would get a gigantic bag of plain wrapped dog food.
Yeah. Generic dog
Generic
shit.
giant fucking sack.
Yeah. It keeps them alive, but it's not. They don't enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I started serving him elk meat. So what I would do is I would get some of the elk that I would kill. I'd get it ground. I'd get it ground up, and then I would give him like a chunk of that in his food.
I was gonna ask you that. I was like, give him the stuff you hunt.
Yeah, and I was like, this is so much better for him. Like he loved it, but this is like balanced. Like it's balanced. It's like cubed beef. Like it's like little. I mean, look at it. It's fresh. It's just fresh frozen little cubes of beef and like green beans and blueberries and shit. Dude, it's changed it. Like he's like thin now. He lost 10 pounds. He was like 86 pounds. Now he's like 75 pounds. He looks fucking great. He's got so much energy. It's just like he was developing all this body fat, and it's like just processed food, man. It's just like humans. If you give a human cereal every day, they're gonna look like shit. You know, it's just not good for them.
Yeah, most disease, I'm sure, is caused by what we put in our mouths.
Yeah, a lot of it is bad food and then environmental factors, right? I was reading about this thing where dudes who cut countertops in California, there's a lot of guys who are dying from an incurable respiratory disease. Guys who do construction work and they're cutting countertops.
Yeah.
Apparently some of these, see if we can find that. Some of these countertops, it's fucking, they're inhaling toxic fumes and they saw this shit.
Yeah.
You know, this fucking young guy had like a oxygen tank. Here it is. California workers who cut countertops are dying of an incurable disease. Fuck, man. Industrial stretch of Pacoima, man labored over hefty slabs of speckled stone, saws whining over sounds of Spanish language rock. Pale dust rose around them as they worked. Many went without masks. Some had water spurting from their machines, but others had nothing to tamp down the powder rising in the air. Nobody uses water, one man in a Dodgers cap said in Spanish when Maria Cabrera approached, holding flyers about silicosis, an incurable and suffocating disease that has devastated dozens of workers across the state and killed men who barely reached middle age. Fuck, man. Imagine that, man. You just got a fucking job. It just kills you.
I worked at a place for 2 weeks that bulletproofed cars. And for diplomats and for like check cashing mobile vans, just bulletproof. And basically all it is you take apart, you put slabs of fiberglass in the doors. So the doors are just filled with sheets of fiberglass. So you have to cut the fiberglass to fit the door. And when you cut it, when you're like sawing it, there's all this fiberglass dust particles all over. Fiberglass dust everywhere. I remember thinking, fuck this. Even I was 18 or 19 when I did that, and you had face masks and everything like those N95s or whatever. But I remember thinking, this fucking can't be good. Lasted 2 weeks. I had enough of that shit.
I did construction, and I laid fiberglass in people's basements, and then the easements, and then
Did you cut fiberglass pieces and stuff?
I cut that shit with razor knives. You know, with like X-Acto knives, you cut it and then place it in place. I was always itchy, and you're sweating because it's the summertime in Boston. Yeah. So it's fucking 90 degrees outside, and it's all humid, and you're in this attic, and you're just breathing that shit. And we didn't wear masks. We didn't have nothing. And I was thinking, what the fuck am I doing here? Yeah. And you're always itchy. Like it just would get in your pores, and fuck, man. Dude, growing up, you know, because my stepdad's an architect, I got a lot of jobs on construction sites. And man, did I learn about fucking work, like real work, like hard work, like labor work. And that taught me that I don't want to do.
Oh, yeah. I went through the same thing.
I don't want to do.
No, I don't want. I roofed for a week. I'm like, no, I ain't roofing. I don't want to sweat while I work.
This was why I was still fighting. So I would do that all day, and then I would try to go to the gym at night, and I would be hitting the bag, and I was so tired. I was stupid back then. I didn't drink water. I was totally dehydrated. I was eating sub sandwiches, the soda pop for lunch. Yeah, I didn't take vitamins.
Doritos.
Yeah, and then I'd go and try to work out, and I was like, I had nothing. And I remember thinking, oh my God, I have to quit. I can't do this. I have to figure out another job. That's when I started teaching. I was like, I have to. And then I was teaching and delivering newspapers. I was like, I'd rather be poor.
Have you gotten into, you're fasting now, right?
I do intermittent fasting. Yeah.
I mean, you don't eat breakfast.
I very rarely eat breakfast.
Yeah, me too.
I usually eat my first meal after I work out, which is usually around like
huge, working out on an empty stomach.
You were telling me about that.
That changed my
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you were telling me about that.
It's huge.
What's changed my life is eliminating most carbs in this carnivore diet. That's changed my life. Changed everything.
So you wake up a couple, because you can have a cup of black coffee.
Yeah, I'll have coffee. Yeah, I drink black coffee anyway. I don't put anything in my coffee.
And you wait till what time to eat? Noonish.
Yeah.
You ever go like 4 or 5ish?
Yes. Yeah. Sometimes I come straight here, and I don't even eat. The thing about when you eat only meat too, you don't really get hungry the same way because you don't have that carb craving that you get. You know. So what I do is first thing in the morning I get in the cold water. That's my first thing, really, before I work out. Like getting that. Sometimes I'll have a cup of coffee first, say goodbye to my kids, you know, send them off to school, kiss my wife, and go, here we go. And then I fucking suffer. Then I get in that fucking cold water for 3 minutes every morning. Every fucking morning. It's a game changer, son. Game changer.
That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one.
I don't like it, but I love how I feel when I get out of there. I get out of there, I'm like, whoa! And I do like a series of body weight exercises to warm up. I do 100 push-ups, 100 body weight squats, and then I start my workout.
Nice. Before I started working out on an empty stomach, I would, in between, like whatever, like if I was doing bench, in between the sets, I'd be like on my phone doing emails or whatever, you know what I mean? I wouldn't do shit for like 2-3 minutes, and then I'd do the next set. And I would see other people doing sets, and they were doing sets in between their sets, like they would just jump and start doing body weight squats and shrugs or some like other shit in between what they're doing. Like, whoa, I could never do that. I'm like, I didn't have the, and I thought back then I was working out on an empty stomach because I would have like a little protein bar and a little shake and some vitamins. I thought that was an empty stomach. That's not an empty stomach. Your body still is expending energy trying to deal with that shit in your stomach.
For sure.
So if you ate a tremendous meal, pasta, bread, you just stuffed yourself, and then you try to work out, that would zap like 80% of your energy.
You'd be wrecked.
Like 80-70%. So, you know, a little bar and a little shake and some vitamins, maybe it's not 80%, but it's like 10%, 15%, and that makes a difference. So once I started, you know what's crazy? I heard it from people. Like I heard it from GSP, I heard it from a football player, DK Metcalf, all day, doesn't eat, maybe eats like some like candies and little Skittles just to get like a sugar rush or something, but it's one meal a day. And then when I heard it from Mikey Musumeci, I'm like, you know what? let me try this shit. And man, my workouts, dude, I'm doing body weight squats because I can't do weighted squats because of the metal in my back. I can't put any weight on my shoulders.
Is that the case with your disc replacement? How's that doing? How is that?
You know, when I went in there originally 6 years ago, the doctor said, okay, both your L5 and L4 are fucked. Your L5 is worse. That one needs to be replaced right away.
You had no disc. You were basically
not in the L5. Yeah. But the one above it was looking like shit too. So he said, you want to do both of them right now? If you don't, you have to come back in like 5-6 years and do the one above.
Why didn't you do both of them?
Because people were telling me, don't ever do shit that you don't need. I was hearing that because I was like, because it was a game time decision. I didn't have to make the decision until right when they laid me on the table and they said, the doctor said, what do you want to do? Because I had choices. I could have went fusion because I was barely qualified for a disc replacement. Barely.
It was that bug.
Yeah, they're going to, because you have to, your spine has to be a certain way for disc replacement to work. So you have to like qualify it for it. So the doctor said, you can do disc replacement, but you're right on the cusp. And he goes, we could do this. We could do fusion, which boxes it up, the L5. We could do one fusion. We could do two fusions. We could do one disc. We can do two discs. Or we can do one fusion and one disc, whatever you want to do. Or you could just do one disc, come back.
He left it up to you?
He left it up to me. Yeah, so I decided, let's go just one disc. And I'll come back 5 or 6 years, and it's been 5-6 years. So my back has been like super stiff, sore. It got really fucked up exactly a year ago. Remember, I did your podcast like last September, and dude, that whole weekend I could barely put my shoes on. It was really, really bad. And then I heard about the guy that fixed Dave Goggins' back. Is that his name?
David Goggins.
David Goggins, that guy. He mentions a guy that fixed his back, and his name is Joe Hippensteel. And one of my students works for him. And he goes, man, we can fix it. So the woman, she goes, we can fix your back. I go, I got metal in my back. Nothing's going to fix my back. I'm going to need surgery again. And this is about like 6 months ago. And she said, just come and talk to Joe. I'll set up an appointment. Talk to Joe. He fixed Dave Goggins. And Goggins. Why did I say Goggins? Goggins. And I said, okay. So I set up an appointment. You know, he's in San Diego. I met him. He's like a former, like Olympic level decathlete. And he figured out what's wrong with most injuries is his whole system is my back. The pain I'm getting is my lower back muscles are locked. They're literally locked. That's why you're stiff and you can't move. It's sore. He goes, you have to know how to unlock the muscles, and people don't know how to unlock them. So his style of stretching unlocks the muscle. It takes about an hour and a half to do his stretching routine, but it's all on the timer. You do a 2-minute stretch here, 1 minute rest, don't do nothing, don't move. 2-minute stretch, 1 minute rest, don't do nothing. Because the general philosophy is you got to stretch to unlock a muscle. You got to do it slowly. You can't get in there and start throwing elbows and fucking yanking and stretching because that does nothing. That just makes it worse. You got to do a slow stretch. And there can't be any pain. So there's these certain stretches for your lower back. There's 5 just for your lower back. There's a bunch. There's like 27 total, but for your lower back, there's 5. And you do them, and you're on a clock.
Did you go to him?
I went to him, and I did it all. I'm in the middle of it. I'm doing it. My back feels like 80% better.
Really?
Yes. It's all about unlocking your muscles.
Go to this guy's website.
Joe Hippensteel.
Wow.
Yeah, so he flies out every week to the Cleveland Browns. He's a Cleveland Browns physical therapist. Like he shows them all these stretches.
I'm gonna show you some shit.
He works with the San Diego Padres too. So I'm in the process of that of fully unlocking my muscles. But you know, your muscles have memory, so they always go back and they always relock. So every day I got to do these stretches. I'm hoping I don't have to have surgery, and it looks like I'm headed to full recovery. It really looks like that.
I'm gonna show you something that Goggins just sent me. God, how do I save this? week ago. Goggins was? No. Oh, Evan Steele was doing an event here a week ago.
Yeah, he does seminars. He's so awesome, man. He spent like the whole afternoon with me. Didn't even charge me. Just that's it. He's got a way of stretching that no one else does. It's not yoga. Yoga is like just to get your blood moving. If you want to unlock muscles, like he says, like when you have a shoulder injury, the pain is coming from your bicep locking. So you got to unlock your bicep. So that I'm no expert in his style, but I know a little about it, and it's working for me, man. It's working. What's the name? It's Ultimate. That's it. Ultimate Human Performance. Joe Hippensteel in San Diego. Man, if you're thinking about getting surgery, you should look into this first.
That sounds amazing.
And the crazy thing is the stretching. There's not supposed to be any pain, so there is no pain. Everything has to be when you get in a stretch, you have to get at 7. You don't want to get 8, 9, 10 pain. 7, and then exactly. You do it slowly. It's like cooking like a brisket. You do it slowly. You don't just nuke it.
Right.
You got to do it slowly. So the basic philosophy behind it is you stretch the muscle, it stretches just a little bit, and then you rest for a minute. Don't do nothing. You don't move. Then you lay on your back. It's called the dead zone, and then it feels. The muscles that got stretched, it fills with blood. And then you go back 2 more minutes and stretch it a little bit more, and then you rest for 1 minute, don't do nothing, dead zone. And then it fills with blood a little bit more, and then it's a slow.
And it's an hour and a half every day?
About an hour and a half.
So you do it every day?
I try to. If I'm on the road, it's tough, but you can just do it on your bed. It's so easy. It's super easy.
I'll try that shit.
Yeah.
So Goggins, in spare time, he fire jumps. So this is a dude that's wealthy. Goggins has a lot of money.
How did he make his money?
He sold a book. His book, Can't Hurt Me, sold the shit. Give me some volume. So, give me some volume. Why is it playing? Why is it happening? Anyway, so he fire jumps into this area, and look at these grizzly bear tracks. So what he does is he fire jumps for the challenge. He doesn't fire jump for money. Like most of these guys are fire jumping. They pay you to do it, so you do it. He does it just because it's fucking hard to do. And so he sends me this video, these fucking giant bear tracks. He's a size 12 foot. Look, he's putting it right next to his bear track. So he sends me this video, and I go, oh my God. I go, don't get eaten, brother. And he goes, fuck it. There it is. Okay. So we'll probably have a partner here. Chris Bear, Chris Bear. This is a massive fucking grizzly bear. Massive fucking grizzly bear. Look at this shit. Look how wide it is. This is fucking a massive ass grizzly bear. And as you see, he walks right through there to those woods. So you're in big time grizzly bear territory. So I sent him a text message. I said, don't get eaten, brother. He goes, fuck it. Stay hard, brother. If you see me fighting a bear, help the bear. He said to me. Hilarious. And then he writes Goggins with like 10 exclamation points. That's crazy. Ah! Hey, dude, I gotta catch a flight. Let's let it go. Let's wrap it up. We got 3 hours? Yeah. Okay, cool. We did enough. Thank you. I love you to death, brother. I love you too, man. I'm on Rockfin. That's where I get all conspiratorial. Yeah. Rockfin.com/Eddie Bravo. Instagram. Eddie Bravo 10P. Combat Jiu-Jitsu on UFC Fight Pass. Don't miss it. Combat Jiu-Jitsu is amazing. All right. We're done. Thank you. Bye, everybody. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. There's no sign of identity theft slowing down, and why should it? More than $29 billion were stolen from identity theft victims last year alone. To cyber criminals, it's a success story. To the rest of us, it's a wake-up call. Your personal info is in more places now than ever, and all that exposure can make it dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect yourself by monitoring your identity and alerting you to threats you could miss on your own. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will be dedicated to your case and will work to fix it. Don't wait to get LifeLock identity theft protection. Join now. Save up to 25% off your first year. Go to lifelock.com/JRE. That's lifelock.com/JRE to save 25% off your first year. LifeLock, identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Buffalo Trace. This is some damn good whiskey. And you know something's got to be good when it's been around a long time. And Buffalo Trace has been around a long time. We're talking a really long time. Like crafted at the oldest continually operating distillery in America. Long time. They've been making Buffalo Trace there since 1773. More than 200 years. Even during that bullshit prohibition era, they somehow got a permit to continue making whiskey for medicinal purposes. And in that time, no other distillery in the world has won more awards than Buffalo Trace. Made from corn, rye, and barley, and aged in new oak barrels, it matures for twice as long as most bourbons. If the whiskey in the barrel is not ready to go in the bottle, it doesn't. Simple as that. The result is a bold, robust flavor that is still incredibly smooth. So get your hands on a bottle of Buffalo Trace bourbon and discover for yourself why this whiskey wins so many awards. I will be sipping on some tonight. Distilled, aged, and bottled by Buffalo Trace Distillery. 90 proof, Franklin County, Kentucky. Buffalo Trace. American, family owned, and independent.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Set these on at band rehearsal on Sunday.
You look like you just had band rehearsal.
That's right.
I hate to make you feel old. Yeah, but we've known each other for 20 years. Dude,
Thanks.
how wild is that? Does time fly or what?
Yeah,
We've been friends for 20 years.
that's pretty really
20 years.
you know what I did? I also experienced the odd time continuum to brief myself for this. I'm like, I should probably look back when I did this, and this, that, and the other thing. I'm going, like, crap, I forgot. That was like 2004. Are you kidding me?
2004 seems so long ago.
Yeah.
That was the Fear Factor days.
Yeah.
That's like round around when I met you. When I brought the barracuda to you.
Fish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it was, well, I have my handy cheat sheet here.
You actually made a cheat sheet to prepare for this?
Dude, I got,
by the way, the shirt. It's exquisite.
I got it.
I know, but
Can I officially gift you in front of the camera?
Please do.
So
this is a shirt with the Nova that Steve built for me.
Yeah.
Steve built the greatest Nova the world has ever seen. 1969 Nova with
Camaro.
You have to see it. We could talk about it all day, but people haven't actually seen it online.
Lots of fun. I wanted to do that.
That's a dope fucking shirt.
So there's a mixture of stuff, like those clouds and stuff are taken from those crazy Chrysler ads in the 70s with the Roadrunner stuff with the smoke going up behind it. We copied that, and then the sun thing was just in like every other 70s artwork I could find, and then of course the prerequisite small UFO, and I wasn't going to take your Joe Rogan Experience, and being that my other life was in rock and roll, of course I
leaned towards the Hendrix Avario experience, so it came out pretty cool.
There it is. There's the car. The t-shirt's very cool.
Yeah, there it
There's
is.
the car. The coolest Nova of all time. I love that thing, man.
Thank you.
It drives
I love that
so
thing.
well.
It does.
I mean, it's not just so cool looking, like it drives so well. The independent suspension, the way you set it up, was it Art Morrison?
Yeah, Morrison stuff. I went a little softer on the spring in the front, and believe it or not, a little stiffer on the rear. And played with it quite a few times before I delivered it to you.
It's magnificent.
Yeah, I was very, because I set it up. I didn't set it up for track attack because that's not what you're going to do.
Right. No, I'm just going to cruise around.
Right. So I set it up so when you go over those little joints in the road going onto a bridge, it doesn't.
Leave that in there. Just leave that there.
That was the amazing photography of Wes Allison.
Wes Allison, you're the shit.
He is the shit.
That's a great picture. I think I need to get a steel version of that picture. Put it up now. Yeah, let's do that. I mean, I don't know. Pretty big. We need a big one, right?
It came out real nice, and the funny thing is, I don't know about funny, but the point of it is there's so much done, and none of it looks like anything was done.
Yeah, it really does look like just a really cool 1969 car. If you don't know the manipulation that you guys did to the sheet metal.
And then not only that, the grill has changed.
Yeah.
The little headlight doors on the side, those are changed. I used to, I would joke with different Nova people and go, give you $100 if you can tell me what I changed in the front. And they're like, wow. And they're like, we added bars. The grill is actually taller. Those bars.
What does it look like in real life? Do they just have black spaces?
What they had was a piece of plastic that came from underneath the bumper, and it went underneath that headlight and then came up. So you see on the very outer edge how there's like, I can't count from there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 8, yeah, those bars right there. The bottom 3 are added.
Wow. Wait, Jamie, can you pull up a 1969
Nova
grill?
Yeah, or a Nova front end.
Nova front end.
Yeah. But there's lots of little changes.
Looks like.
Yeah, well, yeah. There you go. You can see how there's just a piece of plastic under it, and it comes up. The silver plastic comes up. So those ribs are. That's what the ribs for.
That's a better photo. That looks custom.
No, he's got the plastic coming up.
He's got something.
You can see that piece of plastic come up.
That's a beautiful note, too.
So we extended the grill and extended those outer things to just fill up the space. It just looks better. There you go.
Car. Yeah, there it is. That car is just so unique. It's such a, and I think it's one of those muscle cars that really never got its due because it kind of started out as more of an economy kind of car. Yeah. And Nova wasn't like, if you had a Barracuda, you were the fucking man. Right? If you had a Nova, it's like, oh, you couldn't afford a Barracuda. Like if you had a Duster.
Unless you had the Nova SS with the 396, but those were few and far between. There weren't a lot of people that ordered that.
When I was a kid, this kid in our high school had a Duster. What was the other one? There was a Duster, there's a Dodge, a Dart. Yeah, he had a Duster.
Or Valiant.
Yeah, and nobody gave it any respect. I was like, that's a cool car. Like, what's wrong with you people? But there was like this thing where like some of those older cars were less desirable. So I'm in high school, and so I graduated in '85. So we're talking about, I think my friend had this car in like '84. So, it really was only 14 years old. Which is kind of crazy.
Yes, it is.
That's super crazy.
Like 86 when we were driving around, a 68 was only, 18 years old.
Right.
Wasn't an old car. Not super old.
18 years old ain't shit. That's like 2000, what, 5?
You and I are about to do math.
Right? That's
23 minutes. Yeah. That's a 2005.
Which is like kind of a new car. Like, if you have a 2005 car, you can't differentiate them at all from a 2020, unless you're like a car connoisseur.
Yeah, sure.
If you have a 2005 Camry, it looks like a 2020 Camry.
It's interesting how time marches on, how perception of length of time. It's like you were saying when we sat down with our friendship, let alone everything else. It's like, how was that 20 minutes? Oh, it's going
very fast.
That's the one thing our older generation, when we were growing up, told us that was the one truth. It goes so fast.
Yeah.
Enjoy it, because
It's also because when you were a child, 1 year was literally like 1/10 of your life. It was so long, it's an eternity. Because you had so few points of reference. But then as you get older and you have more points of reference and more experience and more life, then you realize, like, oh my God, time is full. I don't have much time at all. No one does. It's amazing how it goes quick, how the boost kicks in, and all of a sudden, 40, 50, 60. You're like, what the hell just happened? And you're just like, let's hang in there as long as I can. I got some stem cells today. I was reading this thing. Here, I'll send it to you, Jamie. But they believe now that through stem cell technology, they're going to be able to extend lifespan far greater. And the article said something about like having people work until they're 120, which is like not a good selling point. Yeah. Here, I'll send it to you. Hey, you can suffer longer. Yeah, you can hate what you do longer. We got it already. Others will be living and working to 120, and it will start within a decade, says Doctor to the Star. So it doesn't. They're not necessarily saying you'll be working until you're 120, but living and working. So this guy is using stem cells. I believe we can create prolongation of life, von Schwartz cells. That sounds like the beginning of every horror movie. But even if we can have prolonging of life, we can do it. Dun, dun, dun. No goodie. Probably within a couple of years, people can live to be 120, 150 years old, if not longer than that. It's not just bed-bound, non-communicating individuals, but really active individuals who participate in social life, professional life, and have a quality of life. Because that's the goal. Yeah. I'm in. Let's go. I'm enjoying life. I'm enjoying doing stuff. And my friends that are older, that are having like health problems, it really makes me realize, like, man, you got to stay on top of everything. It's kind of crazy how some big supplement stores are, or how long the aisles and aisles of vitamins are at the pharmacy. You'd be popping pills all day if you needed each and every one of those. It's nuts. And this is why I am so excited about foundational nutrition. Instead of buying a ton of one-off supplements with AG1, it's just one scoop every morning that supports the foundational needs of my whole body. I don't need to have a capsule for this and a lozenge for that. I have AG1, and that's why I've been drinking it for years. It's a science-driven formulation that not only covers my nutritional basis, but provides me the support I need for my brain, gut, and immune systems each day, all in a simple morning routine. I love it. It's such a better way for me to get the supplements my body needs. So if you want to take ownership of your foundational nutrition, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by 8 Sleep. The thing about sleeping on any old mattress is that there's no way to control the temperature. So you can get super hot at night, and if there are 2 of you and one sleeps hotter than the other, you're done. So it's worth checking out the pod cover. It fits on any bed like a fitted sheet and could help improve your sleep by automatically adjusting the temperature on each side of the bed. It can cool down to as low as 55 degrees and warm up to 110 degrees, depending on you and your partner's individual needs. Plus, thanks to the pod's sleep and health tracking, you can wake up to a personalized sleep report each morning. You'll get insights on how certain behaviors like late night exercise or caffeine might impact your sleep and overall health. I love it. I sleep on this thing every night. It's a game changer. I really fucking love it. Invest in the rest that you deserve with the 8 Sleep pod. Go to 8sleep.com/Rogan and save $200 on the pod cover by 8 Sleep. 8 Sleep currently ships within the USA, Canada, the UK, select countries in the EU, and Australia. Because if you don't, if it slides off and then you have to try to bring it back up, it's way harder than maintaining.
Yeah. You know, the stem cell thing, if Von Doom there could get on the eyeball stuff, I'd be very appreciative.
Let's tell everybody what happened to you, because this is a crazy thing. It's a real bummer, right? You just out of nowhere started seeing dark spots, right?
No, what happened was, well, a little background. I had already, stage one was going into your local doctor eye guy because you have metal in your eye.
Oh, wow.
Because that's some of the fun that happens. Even when you're wearing safety glasses, all the haters calm down. Wear safety glasses.
How did it get in?
It just bounces around. You know, you're working with a carbide bit spinning at, 15,000 RPM, stuff bounces around. But since then, I have been using, I found this place in France that makes these anti-motorcycle World War I aircraft goggles
that Nazis used to use for duels.
I don't know that one.
You don't know that?
But it seals to your eyes, and it's got little vents in it so they don't fog up. So, but anyway, I got metal in my eye, which is, for those of you who haven't done it, it's lots of fun. You hold still, you're wide awake, and they come at you with a Dremel drill bit, and they drill it out. So, and the instructions are, hold still.
Don't move.
Right.
Oh my God.
I mean, they put a numbing drop in, but
so what?
You still see the drill bit coming. And easy. You can handle it. The stuff you've been through, I'm sure you can handle it.
Yeah, that's wild.
But so I've been drilled a couple of times. That sounds wrong. And if they came up with a photo of my eye, it looked like a golf ball when the drill comes in. So anyway, that guy is like, when they're in there, if they're experienced cats, they just happen to look around, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, hey, I think you should come back and talk to our other Dr. So-and-so and have him do some tests, because I saw some stuff, don't know, but I think it'd be wise if you blah, blah, blah. So I go in, we do the test, and the guy goes, and this is a while ago. 14, 15 years ago. Here we are again with that time portal.
Right.
He goes, you have advanced glaucoma. And I go, what the hell is that? And he goes, it's like creeping death. It slowly takes your peripheral. And most adults don't know that they're going blind till they're 80. And it moves so slow that you don't notice the change, right? Well, mine's trucking along. And so we start with medication that lowers in your eye. You basically got a faucet and a drain. And if the drain's plugged up or if the faucet's on overload, it's acting not like a water balloon, but pressure builds. That pressure is, think of your optic nerve, right? Your brain is the cable TV company. Your eye is the expensive flat screen TV, and the cable connecting the two of them, right? That pressure building up is like somebody with a heelless boot digging out of that cable. And sooner or later, right? So you take medicine to reduce the pressure so it doesn't eat away at the optic nerve. Okay, great. We got that under control. We're killing. So then, probably 8-9 years ago, I have cataract surgery in my right eye. And put the cataract lens in, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's crystal clear and beautiful and incredible, stuff on it. About a year passes, and I'm at PRI, which is the real serious race version of SEMA. It's in Indianapolis, so there's no fuzzy dice there. It's all race car parts and stuff like that. And I'm walking around, and I don't know how to describe it, but it actually moved in stages, like a curtain coming down, just gray. And then you just saw gray. And it was my retina falling off the dashboard. So I'm in Indy, and I fly back and get together with the doctors, and they're like, we gotta put that shit up. And instead of doing the long version, I'll give you the short version. 7 surgeries later, and every time you have the surgery, there's stitches in my eye, and that's fun. That's way more fun than drilling. And you're laying face down for a week, can't move.
it just kept falling off. They couldn't go up, so I went to another surgeon. I also have a buckle permanently sewn into my eye. They tried to change the shape of the eye to promote the retina staying up better. So anyway, got to new doctor, great guy, Dr. Smalley back home in Cali, and he's like, I got this, man. These other guys, they're losers. We're gonna get it up there. We're gonna stick it up. That was surgery 6, and it didn't hold. He was more, I think he was more depressed than I was, and so we scheduled 7, and he sat down with me. I remember before we went into the operating room, he goes, look, I don't think I can. I'm going to go try to save your eye. I'm not going to save your sight. Because, and he did it this way, which I thought was cool. He went and did a little research to speak in my language. And he goes, when you're trying to weld metal, if both the pieces are kind of rusty and beat up or whatever, then it won't weld very good, right? I go, true. He goes, so you got to have clean metal to weld. I go, yes, that's true. He goes, well, all the attempts have just taken away the living shit out of the retina. So I'm going to cut away the yucky stuff, and I'm going to have a new edge to... They use a laser. They basically, the only thing they know how to do is tack weld it up. That's what they do, right? So he goes, I'm going to make new clean edges. I'm going to weld it up. You're going to lose some sight at least because I'm taking away part of the retina. But I'm going to save your eye because if we can't get something going on in there, then your body will kill off your eye. It shrinks back. It's painful. Pop it out, put a glass eye in. I go, yeah, let's not. So he did that, and he goes, I cut away about a third of the retina, and I had a visual, like a vertical rectangle of sight, right? Not all the way over here, but fast forwarding, scar tissue moved over and pretty much just eliminated. They're like, we can go in and Scott McDonough. No, we're not going to go in and do anything. So this one's basically gone. That's that for now. And we'll see if science checks in. Do you know who Michael Bisping is? No, sir. Michael Bisping is one of the toughest human beings that's ever walked the face of the earth. This is what I said, and not just because he was a UFC middleweight champion, but because Michael Bisping fought the last 10 fights of his UFC career, including winning the title blind in one eye. And he didn't tell them. He hid it. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, he hid it. He didn't tell anybody. Do you know how gangster you have to be to want to be fighting the best fighters in the world? And not being able to see Anderson Silva, and you can't see out of one eye. Like his one eye is gone, man. Yeah, I understand. Which is fighting world-class fighters. That you can see his right eye is completely missing. It's like, it's just foggy. Yeah. He wears like a little thing that goes over it, like a lens, so it looks normal. But he's a fucking stud. That guy fought 10 fights with one eye. Just think of a fight with 2 eyes is fucking terrifying. And fighting against the best guys in the world. And he wins the title, knocks out Luke Rockhold with one eye. Yeah, well, it took a lot. I would sit there and practice like basketball into garbage cans just to try to retain the depth perception. That's a real issue, right? Yeah, it's difficult. And then also it's frustrating when you're anyway, the fun, I'll interrupt myself to continue with the fun. So now I'm where I'm at, right? And they're like, your other eye's going to need cataract surgery. Oh, Jesus. And I'm like, so I did ask when the retina fell off, hey, did the cataract surgery have anything to do with that? Possibly, And every doctor and every specialist and everybody I talked to all said the same thing. I'm paraphrasing. Well, any procedure on your eye might possibly have the possibility of, like one of them commercials for hell drug, so it's like, did the operation on your eye cause the retina to fall off? Anything could, maybe. So anyway, so now I've got to have cataract surgery on this one. I got a great guy who's one of the best in the West Coast, et cetera, et cetera. We do
the surgery, and there is a mistake in, because they account for my pressures. They tried to keep the pressures low because of my glaucoma. Well, they went a little too far. My pressures were down to, your normal eyes run, like your eyes probably run at like 20, 22, maybe even a little bit higher, but right around there for pressure inside. We'll call it air pressure. It's not the right term, but so mine with medication, we keep it down at like 13 and 12, right? So when after the second cataract surgery, the one on the one working eye, they had dropped the pressure so low, I coughed and it blew out blood vessels inside my eye, which when you wake up and you look, it looks like it's snowing inside it looks like it's snowing. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? And at the same time, we did a special little surgery to like drill out the drain tube, because in my eyes, the faucet's wide open and the drain tube's plugged. That builds the pressure. So the medicine turns the faucet down and clears away the drain tube, right? So we drill out the drain tube. I'm making this up. I'm sure there's eye guys listening. Well, that's not technically plugged. They drilled this mechanically, right? They drilled the damn tube open. Right. So all the blood goes down and clogs that. So that ruined that. Yay. And so they rush me, and they basically take a needle and insert fluid into my eye. I'm wide awake, mind you. You ever been with the two handles under the tape? Oh yeah, right. Yeah. Oh my God. Did they get your head secured or anything? I just put it in the little foam breeze. Oh boy. So they do that, and that was miscalculated, and the pressures went to like 62. And I was what's the word? Terrified. No, I was throwing up. I couldn't stand up. I was so disoriented because it was, it was screwing with the deal. And so the doc, again, great guy. I'm not slamming him. And he actually met me at his office at like, I don't even know when it was, 3 a.m. And I'm throwing up in his bushes out front. Right? And he did this 3 times, head in the thing, hands on the handle, took a blade, lifted my eye and let the pressure out, let the fluid out. So I'm like, taking that, right? So now we get the pressures under control, right? And so that was 2 to 3 years ago, and believe me, every day when I wake up and I can see, Mike, is this the day this retina falls off? Am I going to have a repeat of the last one? Am I going to have clean hands? I'm the one living through it. You don't have to worry about it. You're good. But still, it's for you. Yeah, it's, but it's like anything else. When someone has something when something is always over your shoulder, you can either focus on it, worry about it, or just go to the shop and build some cool cars. Well, I'm glad you chose the latter. Yes, that's the only choice to make. Yeah, I can't. So I do go like every 4 to 6 weeks. I have a lady I love, Dr. Tor. I go to her office. Luckily, it's like a mile and a half from my house. So I go down and we check my pressures. No, I don't have to. She's like, you're fine. Come in 6 months. I'm like, no. Come in once a week, but I come in there like 4 to 6 weeks. We check the pressures. We look at the retinas. So we're a day over. Have you looked at the stem cells? Is there anything? There's nothing as of now. I have a meeting with Dr. Smalley. I'm getting together with him next month. And he's down at, I think it's UCLA. He's real hip with that stuff. And I'm going to go. People are still hip? Yeah, he's hip. The t-shirt you're wearing, the 69 nose, with your fucking band hair. Still hip, man. So he's hipped all the. I'm going to grill him again, and I'm interested. I'm going to talk with him because I don't know. When they were saying we'll go in and clean the scar tissue, I'm like, absolutely. Let me connect you to my friend Brigham. He owns Waste Well, which is a stem cell clinic in Austin, and he is
he was one of the most amazing guests I ever had on the podcast, for explaining how these things work. But one of the things that he does is he's always up on the latest research in terms of like he's the one who sent me that thing. That's this latest article. The thing that was 120 years old at the beginning of the horror movie.
They shall make you forever soldiers.
Forever you will be connected to the big machine.
Oh, terrific. I'm in.
But let me connect you to him, and he'll know what's going on in terms of like if there's anything going on with eyeballs. There's a lot of really good stuff with neurodegenerative issues. People that have all sorts of neurological issues have gone down. I know Dr. Reardon from Panama was talking about that. He's the first guy I ever had come on and talk about stem cells. He's the guy that came on with Mel Gibson. I don't know if you ever saw that one.
Oh yeah, that guy. Okay. Yeah. How it was described to me was, again, at least he was being honest. He was like, the retina is like brain tissue. We know what it is, and that's that's about it. We can't reproduce it. We can't copy it. We can't make it. We can't. Well, again, all they do is tag weld it up with lasers.
I hope is they're going to be able to make new ones. Because one of the things they've been able to do with stem cells, they've actually made a woman's bladder, I believe they reconstructed an actual bladder with stem cells with her tissue and then put it in her body. Find out if that's true. I think that's true. Which is, obviously, it seems like that would be a less complicated thing than, than an eyeball that was going to get.
Yeah, and I've heard of them trying to, or somebody doing an eyeball. Because it's easier to make the whole thing than try to replicate.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
I'm like, how are you going to connect it to all those optic nerves? How are you going to that?
What are you going to do there? And what does that do to where does that go south? And all of a sudden you forget your childhood. You know what I mean? Like what's connected back there?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Dreams about hanging out with your brother that are going to be just gone forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be interested to talk with Smalley again when I'm back in and just see if there's any new. Because I'm down for it.
Jamie, did you find anything about them making eyeballs? Yeah, you were looking up the bladder. Did you find that? Is that real?
I've found.
Is that real?
I think it's real. But I never know. I mean, I say things sometimes and I go, okay, let me check. Because like a lot, I don't expect to be talking about people making bladders. It just, this wasn't part of the plan today.
Yeah,
it's just how it goes.
Oh, I'm the benefit.
We all have the benefit. It's just a real conversation.
Yeah, the research shows that there's definitely studies on bladder regeneration, but there's a difference between them, like a functional urinary tract, kind of like functional bladder.
I see.
So I think it does. When I've looked at it,
I've largely seen.
in an animal, in a small animal, I think that's what it said.
They didn't do it to a woman.
That's what I was just looking into. Then you kind of
Okay, go ahead. Try to find it for a woman, because I'm pretty sure I read that. I was very impressed. They could have got me, though. They could have got me some clickbait bullshit. They get me. So many times they get me, these motherfuckers. But hey, that's their job. You got me. It's fair and square. That's the job. Their job is to fucking make some shit that you're going to click on, right? So they can make the most outrageous version of what is kind of true, right?
It's iffy at best.
It's kind of true. Is that it?
No, this is 2018.
Yeah, that's it.
This is a little kid.
Is it a girl?
Like Priscilla.
Does he identify as a girl? Sorry, Lou.
Push that to the edge.
Trying to push gender ideology on me.
Does he identify as? Sure, why not?
I'm just trying to be right.
Maybe on Wednesday.
I'm just trying to be right.
I mean, there are stories that are shown. I don't know if I might have to find something.
Done with that. Find the eyeball.
Yeah, let's find the eyeball. The eyeball's more important to Steve.
Yeah,
to all of us.
That one closer for me. So anyway, I'm going to revisit and ask him if we have to go in like they did before to scrape off the scar tissue, because I did have a vertical slot of sight, because this eye has a new cataract lens, which is still in there.
Right.
And I remember when I
the scar tissue's covered over.
Yeah, when I could walk around again, and I was walking outside, I'd cover this eye, and there would be instead of this, it would be like that, a vertical full height. but just not as wide. But clear sight. And I'm like, oh, you know, it's been a while now. If they can clear that off and I can get that, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
I mean, yes.
So they think they can do that?
He suggested it back then. So I was not ready to do it. I was sick and tired of being on the table. I literally knew how to put the IV. I prepped myself for freaking surgery.
Give yourself an IV?
No, I'm just saying I could. I was so freaking. When you go in the surgery center, they go, "Hi, Mr. Strobe."
Yeah.
You know, they recognize you.
Giving yourself an IV is next level, right? It's like giving yourself a tattoo.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Guys who tattoo the inside of their own thighs, like, whoa. This episode is brought to you by DraftKings. DraftKings Sportsbook is hooking new customers up. Bet $5 on any game this week and score $200 instantly in bonus bets. Plus, all customers can take advantage of a sweetener offer every game day this October. Download DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. New customers can score $200 instantly in bonus bets when you bet $5 on the NFL. That's code ROGAN only on DraftKings Sportsbook. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, licensee partner Golden Nugget Lake Charles. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction, void in ONT. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/football. Terms for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms and responsible gaming resources. It's kind of crazy how some big supplement stores are, or how long the aisles and aisles of vitamins are at the pharmacy. You'd be popping pills all day if you needed each and every one of those. It's nuts. And this is why I am so excited about foundational nutrition. Instead of buying a ton of one-off supplements with AG1, it's just one scoop every morning that supports the foundational needs of my whole body. I don't need to have a capsule for this and a lozenge for that. I have AG1, and that's why I've been drinking it for years. It's a science-driven formulation that not only covers my nutritional basis, but provides me the support I need for my brain, gut, and immune systems each day, all in a simple morning routine. I love it. It's such a better way for me to get the supplements my body needs. So if you want to take ownership of your foundational nutrition, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out.
Who the hell's doing that?
A lot of folks.
Okay. I'm glad
guys practice on themselves. Yeah.
I'm gonna say no for that one.
Well, tattooists do it to themselves all the time. If they want something and they maybe want to draw it, they're very skilled. You know, maybe they want like a specific kind of flower somewhere.
Fair enough.
And they can reach it. Okay.
Stem
cells from one eye show promise in healing injuries in the other. Interesting.
There's another story too where he had a very specific eye injury that was something.
My problem. It's not my problem. Well, it is my problem. But my situation is there's stuff they do on the outside, like cadaver stuff, but the inside, like the retina, is what I've been told is like no man's land. It's like, well, good luck. You know, it's like, oh, you can get that from a dead body. No, you can't. They can't replace a retina. And if I'm wrong, great, bring it on.
Maybe they just can't do it now.
Well, yeah,
but then it's also someone else's organ, so you're gonna have to take all these drugs to keep your body from rejecting it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no.
My friend C.T. Fletcher had a heart transplant a few years back. he's an amazing person. Like he's a super, super inspirational person. And had a heart transplant. And now he has someone else's heart inside. Now he has to take medication. It's so trippy. It's crazy. So your body, when you have someone else's organ in your body knows it's not yours. So your body tries to reject it. Right. So I imagine that does wreak havoc with your immune system, but it's keeping him alive. And it's amazing, man. This guy's so full of love. He was like this crazy, wild, like power lifter dude who was like real, like just real motivational and aggressive, you know. And now he's like this like real peaceful, interesting, like wise person who's enjoying his last moments alive. You know, but it's heavy. It's heavy. I mean, the heart is obviously the big one, right? Yeah, that's the big probably really important. We're fucking 10 years, 20 years away max from them being able to suck your brain out of your head and put it in a robot. Oh, good. That would be great. They're going to give you a Steve Stroke robot. That'll be terrific. Like Ken from the Barbie movie. I hope not. Yeah, and the first ones won't be able to feel real pleasure, so you have to sign off on that. But then the next ones, the better ones, that's where this is going. So you have to decide whether or not you're going to get another surgery. You're going to get you've never removed a brain from one robot and put it in another robot. You know that, right? Yeah, but they're pretty good. They're pretty good at it. Who's they? These new people in the future, the robot brain scientists. Oh, good, yeah. Would you opt in for that, or would you rather just say, let's see what's next? Let's let the lights go dim and see what's next. Very good question. It's a good question. I don't know. It's hard to say, because everybody's scared to die, but no one's scared to sleep. That's a good statement. Yeah, it's weird. Because you're expecting, the odds are you're waking up. You should be expecting the other one too. You know, truth comes for all of us. Yeah, that's the great equalizer, is it not? I wonder if that's like, you know, if Satan was real, that would be the ultimate temptation, to trick you into transferring your consciousness into something immortal so that you can never experience heaven. Wouldn't that be wild? If that's what's going on? Because everybody wants to think that even people that believe in God, they don't necessarily talk too much about Satan. It's very rare. I have a very your good old standard issue religious background with my parents. And what did you start off with? I'm from it. We're going to get into Appalachian in a little while. Appalachia? Appalachian. What's that? Appalachian Mountains, the Yeehaw stuff down south. What kind of stuff did you guys do? What kind of stuff did you guys do? Yeehaw stuff. What did you guys do? Appalachian, New York. It's a very small farm town in upstate New York. Still has a red light at the end of it where it meets 434. Okay. Has a post office and a fire station. And known for a very important large mafia bus in 1957. There's actually a paperback and a movie about Appalachian. What's the movie or paperback? Appalachian. It's just called Appalachian? Yes. Yeah. Yes, sir. And it's all about the mob? It's a huge bust. Look at it. On this day in 1957, the FBI finally had to admit that the mafia existed. They were all gathered in a farmhouse, the leaders of the main mob families, and they were basically working out jurisdictions, properties.
I think I was researching some stuff one time, and I stumbled across this meeting happened after a failed meeting in Cleveland. The Cleveland family fucked up the meeting, and they got mad, so like, fuck it, we're doing it in New York.
Yep, they did it, and so the two sheriffs just saw these black Cadillacs and Lincolns going up to this farmhouse, and I think if memory serves me right, they kind of fucked up and all panicked and ran into the woods. In fact, they did do that. But if they would have said, hey, we're just hanging out, right, then what are you going to prove? But they all bailed, and they ran into that. If I remember right, they're coming out of the woods near where my grandma's house was. That was a dirt road back then. And I could take you there. The house is on top of a little hill behind the area where we have our firemen's field days every year. Yeah.
State troopers noticed all the fancy cars parked in Barbara's driveway and started taking down license plate numbers. Some have suggested that how hard, but back then in the 57, you get a license plate number. What is it, like a week until you find out which fucking car it is? You know what I mean?
that suggests that one of the Genovese rivals tipped the cops in hopes of spoiling Genovese's crown ceremony. Oh, God. The assembled mafioso noticed this and began to panic. Some fled into the woods, some hid in the basement. Others ran to their cars and tried to drive away. The troopers caught about 60 of them. When questioned, many insisted they were there for a barbecue. Yes. They had just come to visit their good friend Joe Barbara, who was recovering from a heart attack. When all was said and done, the troopers had apprehended mafia leaders from New York, New Jersey, Tampa, Los Angeles, Cleveland, Dallas, Pittsburgh, and other locations. But isn't that funny? Like, what did they bust them for? Just being there? I don't know. They all wanted already? They just... Well, I think the paperwork laying on the inside was showing dividing up territories. Oh, and it was one of the first times that the FBI had... Hold up. Look at this. The whole thing made national news that finally forced the FBI to acknowledge that organized crime is a matter worthy of notice. Some believe that J. Edgar Hoover's reluctance to acknowledge the mob's existence can be ascribed to the mafia somehow acquiring photographs of Hoover in drag and using those to blackmail him into leaving the mafia alone. There is no evidence to suggest that this is true. That was always the rumor that he drew. But that would be a rumor if there was a guy that ran the FBI. Like, what dark secrets does he have? You know, if he's like holding the secrets of everyone. What's his secret? What's his secret? Probably you'd have to have secrets. You'd probably go crazy if you didn't. You know, like you're the one who keeps the secrets. You'd probably do the weirdest shit. So almost automatically you would think that he would wear drag. Yeah, that's where my brain goes. That's where my brain would go. Like he's doing some freak shit. He's doing some quote freak shit. You know, if you are more, you know, dark-minded, you would think even horrible things. They're doing horrible things. That's always the worry that people have about like the elites. Like, what are they doing? Like the skull and bones, and like what kind of fucking rituals or bohemian shit are they doing? What freak shit are you doing? You know, and getting away with it. Yeah, when you're on a $500 million yacht every weekend, and you're just fucking balling all over the world, hanging out with your other balling all over the world buddies, doing freak shit. Yep. Staying in the club together, hunting people. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Freaky. Yeah. So anyway, background, small South Appalachian Baptist church. My dad's a deacon at the church. My sister is married to somebody who's a pastor, and she moved to France, Montpellier, and she's a missionary there. So all the basic Christian education, I got it. But no one you know has had conversations with the devil, right? No, not really. But people, I bet you've talked to people that said God has talked to them. I don't know. My dad would never say God talked with me directly. Said, you know, he reads the Bible. It's not an uncommon thing, though. No, but my background or the church I grew up in, and my mom and dad are pretty strict. Like Pastor Walter growing up, that guy was a logger. You know, this was a small little town. That's a cool story. And he had, I'm not kidding, he had a scar from here down through his jaw to here. A chainsaw jumped back and went, ow, cut him right through the face. That's a manly man right there. It's like a Teddy Atlas. Took himself to the hospital with a towel on the side of his shirt, on the side of his face. Of course he did. Yes, he did. I would have fucking stapled it out of a stapler. And he was the nicest, pleasant, like, hi, good afternoon. But, you know, he wasn't like some shit. Oh my God, doesn't have to convince you. So everything, it was real simple. Here's a good book, read it. If it says yes, do it. If it says no, don't. That's all. There's no pomp and circumstance. Right. There's no robes. There's real simple, real straightforward. But my dad would be interested, and he'll be listening to this. So he would be interested in your thing if the end times doesn't come, and Satan can say, hey, guess what I can do? But here's the thought. Would somebody take that? If Satan really was clever. If he's real, he is the prince and power of the air. He is the great deceiver. He's very clever. Right. But if Satan is a real thing, what a genius thing to make it ridiculous to believe in him. What a genius thing to make it so that even saying you've communicated with Satan or saying you sound like a loon. Like we were just talking about this the other night. I said that if the president said God is with our troops, we would say awesome. But if the president said we've located the devil, he's in Afghanistan and we're beginning bombing, you'd be like, what? What the fuck did you say? You're right about genius, because if you're
ridiculed or look like a loon for believing in Satan, then by default you're a loon for believing in God. So he's done his job by negating everything.
Well, sort of.
No,
Because a lot of people that believe in God,
they're both in the same book.
they believe in Satan as a concept. I think it's like there's like a graph of people that, like, if you had a pie chart of all the people that believe in God, right?
Sure. Or the entity
the
of
ones
God.
that think that Satan's a real thing is probably like a quarter of the pie.
And if they read, again, not some weird crazy, but just the plain Jane Bible.
Right.
Satan was the number one angel. He was number two in charge. He was the big cheese, and he said, I want to have everything. And God was like, not going to happen.
Yeah. But isn't that always like even in the mob?
Yes.
That kind of thing happened.
Number two tries
to kill number one.
Yeah.
When they killed Paul Castellano in front of Sparks Steakhouse in New York City.
Is that the shot you have right there in the hall?
No. What
shot is that?
Oh, that's Jack Ruby shooting Lee Harvey Oswald.
That's right.
That's a different one.
Yep. So in my area around me, there's a lot of Italian. Growing up, lots of Italian.
Right.
So I got good food.
There you go.
Really good food. But so
they know how to eat. Tell you that. You want to eat for pleasure? The Italians got it nailed.
Yeah, they do.
They do. What's crazy is the difference between their food here and their food in Italy.
It's gone its own shoot.
Yeah, but that's not what I mean. I mean in terms of like what it does to your body. I would really like some fucking science to be done on it. Like, what is happening? You go to Italy, you eat their pasta, you don't feel bad at all. You come to America, you feel like you ate a bowl of glue. I'm like, oh my God, I can't move.
A bowl of glue.
I can't move. There's something about their bread, it's different. Apparently they have heirloom wheat. They have different wheat before we start fucking with it. We should unfuck the wheat, kids. Because I know it's like a higher yield.
Joe Rogan's new unfuck the wheat.
This is what I think. But, there's also some people that believe that one of the things that we're experiencing when people have like gluten intolerances and intolerance to wheat is actually, you might be getting glyphosate from it. This is a highly speculative theory, but they've tested people and they found out that, what was it, Jamie, like 94% of people have glyphosate in their body, and glyphosate is toxic. It's an herbicide? Yeah, it's an herbicide.
Is it because what we do to plant and grow wheat?
Yes. Well, we grow corn. Monsanto created it, and they created a corn that is immune to it. So you eat like this Monsanto corn, and they can spray glyphosate on it. It kills everything else. It kills all the bad weeds, and they just get the nice corn.
Okay.
The problem is this stuff gets in everyone's body in some small amounts, and the question is, like, is your body able to filter out the amount that it has in it? Like, what's the toxic level? Are we below the fear? Is it fear mongering? Because like, there's a certain amount of metals that you're going to get just from eating sushi. If you get some salmon or some tuna rather from the Pacific Ocean, there's a real high possibility that you could get mercury in it, some amount, right? Isn't it like, what's the prevalence of toxic metals in tuna? Let's just guess. Because I have a friend, I don't want to mention his name, but he's brilliant, and he won't eat fish from the Pacific anymore. And I said, why? And he said, Fukushima. He said they're literally dumping this nuclear water into the ocean, and we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what effect this is going to have. We don't know if the ocean's just going to easily absorb it, or whether it's going to kill fish. We don't know if it's going to contaminate them, if they're going to have levels of radiation. He was freaking me out, and he's a lot smarter than me.
You're an honest man.
He doesn't fucking eat fish from the Pacific anymore. I'm like, whoa, is that valid? So what's the, first of all, let's look at, first one is tuna. Are there high levels of mercury in tuna?
Yes, you can get mercury poisoning from one serving. Sorry, let me rephrase that. The amount of mercury you're allowed to have in a week, you can get in one serving of tuna.
Jesus. So if you're eating sushi every day, because I've heard of people actually getting sick from eating sushi every day. Like, they literally get mercury poisoning. Yeah.
Not good.
No. What's that shit that I had? Yes. I was eating sardines like every day. love sardines. Okay, I love them. So I'd eat like 3 cans of sardines a day. And I go to my doctor. I get my blood work done. He goes, because you have arsenic in your body. Arsenic? Arsenic. Yeah, trace levels of arsenic. And I said, how much? Like someone trying to poison me? He goes, I don't think so. He goes, are you eating a lot of seafood? I go, I eat 3 cans of sardines a day. He goes, don't do that. Don't do that. And he explains to me that these are bottom feeders and that they live a lot of times in areas that are polluted by humans. So we fucking polluted the ocean to the point where if you eat too much fish, you get sick. You know, all these people that are worried about the weather warming up, climate change. What are we doing to the ocean? What are we doing? I mean, what's the number in terms of depopulation? How much fish are missing from the ocean? The 50 large amount. Let's ask the population, the fish population in the ocean now versus 50 years ago. Let's find that out. Let's guess. Before you give me the answer. Let's guess. How much of the ocean's fish has been depleted in the last 50 years? I'm going to say 50%. No, I'm going to say 70%. 70%. Yeah, I'm going to say 70%. I was at like 45. That's probably reasonable. I might be fear-mongering. Let's find out. Fear-mongering? Yeah, I've done that before. Oh, good. Not a lot. You're not massive. Like you play cornhole at the beach. I'm not like a cornhole player, right? I played a few times at the beach with my kids. It's on ESPN now. I guess it's a legit sport. Oh dear. So Jamie, what was your guess? Help us all.
I was trying. There's too many questions I have before I can give you a good guess because it's already a strange. Like, how are they going to measure that in 1950? And even now, how would you know how many fucking fish there are?
Very good question. Very good question. Especially when
more than 6.
Yeah, especially when there's more than 6 fish. Yes. Especially when you account for the fact that we haven't really explored most of the ocean.
So how they measure is based off of how much they're pulling out.
Right.
They measure how much they've taken in for
how much they've murdered. So what's the estimates in terms of the mass that's down?
1950 total catch of fish in the ocean was an estimated 18.5 million metric tons. Now, a half century later, it says 73.5 million metric tons.
That's an
400% increase.
That's an increase.
But another guy says that 90% of all large fish have been removed from the ocean since 1950. And I don't know, like, how
would you know?
Yeah. Click on his. Put it up there. Let's see what it says. That sounds interesting because that sounds crazy. 90%. Clover popularizes the work of fishery scientists such as Daniel Pauly, a marine biologist, University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada, who have pieced together a picture of imminent catastrophe in the global ocean. Among the first to recognize that fisheries catch rates were in decline worldwide, Pauly discovered in 2001 that the phenomenon had previously gone unnoticed owing to systematic distortions in catch trends that were skewed by incorrect reports from countries with big fisheries. In 2003, Boris Worm and Ransom Myers of Dalhousie University in Halifax, Nova Scotia, reported that 90% of all large fish, including tuna, swordfish, and marlin and cod, had been removed from the ocean since 1950. Holy shit. Holy shit. The end of the line is informative. Is that a book you wrote? The end of the line? Clover's reporting reveals that bluefin tuna, the endangered species with perhaps the most alarming plight in the ocean, is allegedly being bought and frozen in bulk by major corporations. Once ocean supplies run dry, the frozen fish can be sold at sky-high prices. So they're freezing tuna in bulk because they anticipate they're going to run dry? That's wild. They're stockpiling like they do diamonds. Clover's portrayal of the global fisheries problem falls down on 2 counts: oversimplification and polarization. Although current fisheries policy is inadequate, much of it's based on science. Clover suggests, we heard that before. Right? Clover suggests, for example, that the practice of discarding, by which some 7 million tons of caught fish are thrown back into the sea each year, has arisen because fishermen simply do not want the species they have caught, but wasteful discarding is more often the consequence of a fisheries policy that is designed to prevent fishermen targeting juveniles and species outside of their allotted quota. Well, that makes sense because they kill fish and then they have to throw some of them back in the water because they killed fish that were too small. But that's because it's indiscriminate. They're still killing them, if that's what they're saying. Clover's quick to point out the culprits of the fisheries crisis, slippery politicians, greedy fishermen, and thoughtless consumers in big businesses, while making activists and scientists the stars of the show. But in adopting a tone of advocacy with its inherent moralism, Clover isolates viewers and misses an opportunity to place this problem in context. It still seems like there's a problem. They're just kind of like making it look pretty. Over-exploitation of fisheries is one part of the huge dilemma that humans face in an increasingly resource-limited world. We can seek sustainability, but we will not be able to diversify our consumption indefinitely, and climate change will decrease marine resources further. They always have to bring it back to climate change. If you don't, people won't take you seriously. Those most affected will be the fisher folk of developing countries who fisher folk. Why do I hate that term? Who make up 98% of people who are directly dependent on fisheries for their livelihood. Because it's not fishermen. Yeah, it's fisher folk, bro. It's fisher. How many non-binary fishermen are there out there? That's what I want to know. That would be the lowest population of non-binary humans in groups on Earth. Fishermen. No, fisher folk. Fisher folk. They don't want to fucking hear any of that. Fisher folk. All those people that are risking their lives to get you crab. It doesn't even sound like a real word. It sounds like not a cartoon. Fisher folk. It sounds like something they say on The Hobbit. Sure. Yeah. Fisher folk. We're going to visit the fisher folk. Yeah. Oh, good. That's what it is. Those guys that fucking risk their lives to get you the crabs. You ever watch that show? Oh, the Deadliest Catch. I mean, crabs are great, but Jesus Christ, boys. That's a lot of work. Fucking scary job, but it must be thrilling as fuck. Yeah, I'm not into getting grabbed by a wave and thrown over the side in Arctic waters. My friend Clay Guida did it for a little while. I think he did it for the adventure too. He's crazy. He's a UFC fighter. He's out of his mind. But he's crazy. Yeah, he's a wild man. But that's the kind of guy who would, take a ride on one of the boats, go get some crabs. Yeah, they pay you a lot of money though, and they probably should. I think they have to because people die. It's crazy. You fall in that water, you're fucked, Bill. That's not good. And that thing's sloshing all over the place. I don't think I can handle that. You have to sleep in that fucking thing. No. And they go out for a long time. It's above my pay grade. Yeah. I'm not doing it. Well, thank God you can fucking turn a wrench, sir. So I was going to springboard off of Appalachian, because that's from whence I came. Gotta stay on track. I love it. So how I came to be here with you, backtracking to shop, backtracking from California, starting in New York, in our pre-mentioned Appalachian. By the way, Appalachian, weird, stupid background. Appalachian and Appalachian. The only difference is the amount of P's in the name. Oh, really? Yeah. Which one has more P's? Appalachian. Mine is A-P-A-L-A-C-H-I-N. That must be annoying that people confuse those two with you, and you have to explain it every goddamn time. I try to stay away from it. Yeah. Just say small town New York. Yeah, right. It's easier. Right. So, I'm tinkering on cars in Appalachian. I'm spending most of my time on stage playing. Cars were my drop-dead hobby. Loved it. At night, backstage, I'd be reading my new issue of Hot Rod, my little glass of ice water. Couldn't wait for my new issue, and I'd go to as many car shows as I could go to during the summer. And the quick version is a real good friend of mine, Sean Davis from Canada, said, "Hey, we're going to go to this show up in Rhinebeck, New York, and there's going to be a guy that we're going to meet. I met him at a big show in Indy, and he's going to make me a billet steering wheel to match my Boyd wheels." This is where all the car guys can pay attention. And so we went to the said show, met this guy, Jim, wanted to go to dinner with him, and the guy's like, "I'm a machinist. I got a place in Riverside, California. I should be back there making parts. I need somebody to go around the country and sell this stuff." And Sean goes, slaps me on the back, goes, "Greatest salesman right here." And I'm like going, what? And that turned into a conversation. And it turned into me not letting go of it. Sold everything I had, moved, got out here to Riverside, got there. Guy had already been evicted out of his apartment. So I've got nowhere to live. I'm now living
at one of his employees' houses. Oh boy. And we're working along. Been there about a month or so. And the federal marshals show up. They're not in a good mood at all.
What are they looking for?
I don't know, but I'm like, here's my driver's license. I just got here.
What kind of questions are they asking?
They are not asking me shit. They're walking around with clipboards and looking at what I thought, because I stayed away from it, I thought they were checking serial numbers on the CNC machines. That's what I thought. I have no proof.
I get it. I understand. So I thought maybe there was some stolen machine.
Well, there's something, because federal marshals don't come out for a party. So anyway,
how's that turn out?
Well, I'm like, oh God, no, I'm not gonna have any job. I don't know anybody out here, and this is not a car shop. They're just machining billet street rod. One car there, a 40 Ford, which is owned by one of the guys that own TCI, Total Cost Involved street rod place. And one of the workers for TCI comes down once a week to check on the car, because we're one off in parts for him, right? So I know that guy. So we're getting our parts ready. We're going to be going to the LA Roadster show, Father's Day show in Pomona. We're going to sell our stuff. So I'm setting up on Thursday. And this guy, the only guy I know, besides the two other machinists, goes, hey, man, you going to come to our annual open house tonight? I'm like, well, I got no money. I live way down in Riverside, or Oceanside, actually. But I'd love to go. I've read about it every year in Street Rodder magazine. So I go to the party, and I'm like, hey, man, you know anybody hiring? And he goes, kind of hard, man. Somebody's got to know you or have some background, some history, something. You know, I'm like, well, just throwing it out there. So I drive all the way to Oceanside, get a couple hours sleep, drive all the way back to Pomona. And the next morning he goes, hey, come here. You know what? He goes, like, 10 minutes after you left last night, a guy named Gary Daigle said he was looking for someone to work in the shop. He's in Orange County. And I go, I actually know the name from our list. He sells our stuff. He goes, well, he's 2 miles down. Take a right, go up there, and you'll see a sign Daigle's. So I went and talked with Gary Daigle, and he goes, well, you're on Jim's time right now, lunchtime. Meet me outside, and we'll talk. So we talked, set up for a job, talked about having a job on Monday. So Sunday night, we're back at show's over with. I'm putting parts back on the shelf, and I still remember, because the place had like half the lights working, dimly lit. I see Jim coming around the corner going, you might start looking for some work. So now I don't have to ask off for Monday. Went and had the meeting with Gary, got hired. And so I timed it. I flew home, got my 67L Camino that I built in my dad's barn in my aunt's garage, and timed it that I stopped at the Hot Rod Magazine Super Nationals in Ohio. And editor Jeff Smith and Rob Kinane approached me and said, we'd like to feature your car in Hot Rod Magazine. And I went, well, okay, but I got to go unload everything because every earthly possession I have is in it. So I drove it back to the hotel, unloaded everything, and brought it back.
Did you have a picture of that car?
Yeah, I actually gave him, I came with a thumb drive of a whole bunch of stuff just in case we talked about it.
Prepared.
I did prepare some.
Let me see the 67.
It's the bright orange El Camino. So when I got here to California, then Custom Classic Truck and Custom Rodder featured it also.
There it is.
There it is. Yeah, New Street.
It's pretty.
Yeah, so I built that.
What year is this we're looking at?
1995.
That's a beautiful car.
Built it at home.
This episode is brought to you by Goldco. The Fed has just declared war on Americans. They want to be a cashless society using a digital dollar. That means no greenbacks for swap meets or garage sales. No tooth fairy or piggy banks. No rainy day savings. No extra quarters for the meter. No more selling extra items for cash. No buying anything with privacy. A digital dollar means your life may be dependent on the internet, electricity, and people you don't know, like, or trust. And every penny you spend, every penny you earn could all be tracked. So what can you do? For many Americans, they're turning back to the only money that survived civilizations, gold and silver. You can do the same with the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Visit RoganQuiz.com to find out if you qualify for up to $10,000 in free silver. Don't miss this rare opportunity. Visit RoganQuiz.com. Again, that's RoganQuiz.com.
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Listen, we've all been there when you know you should do something, but you just can't. Trying to fall asleep at night and your brain is going crazy, or you're trying to figure out some tough decision about your job. Therapy helps you figure out what's holding you back so you can work for yourself instead of against yourself. And if you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. And so, and you drove it across the country? Yeah, I drove it across the country. Wow. What was in that thing? Stroker 355. Stroker small block, but it get going just fine. It's beautiful, man. Thank you. I usually don't like El Caminos. Yeah, I like so weird. Yeah, it's like so weird. It's like, why is there like this open spot in the back that just catches air? Those El Caminos are station wagons with the top pulled on. The floor pan, but on the under the bed frame at the very front of the bed where it kisses the back of the cab, they have a bolt-in piece of metal. When you take that out, that's the floor pan for the rear seat in the station wagon. Wow. So it's a station wagon with the back taken off. And a bed. It's just like, who was like, I want a car, but I also want to pick up a Trar. That kind of stopped happening. They gave up on that. They did. Like if they try to bring back the El Camino today, people are like, what the fuck are you doing? The GM still had one for a while down in Australia. They did? Yeah, they had like, they call it a Ute. You base it off of the Mondeo, which was like their GTO, the Chevelle. They had it for a while. Really? Yeah. They like different stuff down there, though. They do. Australia has different tastes. They love, they like a lot of utility. Yeah, there you go. Oh, God. That looks really recent. I love his reaction. Oh, God. Well, a lot of those folks, they like to fucking crocodile Dundee it up and go out in the backwoods. You know, they need something to throw a fucking tent. Oh, those things are built, though. The motor and the drivetrain are basically Camaro. That's crazy. Actually, now I'm changing my mind. That might have made it in America. Yeah, I would have bought that. There's some knuckleheads that would have bought that. That's nice. I'm being honest. So you have to be a knucklehead to choose that. So I get out. I don't think that's a bad thing. Some of my favorite people are knuckleheads. Yeah, but if you're like, if you have to choose that between that or a new Mustang, what the fuck are you doing? Well, you can throw stuff in the bag. So what? You get the Mustang. Shut the fuck up. I don't know. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Bringing it back. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Mustang's one of the few cars that kept it together. Like, they lost it for a long time, but they got it back, and now they're better than ever. Like, these new Mustangs they're putting out today, they're fucking amazing. Oh, yeah. They're great cars. The new one, the Dark Horse, that's a fucking great car. Right from the factory, 6-speed, 500 horsepower, reasonably priced. It looks fucking great. Yeah. They're making, like, real muscle cars, but, like, modern muscle cars today. It's nice that that's still going on. Yes, I agree. I seem to be a proponent for that. Yeah, it's just like people forgot. The American muscle car is one of the most fun things to drive ever. Sure. It might not handle the best. It might not be the fastest. It might not this. It might not that. But it's what it does to you. Like how it makes you feel when you drive it. They're very visceral. Yes. It's very visceral. It's very exciting. It's like it stimulates you. Yeah. That's why I like driving across country. Yeah. It's fun. Window down, arm out. Yeah. You're alive. Yeah. Goddamn Matthew McConaughey movie. Yeah. You're alive. So I get here and I wind up staying, working for Gary Daigle. And the car gets in a bunch of magazines. I wind up moving from the Orange County area up to Studio City, join a new band, start recording an album, and I sell my El Camino to a kid in Japan. And I'm like, I gotta do a cool car. So I went down. It's still there on the corner of Ventura Boulevard. And someone in Japan bought it? Yeah. That's awesome. So now it's over in Tokyo. Do you ever keep an eye on it? No, I don't know where it went. That was a while ago. Maybe someone will reach out. Maybe. So on the corner of Laurel Canyon and Ventura Boulevard down in Studio City. There, right now, it's still a FedEx office, but it was a Kinko's. The Kinko's was where Pure Vision began. I was there photocopying my magazine features,
And I had my friend Matt Wilby in Ohio draw this idea of this 66 Charger that was called Scully. Because that's what the pros do. They had artwork first.
Right.
And I went to Hot Rod and said, hey, you guys thought I was cool before. I built a car that you featured, and I'm going to build this thing, and I'm going to show up on your power tour, right? And I'm going to use these parts of all these people that sponsor your power tour.
Is that you as a young man? Is that this voice?
Yeah, who knows, or an idiot, whatever I am. So I go over to all the potential sponsors. All right, I'll sound more official.
No, just
go over all the sponsor potential guys and go, hey, I had to mail. There was no email. So I mailed these packets of color photocopies of my El Camino that's been in the prior magazines, proving like, hey, I've done it once, and going, hey, my proposal is I'm going to build this car, and I'm going to take it on the power tour that you were sponsoring. So basically, they sponsored me with some parts, and they ran the artwork of my car, and I built it in my shared tandem parking garage, underground parking garage of my apartment on Woodset Avenue, which is where Woodset crashes into Ventura Boulevard. Built it there.
So you built it in a
parking garage.
You shared with other people?
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, I would go to the junkyard, get the parts, like the example.
How big is this? Is a 2-car garage?
No, it's an underground parking garage.
Like, how many people are parked in that garage?
Well, it's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And you have just one spot.
Yeah.
And in that one spot, you're building a car.
Right, pretty much.
And so there's a car right next to you where you're building this car? So you're pulling fenders off and shit. There's a car right there.
A lot of stuff was done in that garage. Yes,
that's crazy. I would never park next to you.
Right. Well, I am wonderfully respectful.
I'm sure, but who the fuck is gonna park next to the guy who's building a car?
They don't know. It's covered all day. I work at night, so I'll give you an example of what I did. Went to the junkyard for the front end swap pieces to convert it to disc brakes, right? Because I know the swaps and all that stuff. So I get all those parts, and out the back of the apartment building, there's a concrete slab, and that's it. There was like a really bad table and a chair. Nobody ever sits there. So I found the one outside the building electric outlet. Bought 2 extension cords to go, because it's all the way on the other side of the building. Wrap it around the building, and I got a drill and a wire wheel on it, and a screwdriver, and I scraped all the old muck and then wire wheeled them to bare metal, all the parts. And then I went to the.
Did you have goggles on back then?
Yeah.
So you're in the garage.
I'm not in the garage. I'm out back of the building now, grinding everything clean.
Right.
And then wiped everything with acetone. And then at night, about 2 in the morning, I went to the like Home Depot. And you know those pieces of plastic you can buy there for when you paint a room. It's like 12 foot by 15 foot, whatever.
Yeah.
Covered everybody's cars.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
And then I hung all the parts on the water
coming
pipes.
out like you want to go to your friend's house at 3 in the morning. I go downstairs, your car's covered with plastic and this fucking lunatic.
I covered all the cars so no one would get any paint on it, and epoxy painted all the suspension parts. I hung them from the water pipes.
Oh my God!
Okay, then I assembled them good.
Now, so when did you get done? When did you stop like 6:30 in the morning? Like,
whenever. Yeah, just yeah.
Did anybody ever come out and see their car covered in plastic?
No, I always removed all the evidence. No one ever.
How many nights a week did you have people's cars covered in plastic?
All the time.
That is so wild.
So all the time.
That is so wild.
And so I had another friend that I did exchange work. He painted it for me and let me use his place for reassembly. And I rebuilt the suspension and the engine in his '67 pickup truck for exchange. Right.
Yeah. So
I get the car ready, take it to the kickoff party for the power tour. We're going to drive from California to Michigan, and I haven't even changed the cam braking oil yet. This car is fresh, and I'm going to drive it, which I did, by the way. So kickoff party. What we got from that is ROTHSCHILD magazine featured it, Mopar Muscle featured it, put on the cover. Daytona magazine Japan featured it.
There it is.
And at the end of the year, yeah, there's Scully. That's a photo shoot. That's a kind of an odd black and white, but it's a Jaguar color called Topaz.
Yeah, it's like a blue, right?
No, it's a light silvery gold. Oh, it's on that thumb drive.
Oh, there it is, right there.
Yeah, there it is.
Why do you think Topaz? Oh, I'm thinking of.
So that's the car I built in the underground parking garage.
God, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it came out nice. And
oh my God, that's gorgeous.
At the end of the year, it also got top 10 car of the year.
And you built it in a fucking garage with a bunch of cars covered.
You know what? Dude, it's when you want to bad enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Beautiful, that car.
It's a pretty car.
God, that's so nice.
And so that started the ball. Well, the El Camino technically did, but
What a beautiful car that is, man.
So,
You got other pictures of that?
Yeah, there's some other stuff up over there.
Click on that link that says Pure Vision Scully right under the big picture. Right there.
Oh, that's the graphic I designed. Now that stupid skull right there has a story. So I designed this pinstripe. I wanted bone, red bone, and then at the very front, obviously, the bone turns into the skull with wraparound glasses. And every one of those dang stitches are hand drawn. In fact, that side's me. I did the driver's side. No, my friend, that will be. Here's the backstory. So I told him, I go, here's the idea. I gave this really horrible sketch of this skull with wraparound sunglasses. And he did this piece of artwork for me with the car and the skull. And when he sent the artwork, I'm like, that's not the skull. Well, he faxed it to me, the idea, like his version of what I was telling him.
Okay.
And the fax was like, it's that stretched and cool as shit right there. So anyway,
so the fax fucked it up better.
The fax pulled it.
That's amazing.
So when he flew out to put it on, I showed him the fax, and he went, "Oh my God, the fax must have dragged."
Because it looks almost like a wolf.
Yeah, kind of. It was a mistake.
Like if that was a dude, I'd be terrified of him.
Right. It was a mistake, and I said, "Well, that's what we're using." And he's like, "Oh hell yeah, we are."
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
So we did that graphic.
Show me a photograph of what that looks like in perspective of the rest of the car.
Well, if you
click on that link where you're at,
just the front 3/4. Not that one. Just the one right next to it. Nope, other to the right.
To the right.
Yep, yeah. You'll see it's up at the very front of the front fender. It's right in the front corner. It's
right there. Show me the close-up on it, Jamie, because there's a close-up in one of those other photos. That right there. Oh, that's so sick.
So all the way down the car, it's just a red bone pinstripe with all those hand stitches. So that's Matt's stitches. We only had so long. We were doing the graphic overnight at a borrowed paint booth.
That car is so rock and roll.
So yeah, just carbureted 360 out of a Cordoba.
That is
warmed up cam and stuff. It's straightforward.
That car's like a 1974 AC/DC song. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at that thing. God damn, that's pretty. And look how pretty that is.
And the interior's all 4 bucket seats, and the console goes all the way
back to the rear end view of it. Look at that.
Yeah, cool car. They only made them 2 years, 66 and 67.
Yeah, it's fucking gorgeous.
Yeah, it's neat.
It's gorgeous. I don't think I've seen one. I've definitely not seen one.
Very few and far between. That's why I did it.
It's a perfect car to do it with because it's so pretty, man.
Yeah.
The back end of that is just fucking heavenly.
Yeah, it's cool.
They're neat.
I enjoy them, and so that was a lot of fun. And then on that power tour, I met a kid named Martin Weinreb who had a black Challenger, and I go, "I got an idea for your car." And then we built the car in his driveway, and it was called Challenger X. And I was the first guys doing any pro touring Mopars, and this Challenger X was the first car to have that I knew of, street driven, carbon fiber drive shaft. It was like the second set of big 18-inch torque thrusts. We worked with a guy named Craig Rails back at BDS for the 8-stack EFI injection on a small block Chrysler. And that'll be on that thumb drive I gave you. It's called Challenger X.
Right there.
Black Challenger. Yeah. So that car, we took that on a power tour from here to Florida and back. And there it is. Yeah, pretty car.
That's another car, the Challenger.
Yep, that came out nice.
It's a 70, right?
72.
72, really?
I did the whole interior in a tan, and we built that in Martin's driveway.
So 72 Challengers are still dope. 72.
Yeah, they're the same as 70. It's just different bumper.
But 72 Barracudas got goof. You know, they goofy.
Yeah,
but
Challengers
the 72 Challenger still looks sick.
Yeah, I did all the gauges in tan and did this whole thing in here. So anyway, this car, we drive it, and it gets features, and it gets top 10 car of the year. So I've got 2 top 10 cars of the year, and like 9 or 10 features, and I don't even have a shop yet. I've been building out of a barn, out of a tandem parking garage in somebody's driveway. So my batting average is doing pretty good.
So you get a place.
Yeah, I finally get a place and build a couple of other stuff, and I started on a Duster, which we call Dustia, which was I kept the Duster lettering but made a Dustia. Put that on the power tour, and that car exploded.
Let me see that, because we were talking about it earlier. I like a Duster.
Yeah, this is a really nice.
It's an underappreciated car.
Yep.
And what year was this Duster?
That was a 72.
Yeah, okay, so those are the years they were underappreciated.
And we built that, and I drove that again from California to Michigan.
Is that in your photos?
Yeah, no, it's on the thumb drive. It's right over where there's the Duster.
Yeah.
Duster.
Underappreciated car.
So that thing had a lot of trick stuff that nobody had ever done yet on Mopar suspensions. And so,
what did you do to it?
Well,
so that's a really lightweight car, right? Like, what does that weigh?
Probably 36 or 34.
Wow.
But
so it's small.
Yep.
Smaller than like a 65 Mustang? Like, is it in the same?
Not smaller than a Mustang. No, but light. There's not a lot to them. So, that car, like, again, I'm so fortunate at Hot Rod, Mopar Muscle, all these books, it's cover, it's centerfold pull-out poster, it's a screensaver because that just started. It's a die-cast car. It's top 10 car of the year, so now I got 3. You know, it's been amazing, and again, so unbelievably fortunate that
you're talented, man. You can't say fortunate, but you know what? I mean, it is. I'm surrounded, but it's also hard work.
It is hard work. So at that point, I was living in the shop. I didn't have money for an apartment, so my bed was next to my lift, and I had a piece of plastic that I threw over the bed so the rust and oil and everything else wouldn't get on my bed. And then I joined a 24-hour fitness, so I had somewhere to shower.
Wow, how many people have done that? A lot.
Yeah, well, a lot. I don't know if they're as stupid as me, but I did it.
A lot of people do that when they're living out of their cars. A lot of comedians did that. You got a membership with 24-hour fitness, slept in their car.
Yeah, well, I was sleeping in the shop.
Yeah.
So that car really launched stuff, and I got a phone call. That car, by the way, Richie Jackson still owns it. He bought it off the guy who built it for me. Still owns it.
Reggie Jackson might be like the biggest hot rod collector ever.
He lost a lot in a fire about 20 years ago.
Oh, no.
It's a building's worth.
Oh, no.
So, anyway, the guy that I built that car for, Romeo Furio, that's his real name. He wanted to do another car. And I just came back from showering with 30 strangers at 24-hour fitness. And I'm having my bowl of Cheerios, my phone rings, and it's this gentleman named David Hakeem and a couple of other bigwig gentlemen from Mopar Performance from Chrysler. They're like, we've been watching what you've been doing. We want to be synonymous with Pure Vision. Here's the catalog. Next time you build something, whatever you want, let us know.
That's awesome.
And we built a car, or I built a car, I was still basically alone, called GTXR. I had a fantastic painter named Russ Stevenson that put up with me at that time. Now I have Nick Jenkins, who was just beyond incredible. We'll get to that in a second. But on GTXR, I wanted to use the big body satellite that nobody ever uses and nobody likes.
Can I see what that looks like?
And they're very swoopy like Ferraris. They go like they're Coke bottled, but the way they sat in stock is they look like an elephant on stilts. There you go.
Oh, that's a cool car.
So this was my first time ever at SEMA.
Is that an AMG? Is that what that is?
No, it's a Plymouth satellite.
That's a Plymouth.
Yeah. So
God, that's a wild looking car.
Yeah, right? You
don't see very many of those.
No, they're very, because no one cared. These things were so curvy. I got a great story about
but it's so cool.
That shot, the Mopar, the one with the blue sky behind it.
With the blue sky, Jim.
You're right in the middle, almost.
The photo with the blue sky. No, right there.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So I'm getting ready. I'm thrashing to get the thing done to go to SEMA. I've never been to SEMA before, and I'm unveiling the car in Chrysler's booth on a turntable. Right? First time there. So this is like just cracking 6 in the morning. We had already driven in the truck and trailer, from.
What year is this?
When did I do that? Hold on. That's why I have my notes.
Just take a guess.
Oh, God.
I like how you went with the fat tires in the rear.
2003.
I get really sad when I see a muscle car with skinny rear tires.
Oh, no. Always big old tire.
Yeah.
So this is when you're coming down the grade into Vegas, and before there was nothing over to the right. Now it's all houses and everything all the way to Henderson.
Right.
Before there was nothing there. This is when the roads were paved and there wasn't one building put up. And the photographer is in a ditch that is like 5 feet deep for what will be the plumbing and all that stuff. And he's sitting there. His name was Randy Bullock, and I remember him because, again, no digital cameras. It was right. Hey, like how I do that. So something like no, it's horrible. Anyway, I hear him go cover. I'm like, oh, that's cool. So that car was the world's first paddle shifted muscle car. I created the paddle shifts in it. At that time, there's one shot that I put on the thumb drive. Again, I don't know if you have that in, but there's an interior shot.
So, what kind of transmission?
At the time, there was the brand new truck 518 4-speed overdrive that was in the brand new pickup trucks for 2002, 2003. Overdrive was becoming a new thing. So there you go. So I had a really amazing billing guy. He did the intakes on that. We'll look at the motor in a second. And those paddles, I made everything out of wood first, and those were micro switches inside the column, the factory column. And underneath, see how there's 3 horn buttons, little pads. Underneath the right one up at 3 o'clock, there's a micro switch under that now. And so I used a company called Bear that made pneumatic shifters for drag racing. Okay. It goes, it immediately shifts and it's hooked up to a computer. So all I did, and it's air, like the CO2 guns, that air cartridge.
Yeah.
One of those are in the trunk. And it runs this solenoid that is attached to a B&M ratchet shifter. So you can never skip a gear, right? And they are hooked up. So shift up, pulls back. I called Bear and I said, can you make me one that pushes and pulls? They're like, sure. So upshift, downshift. And then this button under the horn, I use the horn circuit. That turns the overdrive on and off. So you're up highway, second, third, overdrive, or second down the canyon, second.
So where's the horn now?
There's no horn. Fuck the horn.
You gave up the horn?
Yeah, nobody cared. But so I had like every executive, because the shifter moves while you're hitting the paddles, because the ratchets, because the CO2 is working it.
Right.
It's the end of the first day, we had to go refill the bottle, which was like at that point 75 cents. It's good for about 200 shifts. But it was fully functioning and working and worked fantastic, and it was actually foolproof because even if you ran out of CO2, you just grab shifter, put it in drive, and drive it around.
Right. So it only applied to when you wanted.
Yeah, when you wanted to. Yeah, but it worked really good. The problem was nobody had a shift kit, so the transmission couldn't shift as fast as. Because I turned the wick up, turn the pressure up, and it'd go bam, bam. I mean, it'd shift right freaking now. And then the transmission would be like, it
died.
Yeah, well, no, it'd catch up eventually, but then places like Fairbanks and other companies started making shift kits. So.
Yeah, you don't make normal cars. You really overcomplicate your life.
Yeah,
by doing things like that.
Yeah. So you move forward from that car, and then I built a car called Hammer, and that was a Roadrunner.
That was the first one I saw.
Yeah, and Hammer was in it was in the same. It was a season later on Rides. They followed me building my car like they followed Sick Fish. Because you were first season.
I think so.
It was the first episode of the first season.
I don't know.
It was your fancy.
No, I don't think I was on the first season.
I thought you were.
I don't know. I think there was other one. I don't know if I was in I definitely don't think I was in the first episode.
So, build a Hammer, and that was, I had an interior guy who didn't show up the night before SEMA. And a whole bunch of disaster. Showed up to SEMA a day late, which was also fantastic because the rumor was around that this car being filmed was late and may or may not show up. And then we got there, and so that was my first Rides episode. And then about it, there she is.
My God.
So that thing still holds up. That is owned by the gentleman who owns Traxxas, the radio controlled empire.
When I went to your shop, that was there the first time I went to your shop.
It's a lovely
Oh my God.
It still looks good.
Of course it looks good. How could it not look good?
I don't know.
It still looks like that.
Yes, it does. It does. That thing spawned up a million copies.
God, it's so pretty.
Yeah. So
that's even better.
So
that's even better than the other one.
No, the Roadrunner. Yeah, that's actually a sport satellite with borrowed trim pieces from GTX and Roadrunner.
Really?
Yeah, like cherry picking, like the trim.
So what's a sport satellite?
Sport
Can
satellite.
you click on that link so we can see more pictures of that? That thing's fucking pretty. Oh, look at that.
Artwork. And so
Look on the interior.
yeah, I handmade the dash out of metal on that car. Wow. And Shannon Hudson at Redline Gageworks I did a drop recess like a BMW, and the red lights just washed down.
Thank God you made that a manual.
Oh yes. And I copied across the back on those cars. They have the individual letters, Plymouth, PLN. Yeah. So I copied the font and had letters made that spelled hammer. And then made a new set on the dash.
Yeah. No, I saw that.
Yeah.
Click on that, James, so you can see how it looks. It looks amazing.
Oh, the tail pin. Oh, that's when there's Finn.
Did Vin Diesel drive it?
Well, he was in it. The stuntmen did the burnouts, and they were in the movie. That's the end of Tokyo. Well, that's where I was going. I got a phone call from. Do you know Dennis McCarthy?
No, I don't.
Okay, he's the guy that handles all the cars for all the Fast Furious movies.
I see some more pictures.
So he.
So they want to put it in Fast and Furious.
Well, I got a phone call from him. He got my number from one of the editors at Hot Rod, and he goes, "Hey, my name's Dennis McCarthy, and I'm doing Fast and Furious stuff, and we need a car for Vin Diesel. He's going to come. We're going to bring his character back in this movie, and I hear you have the most badass Mopar in Southern California. Is that true?" And I go, "Fuck yeah, yeah it is. We have a bad son of a bitch." So they rented it. And but it's the car in the stunt scenes. It's the car doing the burnouts.
Wow.
And
who owns it now?
The guy that owns Traxxas, the radio control car company. He bought it off of Eric.
God, I hope he drives it.
I hope so too. The thing was wonderful. So we actually unveiled it twice at SEMA. We brought it back a couple of years later with the new all aluminum Hemi.
The color of it with the wheels, with the black wheels, the silver outline. God, it's perfect.
Kinesis wheels, K19s, and the color is BMW Sterling Grays.
Look at that fucking thing.
Again, that's
BMW Sterling Gray. That's
Sterling Gray, factory color.
Fucking gorgeous color.
Yes, it is. And that photography is from the man himself, Randy Lorenz, another fantastic photographer.
Let me see some pictures in like higher light. Jamie, sort of pictures. Yeah, but look, just leave them. See. Yeah, go to that one that's outside with the red on the bottom of it, right above your cursor. Yeah.
Oh yeah, at the red carpet.
Yeah, look at that.
Yep. Sharp car.
God, it's gorgeous.
So that obviously did wonders. And that was like 2005, 2006. Had a bunch of other really cool stuff, and then we built the Anvil Mustang. We helped develop all the carbon fiber pieces for a company called Anvil, and we unveiled the car at SEMA in 2010, and I knew we had a really good car. It's all cantilever, push ride, inboard suspension like an F1 car, and we wide bodied it, so you can't tell unless it's sitting next to a stock one. We actually bowed the quarter panels, so at the door and at the taillights, it's stock. It curves up. There it is. Another. So lots of work done to that thing. The whole nose is all carbon fiber, and it's widened and changed. Tail panels changed. I did like it further. You can see the push rod cantilever inboard suspension there. The coilovers down.
Like a motherfucker.
Yeah. It's a lovely car, and that's the rear seat area. That's the inboard. That's a Myers rear, and everything's like quick pins, so you can literally take out the coilovers, put in a different.
Do not stick your fingers in there, kids.
No, bad.
While the car is driving, do not stick your fingers.
It is fantastic to watch in the rearview mirror.
Oh my God, it must be amazing.
You're sitting there watching the stuff work. You're like, oh, I got to be driving. Sorry.
Yeah, just don't have a gym bag back there.
Yeah, bad.
Oh my God, look at that interior.
So,
God, that's gorgeous. That's a perfect interior for that car.
And a lot of times, see that down bar going down through the roll bar?
Yes.
That does not touch you when you're in the passenger seat. It touches nobody. So
what if you're a big guy?
There's a lot of room. But that comes out too, that bolts and unbolts. So, all those switches,
nice.
Handles, and whatnot.
Fuck yeah. Does the guy who has this drive it?
Yeah, as far as I know.
He's got to drive this.
It won.
Look at that. That is so gorgeous, man.
It won the Ford Design Award car of the show at SEMA, which was
that's a 69, right?
Yes, you're correct. So
it might be the most gorgeous 69 I've ever seen.
Yeah, lots done. Again,
lots done.
Nothing stock. Nothing stock. Everything's
that fucking suspension set up in the back seat.
Yeah, that was cool.
Gives me a childhood boner.
Okay, good.
So that all this stuff comes back to when you're kids, right?
Heck yeah.
All this stuff comes back.
Hot Wheels.
Yeah, Hot Wheels, and what the cool cars were in your neighborhood.
There's a miracle for me. In 2005 or so, I'm in an airport, and before when I was building Scully, the silver car, 97-ish.
Yeah.
I left the job I was working and went working for a gentleman named Bruce Schultz, and he did sublet work for Mattel and Action Diecast, and we did prototypes. It was before there was rapid prototype anything, so you get a drawing from the Mattel crazy Hot Wheel designer. It's like, make this. Or we'd get some and go, here, we need these 25 stripped and painted a different color and different graphics for Toy Fair. So when I worked for Bruce, I met a guy named Kelly Cox, Mr. Kelly Cox, who, as of right now, is going on, it's like his 18th or 19th year as an employee for me. We became really good friends working together. We found out we loved the same music, we had the same sense of humor. And so I met Kelly working for Bruce, and I was building that. When I built that Charger, I drove it over to Bruce's house because I'd met him like a year before, and I said, hey, look what I did, because he saw the car I started with. And he goes, you did that? And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, can you build model cars? I'm like, yeah. He's like, want to work here? I'm like, where? He goes, here in my garage. This is what we do, blah, 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 blah. And he goes, how much do you make working for Chrysler? I go, X. He goes, I'll promise you X, and you can make Y. I'm like, I'm quitting tomorrow. So I'm just in this guy's garage building model, basically, I'm oversimplifying, but building super cool one-off model stuff for Mattel and Hot Wheels. That's 97, 98, going into 99. Fast forward 2005, my shop is now up and running. I've had a bunch of magazine features. I'm at an airport, and one of the guys that worked at Mattel was in the airport too. I recognize him because I used to be down there all the time, bringing in prototypes. And I'm joking with him, and I'm like, hey, man, how many super cool features do I got to have before I can get a Hot Wheels made of one of my cars? And he goes, you know what, that's a good idea. I'm like, yeah, it's a good idea. I was joking with him. So they had a new line of your normal Hot Wheels are 1/64th scale. They were going to try this new thing with like 1/50th scale. They're going to call them G machines. And they're like, we'll do a 12-car line with you. You create the paint scheme and then this and then that. But we have X amount of little wheels you can use, and X amount of this and that. Well, that worked for both of us because I know working with them. I understand the cost of extra stripes never cost money. So I know how to make a car simple and that one a little more elaborate, then the budget balances out. I understood all that already. So I went down, had a designer group meeting, and I got a 12-car line that in the back window of every car, it's got my Pure Vision logo. On the back of the box, it says Pure Vision, the premier hot rod shop in Southern California. These went global. And I mean, it's the hugest honor. It's an unbelievable opportunity that I still am like, pinching myself that even happened. And so that was an amazing opportunity working at Bruce's. It begat me having a toy line later and having my guy that's been with me forever, Kelly, working for me. So I was very fortunate again that the stars lined up that way.
That's great, man. It's not fortune, though. It's talent.
Well,
you have an eye for cars.
That's true, but
it's an art form, and you're an artist in other ways. You play music. Your guy creates things. That's what I think is so interesting about your cars, is that you don't just like make a cool car. You make a cool car with all these little Easter eggs in it. There's all these little
yes, and that's really cool that you say that, because we've joked about it at car shows. Our car is the Easter egg hunt. You keep coming back and finding, I didn't even see that.
Well, if you go to the video you did, oh my God, the one on YouTube.
Well, that narrows it down.
What about this? About my car?
Oh, your car? Yeah.
Yeah. Why am I fucking blanking on
Autotopia?
Autotopia. Thank you.
Sean and
Autotopia. That which is an amazing video where you go over in detail all the different weird things that you did.
Little things we changed.
Yeah. Sean's
oh God, Sean's awesome.
Yeah, really fun. And
he's a good guy.
He seems like a really good guy. And these videos are awesome. His videos are all awesome, but this one is particularly cool.
Yeah, he loved being in the car. And the thing is I'm friends with him too, so off camera, you know, he'll tell me good, bad, ugly, you know, and he just loved being in the car. Really appreciated all the work. Actually,
What are you doing now? What are you working on?
Oh my gosh, I got we just finished up a really amazing Chevelle for a guy named Rabbi. That again, thankful cover of Hemmings, and it's about to come out in Chevy Hub.
Is that 67?
Yeah, the turquoise aqua.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah,
That's
a lot of like 3 magazines featuring that and a bunch of crap.
You and I talked about doing
Chevelle.
older Chevelle.
Yeah, well, I've still got all the notes. Because I went hog wild on a 68. The thing you handed me was a 68.
Is that what it was?
In that list.
Yeah.
I like these 7 cars. Which one do I do?
But I'm glad we went with the Nova.
Yeah, well, I took you to Gary to see, and it's on the thumb drive, the Z28 Nova.
Yeah. Something about that. I had this like light bulb.
And that sounded gnarly. That thing always sounds gnarly too.
It was really cool. It was just you did a Z28 version of a 1969.
Yeah, if you could have ordered a 69 Nova. Yep,
that's
there it is.
Right there. And and I saw that, and like a light bulb went off in my head. I was like, that's the car.
Yeah.
That's the car.
Yep, yours and his are very, 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 very different. But
yeah, very different, but still fucking super cool. Like that one, I remember thinking, wow, you don't see enough of these.
No.
The guy in Australia made a cool one. Cam. You know that one guy in Australia?
I think I know the car you're talking about.
Something by Cam.
I'm not super familiar, but I think I know what you're talking about.
He made this really wild black 68 or 69 Nova and did some really cool stuff to it. It was a few years back. Hot Rods by Cam. Yeah, see if you can find his Nova. No, there was a black one. He made a black one.
That's a Nova also.
Yeah. See if you can see his black Nova. Cam, black Nova. Yeah, that's it. Look at this fucking thing. This thing's sick. Give me some volume. Yeah, rock and roll. Look at that thing. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Steve.
I can hear the turbos.
That's what I'm talking about.
The wastegates.
What does that girl have to do with it? There's nothing on here. She's in her underwear. What's happening here?
Photo shoot, probably.
Yeah. Why are they showing that? Show me that goddamn car. Stop trying to distract me. They just want to keep you looking. You know, they figure you're only going to look at that car for about 45 seconds. They're throwing a hot lady in a bikini. And have a gotcha. Sorry, she's still on. She's still on the screen? Oh, yeah. Where's the fucking car? Where's the fucking car? Where's the fucking car? There she is again. That's it. She's, wow, one, two, tattooed up.
Oh, great.
That's what you want. If you want a car like that, you want a lady like that.
Fair enough.
That's the dream. Cam's selling the dream.
Is that what he's doing?
He's selling the dream.
Okay, the dream.
Don't you see?
Yeah, sorry.
That car's wild, though.
Sounds healthy.
Show me some extra images of that car. It's so that car too influenced my decision.
No. So
I don't know if that car was like during the time we had already decided on a Nova though, because this guy built that a few years back.
Yeah. I wasn't familiar with it, but
man, that's fucking pretty. Look at that.
It's a little taller rear tire, but that's me.
Oh yeah. That's an older school way of
rubber band.
I want to say older school.
Everybody does their own thing.
But early 2000s, they were doing a lot of that. Right? Look at that thing. Whoa. Good Lord. That's beautiful.
Big old hood.
Yeah, beautiful car. I think it's a twin turbo, if I remember.
Yeah, it sounded like I was hearing the wastegates pop when he was doing acceleration.
Click on that image of right there where your cursor is. Right there. Yeah, look at that fucking. God, that's gorgeous. But it drives me nuts when people don't put side view mirrors. Like, it doesn't make the car look bad, but you should see where the fuck you're going.
Or where you were.
Yeah, or what's coming up. If you change lanes.
Where the officers are?
Yeah, put a fucking side view mirror on, kids. It does not make the car look ugly. That became a trend for a while where people would have completely shaved mirrors.
Yeah.
You know?
You had asked me what's new. And you know what? I didn't. I'll have to give you, because I have nothing up. I'll give you so you guys can get some ideas. So you guys can get it in post. No, I've got 3 cars that are humdingers. I got a Roadrunner coming out called Haraka, which is African for speed, and it's quite the piece.
Is that done? Or you
No,
have it
we're going to unveil it next year at SEMA.
Oh,
And it's got
what stage is it in now?
bare metal and heavy fab.
You got any images?
I will supply you images.
Is that it right there? That thing is like a cell phone from the 60s.
What the hell is that?
Time machine.
How'd you even get that? What's that? Oh, I know what it is. It might have been like an Instagram. Yeah, or something.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's way beyond that stage, and it's
Roadrunner's another car that's very cool.
yes. This one is going to be something.
You know
I
what someone should
promise
do? Someone should redo Blade's '69 Charger. Blade. Do you remember that? I think it was a '69. This is definitely a late '60s Charger. Blade, you know, the vampire hunter.
Yeah.
And drove around in a Charger, and he was killing people. 68. Yeah, similar buy style. There it is right there. Look at that car right there. Somebody needs to redo that. Because Blade had
that's
like
not hard.
Blade had a souped, but I mean a really good one. Like a really well done one.
Easy.
Blade had a souped up Charger. Look at it. That's what he drove around in. Someone should make like a Blade themed.
Again, that's just some Charger auto drags on it or center lines.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to look exactly like that. But a Blade themed '69 Charger. Like if he had one that went through your shop. Like if Blade came to your shop, said, I want to kill vampires.
Oh, good.
You know what I'm saying? What would you build them?
I'll send you guys the artwork, but that's the Roadrunner right now. But it's
Why
more
you change the subject?
Because
I'm talking about Blade. if Blade came to you right now and wanted to make
fine, I'll do him a Charger. I'll do him a Charger.
If he's trying to run from vampires, how well could you get a 69 Charger to handle? There's a lot of front end sheet metal.
There's stuff available now that there's plenty of stuff.
What can you do to balance it out?
In fact, on this Roadrunner, I have a brand new suspension from Heights. That's an IFS and IRS from Heights.
Let's explain to people that don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Independent front
rear
suspension.
Independent front suspension. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's really trick stuff, and it's brand new for them.
What about like a rear transaxle to balance out the weight?
You could, even though the Roadrunners weren't super heavy. They're about 3,600 pounds.
Right, but the Charger.
Well, the same thing. It's a B body.
Basically,
it's the same thing.
So they weren't that heavy. They were how heavy?
About 3,800.
3,800. That's pretty heavy.
Or so. Yeah. Well,
what did you think of that one that someone built? They made all carbon. Did you ever see that?
Yes, I'm familiar. They've done quite a few of them.
Yeah. It's Speed Core. Is up Speed Core? See if you can find that Speed Core carbon Charger.
Yep, cool piece for sure.
Probably drives great because of the lightweight.
Oh, and it's on that brand new modern chassis.
Look at that thing.
Yeah, probably the grills billet or Or
an all carbon fiber exterior.
So the body sits down over the chassis. That's how it sits that low.
What do you think that thing weighs?
A lot less, but probably not a lot less than you think, because parts still weigh.
Right, of course. So, like, just removing the steel and replacing it with carbon. You know what? Save 500 pounds?
Yeah, it might be low 3,000, 31, 32,
that's probably amazing.
Yeah, sure.
Look at that thing. Where are you gonna park that?
Somewhere.
You'd be terrified.
Somewhere safe.
You'd be terrified of someone digging in your doors.
Yeah.
You got a goddamn carbon fiber car. Look at that thing.
You're not pounding the dents out.
Yeah. What do you do if you get in an accident in a carbon fiber car? They have to refab completely new panels for you.
You either put a new one on or probably. So, well, it depends. If it's the quarter panel, that might be a problem.
Like if you get hit in the
fender, you replace the fender.
If you get hit in the rear, they probably have to redo your whole car.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like what's that? Expensive fiberglass surgery.
Buy a rear puff with bumpers in it. So you can buy a carbon fiber Charger bumper. Yeah, but the bumper's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the quarter panels, the roof. You know, because if you get somebody rear ends you or hits you from the side, it's gonna fuck up all that stuff, right? I guess you can't think about that. You just have to be cool.
Yep.
Driving around. Yep. They're doing that with quite a few hot rods now, right? Like I know there's a company that makes classic recreations. They do a complete carbon fiber GT500. You've seen that, right?
Was someone doing the GT?
Yeah. Yeah, 67 GT500
carbon.
Classic Recreations is doing it.
All right, cool. I know.
See if you can find that.
I know there's a guy that's doing they do the Charger, that one. And there's a '69 Camaro that's all carbon.
So see what it looks like. Yeah. That's insane.
Yep.
That's probably very light, right?
Well, it's again
Because that's an even smaller car,
it's
right?
going to be lighter. Yes. Yeah, the Mustang is lighter and smaller.
If you had to get 67, right? If you had to guess, what do you think that thing is?
I bet you it's still around 3,000 or so. Again,
right, but
it depends what engine, it depends what suspension, it depends everything.
It says scroll up a little bit.
It's interesting that all the carbon companies that are doing this don't talk about a wing.
Keep going, Jamie, to the top of the page so I can see what it said. It was saying something about the horsepower.
Do they do a turnkey car?
Yeah, I mean, you might have been hovering over the engine part of it. Is what it is. Well, 545 horsepower, so it's a 427 crate engine. Which is probably all you need if it's that light.
Oh, it's more than fine.
That's gotta be amazing. Oh, you can do a Coyote Gen 3 suit with a supercharger with 770 horsepower. If you're a fucking psycho. Right?
If you're a fucking psycho.
If you're a fucking psycho and you want a carbon fiber car that weighs nothing.
If you're just greedy.
770 horsepower.
That'll probably get you to the store on time without much difficulty. Oh, why not?
Put groceries in the back.
Live dangerously. Go to Ralph's.
Yeah, I bet some people do with it.
Yeah. So,
you know, there's I'm sure there's people that take their hot rods around as daily drivers. I met a guy once in.
I drive mine.
Do you every day?
Not every day. I have to use my truck.
You driving?
Well, normally I use my work truck.
Yeah, but when you're not driving to work.
I got a really fun little which I have a 64 Olds little Cutlass that I built for cross country driving. So it's got modern air conditioning, like vintage air and Dynamet sound deadening, and I have these really wonderful seats from Porsche Panamera. Cut 7 inches off of it, and it's got they're like 18-way power, heated and cooled. Do I have anything? There. Nope. That's a brand new Fury. We just finished that.
Do you have it on your website?
Nope, that's not up yet either.
You don't have your own car on your website?
It was on my TV show.
Oh, okay. How did we see that then? Was it Rides? Was it an episode of Rides?
No. I had
TV show. That TV show. Yeah.
The handle high rods.
That's right. I was on one of the episodes. Oh,
yes,
there it is.
That's right. Your car. Yeah, there it is. So, Mercedes Quartz Blue with that's a Ferrari saddle tan.
Pretty much your daily driver.
Yeah, that's the thing I put around in.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's a really nice car. It's made to be comfy driving, anywhere. So, and like, all the other stuff, probably for the last 15 years, or no, let me see, 13 years, same great cast of characters. I definitely want to shout out because I am, as I've said before in other interviews and other things, I am no man as an island. I am surrounded by talent.
Jamie's an island.
Oh, okay. Jamie's an island. All right.
He says it all the time.
Hi there, Island Jamie.
Like, what are you doing, Jamie? Is on an island.
Oh.
He just walks away.
Are you a rock?
Island boy.
Are you a rock? Do you know your old songs?
He's not an island.
You're a rock, you're an island, as Paul Simon would say.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Painter, master, Mick Jenkins that makes paint. My interior guy is Gabe's. These are all the same people on Uranova. Unbelievably wonderful family. It's dad and the son's working. So this is such a cool deal, the interior guys. And then my guys, as I've already babbled, Kelly, and then there's Troy Bray, who's just a fantastic all-around everything. He can just do whatever I ask him. And then a new kid named Tommy. I do got to throw out all those big deal cars. There was the animal that you looked at, and then we didn't have a year off. We had a couple hours. We finished, and then we did a car called Martini Mustang that we went to SEMA, and that took.
I had a dream that I was playing golf and it was Joe Rogan. Anyway, and I was trying to get out of the sand trap. And the people who I was playing were trying to make my life more and more difficult. And I was okay with it until it got overtly difficult. And does he your story?
Hi, Big Daddy. It is now 7 o'clock a.m.
Yo, something's gonna happen. I'm gonna die.
I think I said this earlier, Mike. I said Bobby might just move over to the semi-grass. I feel like he can flip up a few bits. Did I call that? Well, I said, yeah.
I really thought I could make something happen over there with a Berkeley spinnerbait, and it didn't work. So I just picked up my flipping stick and started really slowing down, knowing that, you know, I'm committed to Lake Harris, and I got a whole day to stay here and try to figure out how to catch a couple of big ones. Didn't happen yesterday, but we didn't have the wind. I've just recently caught 3 in the last 30 minutes, so, you know, things are definitely on the upward swing. None of them have any size at all, but it gets me closer to that one big bite. You know, I mean, if I got 4 that weigh 7 and I catch an 8, I'm at 15. If I got, you know, 5 that weigh 10 and I catch an 8, you know, there's just all kinds of scenarios. So it's nice to have some fish, but, you know, it's a far cry from what I need, but it gets me closer and gets me more anxious about getting that one big bite. I mean, that's the way Florida always fishes, and that's why I love Florida, is because you can keep your foot on the throttle all day long, knowing you have the shot to catch a 7, 8, 9, 10 pounder, and it takes you from literally the 7, 8 pounds to 15, 16, 18 pound stringer. So that's where we're at. I'm doing exactly what I love to do, and having a ball out here doing it.
Well, this is an interesting picture.
Yes.
There we go. It's very, very. I'm going to ask you about that. But, so
having a ball doing it.
So we're taking a look, Matt Airy, for perspective of the fans at home. There's 8 lakes on the Harris Chain. If you've never been here, there's 2 different locks you have to go through, multiple canals that you idle through. Ben Milliken, top right of your screen, started the day in 2nd place. He is the last man in the elite qualification right now, but he is in a line right now, it looks like, for lock or for something up ahead. I don't think they're at the lock. I think there's no way the line is that long. There may be some interaction happening up ahead that has others waiting.
Something doesn't look right here to me. You know, that lock holds roughly, and
Echoes, and we might be able to make her through here.
Wow. So apparently,
what is it? 5 to 10 minutes per like block size?
Maybe 10 to 15 roughly, but it looks like to me that a lot of guys have the same game plan. They're like, we'll stop somewhere short, fish a while, and then they just happen to all show up at the lock at the same time. Bad luck on Milliken's part, but that's part of the game we play. It's decisions we make that change the outcome of the whole day. And he's sitting there. He's going to be there for another roughly 30 to 45 minutes minimum. I'm guessing he's got a couple locks to go through in front of him, and
he's got to get to the south end of Apopka after talking to him where he's fishing this week. That's where he'll have to make his way down there. And it's different, Matt, if he's sitting in this situation, waiting, watching, when he's got 5 small ones in the lock well, or he caught some fish off his starting spot. For him not to have any when he left his starting spot, so he lost an hour of fishing time in Apopka because he stopped and fished and then didn't catch any. That's a tough balance.
Well, and in his mind, when he's sitting on his starting spot, he's thinking, okay, all these boats are going on through to Apopka. When I get to the lock, it's going to be wide open. He gets there, and his worst nightmare has materialized, and he's got a dozen boats in front of him. He's got at least we know the lock's working now. He did say that.
Yeah, and we also know Kyle Austin went straight there, and we're all ready. Yeah, like they've been in there for a long time. We see both of them on the right side of your screen. They're where Ben Milliken's trying to get to.
Reminds me when I go to the grocery store, though. Everybody goes to the checkout at the same time, and I'm last.
That's what you go to the grocery store or Walmart, and you make a lap by the checkout counter, and you're like, I'm just going to go see if there's anything else I need.
Yes. When
ice cream milk.
When hurricanes or tornadoes come through and everyone gets all the toilet paper from the store, you're like, I'll wait it out for a day, and then there's none left.
He's looking for some groceries. He needs it. I mean, any movement of 40 spots between him and Bobby Lane. Bobby Lane looks like he may climb a little bit today, but if Milliken falls,
that's the deal.
Elite Series berth on the line. I mean,
mid-50s. That doesn't mean Bobby has to move 39 spots straight up.
Right.
If Ben drops 15 spots back and Bobby moves 25 spots up, there's different. It doesn't have to be
any combination of 39, 40 points. And the same deal there, Ronnie, with Kyle Patrick and Kyle Austin. I think Tyler Williams, since he's in our top 10 right now, I think he might be safe today to the elites. But those other 3.
And what's going through Milliken's mind right now as an angler? Yeah, you can't imagine because, with the Elite Series qualification on the line, him with 0 fish in the box, like you mentioned, Ronnie. Honestly, I'd be considering if I had some options to turn around and head back and fish something else. There's Patrick's nice fish.
That's 1 out of 4. Come on.
It's got to be a confidence booster for him right now.
Holy smokes, he ate it, huh?
Nice. Followed by 10 spots. For sure.
It's a well above average keeper. Florida.
For not only the lakes, but also the pattern he was on. Absolutely worst practice he's had.
I am shaking. Look at those hands. That's what it's all about. See him shaking.
I need 4 more. Oh, I can barely put my worm on, boys.
Relax now. I've been in that position before where you can hardly put your re-rig a soft plastic or even tie a hook on.
Is that in your story?
Let's get 1 more. Same spot.
So just in the
cut.
What hole is it? I don't know. But it had a tree overhanging it. It was really difficult.
That's what it's all about.
Kyle Patrick said that most left on a social media post last night. This is what 12-year-old me is dreaming about, whether it happens for the good or for the bad, just the opportunity. 225 anglers started the season at Eufaula, Alabama, saying, just give me a shot to make the top 9 in points, to make the Elite Series. And going into the last day of the season, there are a couple guys who are nervous for the right reasons. They have that opportunity, and Kyle Patrick's 1 fish closer to that goal.
You can even see it in his face. I mean, not just his hand shaking, but you can see it in his
spread. 5-pounder, we might see some tears of joy and excitement. It is a lifelong dream, a hard road to hoe. It is a tough path. The Bassmaster opens. Kyle Patrick, one more fish. Might not seem a lot, but a couple points could go a long way for Kyle Patrick as he tries to make the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series. We'll be right back.
We are always in motion. Getting this, fixing that, arriving to destinations in life and around the globe. Sometimes it's beautiful. Sometimes it's a blur. Because life never stops, you need someone you can trust to go right along with you, no matter where the future leads. Enterprise, for lives in drive.
When you have something to get done today, getting everything you need today is helpful. That's why Ace has free in-store and curbside pickup, or even same-day delivery from your locally owned neighborhood Ace.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. At Jameson, we like to do things differently. Smooth, triple distilled Irish whiskey, now with a twist of orange flavor. Now that's just showing off. Meet Jameson Orange.
Get more out of your BASS membership. The new members-only section of Bassmaster.com gives exclusive how-to tips from the world's best bass anglers, tournament video archives from past decades, an historic library of features from Bassmaster magazine, and members-only brand discounts to save you money. Already a member? Current members get all this by logging in at Bassmaster.com/membership. Not a member? Don't miss out. Scan the QR code and join today. And we'll even throw in some free gifts.
In 2009, it all started with this 721 Pro XP and a passion to build the best fishing platform in design, performance, and construction for all of our customers. Through the years, motors have changed. Electronics have changed. But the passion to build the best bass boat possible has not changed. Everyone at Phoenix believes we got it right the first time.
The 49ers take on the Browns. Then the Eagles battle the Jets. Touchdown! It's a huge doubleheader. Sunday on Fox.
At over $4 a blade, shaving every day gets expensive. Harry's 5-blade razor offers me a close, comfortable shave. Best part, refills are as low as $2 each, half of what I paid before.
Go to harrys.com/shave to claim your $7 trial.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Here's a hack for getting generic Viagra for just 87 cents. Go to GetFridayPlans.com. Select the quantity and dose. And boom! Look, 87 cents. The prescription is free and the shipping is free too. It's GetFridayPlans.com.
There we go, baby.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of BASS.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here in the state of Florida to end out our open season. Last day of school for these Opens anglers, and some of them are happy the season's almost done. They're gonna end the school year with all A's. And some of these guys are gonna just bomb the final test of the year. It's gonna affect their grade. Matt Messer still holding on to the lead after a 5-pounder this morning. Plenty of other movement can be had from our full field of anglers. See some of the other anglers we have on camera. Tyler Lubas had a keeper-filled morning, but no big ones. Meanwhile, Ben Milliken waiting in line for the lock at Apopka. John Suckup in Griffin trying to get his day going.
Coming on.
And also a couple guys who have already made it through the lock into a pop gun or fishing like Patrick and Kyle Austin. Bobby Lane hanging tight fishing. This is the best situation. Bobby's never going to wish ill will on someone, but for Bobby to need to close the gap on someone, for him to have all day long in the lake right there where takeoff is to fish versus a guy who is now spending 2+ hours of his day not fishing, just waiting. This is a good opportunity for Bobby to make up ground. He doesn't know that, but at the end of the day, that's how it'll shake out. 8 full hours of fishing for Bobby, maybe only 4 for Ben Milliken.
Or less.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Man, Bobby's going about it pretty. He's calm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Have you ever seen that guy fish hyped up, nervous, and shaking? I haven't either. Maximizing his fishing time and doing what he does best is surely he knows his best chance to make the elite. So, again, I like what he's doing. He's had a few bites already. He got 3 in 30 minutes flipping,
And he said he's going to run into a big one sooner or later.
Yeah. I'm going to stand by that.
See a couple of the guys in our camera coverage far away. While we head to Eustis, the only angler that's living in Eustis all day long on our camera coverage, Tyler Lubat. He's hooked up live right now. He's had a good morning full of keepers, needs a big one back. That's cool.
Oh, that's a good fish.
That's a good one. Nice little 3.5, maybe. Yeah. First one's for all you guys watching back home. My grandma, my aunt, my mom, my dad, Anglers International, all my buddies. That one's for you guys.
The only angler on the fast track with a limit should Cull get him into second place.
That's a big call, too, because we know he's got some pretty small keepers in the live well. 3.5.
Yeah, I got 6. I had a call.
On a day like this, you cannot want a culling penalty. In Bassmaster rules, once you get 5 fish, you have to cull, which means you take a bigger one, put it in the live well, take a smaller one, throw it back. You do not want to make a cast with 6 fish in the live well. Penalty. Tyler, it's culling. You'll lose 2 pounds. Hard to make up in a tight weight event.
When you guys have called in, I've had an infraction. I casted with 6 fish in the boat.
Yeah, knock on wood, I've never done that, but I've had some close friends that have. And you wonder, you're like, how in the world does that happen? You just get caught up in the moment.
Guys, I'll go ahead and make it our Mercury Move of the Day. Such said it. A limit for Tyler Lubat, former college angler from Alabama. It's the Mercury Move of the Day. Started the day fishing around the mouth of some canals, caught some numbers, but no size, and finally, to end his limit and Cole, he has gotten some size in that area.
Yeah, he caught a really key fish just a moment ago, and he's in really good shape. He's got a lot of time left to fish, and he's one of the anglers that has not locked, so he's maximizing his fishing time. He's been mixing it up quite a bit too, which is interesting. He started off shallow, like you said. He's moved out deep, and it looked like he was kind of in a mid-depth range right here in between. Fishing just off the bank, maybe a little shell bed or something right there. But you see a boat that had just gone down the bank in front of him, and he snatched one up right behind him. So he's found a little sweet spot for sure.
Look at our 4-box Matt Messer. Looks like he is now through the lock into Griffin, our leader in the top left. Tyler Lubat and Eustis, Kyle Patrick and Apopka, and Ben Milliken in the canal trying to get to Apopka.
Yeah, we can see the lock now, so that's a good thing. He's getting a little bit closer.
I would say the boats also got sideways. They're not head to toe anymore.
So 2 more cycles at least.
Yeah, before we need to get in. It looks like there's at least 6 guys in front of him.
We just said Lubat take over second place, about 9 pounds. Well, Mike Mayo just caught his 4th fish. He's at our biggest bag today, 10 threes. in the second. Keep second.
Yeah, 4 fish for 10. That's a good start. You know, you look at Milton, he picked up a rod now, and he's fishing at least. So something I definitely, you know, chances are pretty low that you might actually get a bite. But given the opportunity to do it while you're waiting, why not? You know, we talked about it a minute ago.
I had this spot to myself yesterday. Everybody must have found it. End of that patch is a good hydrilla patch.
Obviously, kidding there. Fishing in the canal by the lock is not necessarily a go-to spot.
Slow wait. Luckily, this lock is decently quick.
Robert G was 50-30 is one of our guys who's going to qualify. He's got a limit now. We've got a limit in place. Small
it was my
limit.
safe bet, but I was stupid and didn't just come here.
Thinking about his decision.
Yeah, he's second guessing it now.
Take a look at Tyler Williams. Now at the bottom of Griffin. From the weigh-in site, he's only about 2 miles, Such, from the weigh-in site at the bottom of Griffin.
He's got to
get enough head speed and jump some land to make it, but he has to
big
now
jump.
go all the way around through the lock to get back through multiple lakes. When he could probably hear the crowd of Venetian Gardens later today if he flipped up.
I think O'Shea would try that jump in. Solid keeper.
I thought that was a lot bigger. They've got to be right in the wind. Why can't I catch them where it's nice?
He's got that old jig back out, doesn't he?
He is a jig fisherman. Won Watts Bar with the football jig, got in the top 10 at Ozarks with a football jig, and fishing some offshore stuff with a jig once again this week.
And is it just me, or does it look like the exact same jig?
I think I can smell the fish from the other lakes there. I think they know.
Number 3.
Move him up to 5th. Luban did. His fish up that he did maintain second place. Half a pound.
Ow, that kind of hurt.
Master still with only 1 fish. It is one of the right ones, but.
Not quite what they were yesterday, but I'll take him right now. There is still a bass in there. The tag on his hind end. I don't
First time we've seen flipping pads, right?
He said that was one thing he kind of buried the lead in videos and articles. Didn't want to necessarily say what kind of grass, but a grass vegetation. Yes.
Yeah. It's a little bit different, you know, for this time of year in Florida. Pads typically in the spring are a big spawn bite, you know, related directly to spawn. Those root balls that spawn on those stems and things like that. It's a really, really strong bite during the spawn, especially on the Harris chain. And all over Florida for that matter. But that's an interesting bite that he's on. I don't blame him for not wanting to share the details.
Yeah, 714 and a 72 and the biggest bag by 3.5 pounds, 24.6. You want to tell anybody anything?
Yeah, can't blame the guy for being on tight lip.
Matt Messer will add to his lead right there over Tyler Luban. Second keeper of the day for Matt, though. Keep an eye on some other anglers. The one big deal, Ben Milliken, 4th place right there. 0 fish so far. Still waiting to get through the lock at Apopka. Keep an eye on that situation and more. We got JT Tompkins, our points leader. He's sneaking in there. He's in 10th place. We'll be right back.
In 2009, it all started with this 721 Pro XP and a passion to build the best fishing platform in design, performance, and construction for all of our customers. Through the years, motors have changed. Electronics have changed. But the passion to build the best bass boat possible has not changed. Everyone in Phoenix believes we got it right the first time.
Dad, what's with your toenail?
Oh, that, I'm not sure.
It's a nail fungus infection.
That's gross.
It's nothing really.
It's contagious. You can even spread it to other people.
Mom, come here.
Don't worry about it. It'll go away on its own.
No, it won't go away on its own. It's an infection. You need a prescription.
Nail fungus is a contagious infection. At the first signs, show it to your doctor and ask if Jublia is right for you. Jublia is a prescription medicine used to treat toenail fungus. Its most common side effects include grown toenail, application site redness, itching, swelling, burning, or stinging, blisters, and pain. Jublia is recognized by the APMA. Most commercially insured patients will pay as little as $0 copay. Go to JubliaRx.com now to get started.
We get it almost every night. When that moon gets so big and bright, it's super nice.
Stand out in the new restyled Volkswagen Atlas Crosswalk. It does light beautifully.
I love its commercial.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the most experience in the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Ben, take a seat.
So, what you did earlier, right? Huge mistake.
Colossal.
Not signing up for Hilton Honors Points?
You're a business traveler now. Time to start acting like it. When you want to earn points like it's your job, it matters where you stay. Hilton, for the stay.
Start Saturday strong. This big noon Saturday on Fox. We're live from the big house in second-ranked Michigan. JJ McCarthy, Blake Corum, and the Wolverines host the Indiana Hoosiers. It all starts with big noon kickoff for an epic pregame from South Bend. Then it's the Hoosiers and Wolverines for America's #1 game. The best pregame, the best announcers, the biggest games. Indiana, Michigan. It's big noon Saturday on Fox.
There we go, baby.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of BASS.
Things are changing here at the Harris Chain of Lakes. So many different storylines coming into this event. Who's going to win the tournament to make the Bassmaster Classic? Who's going to qualify for the Bassmaster League Series? Do you stay in Lake Harris? Do you go fish Griffin, Eustis, Dora, Beauclair, Carlton, or risk it all and lock into a popcorn? We're seeing it pay off for some and hurt others. We head out to Tyler Williams, who made his way from Lake Harris this morning straight over to Lake Griffin through a lock. It has paid off with some keepers, and he is in the top 10 today.
He clicked up again. Best fish, solid keeper. On the jig again.
I thought that was a lot bigger. They've got to be right in the wind. Why can't I catch them where it's nice? Fish earlier, right before the break. He's been on a flurry, caught quite a few, but this was his biggest before the break, and he's employing that jig once again. We've seen some of these generations of anglers using forward-facing sonar and using different techniques, a finesse game, but we've noticed Tyler's strong suit is a big stick and a flipping stick and a big jig.
Confidence bait for him. Yeah, confidence bait for him. Anytime it gets tough out there, the best thing you can do is pick up, the setup you got the most confidence in. Always fish better that way.
And Tyler, that was just a few moments ago. Yeah, that was just a few moments ago. We head out to him once again. Still fishing right in the head of the wind.
Bowed him up pretty good. Yeah, that's a much better fish. bass. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm catching bass. That's a good one. 4 pound.
Yeah, that's a good.
I love fishing. I was stressed like 6-7 minutes ago. Pulled up 2 casts in a row.
Amazing how fast your mindset can change. But he was stressing, pulled up 2 casts in a row, caught 2 back to back.
He just couldn't fall today. I don't think he is. He's going to be in the Elite Series.
Good next year. Good shit. Yeah.
This probably secures it.
Got a 3.5 pounder. Might not seem like a huge one, but when you're throwing back a pound and a quarter, maybe a pound and a half, it's a huge upgrade. 2 pounds to his total at least. Yeah, that helps. I spoke wrong, Matt. He's working his way to a limit. I think that was number 4. This is his morning. He's caught so many smaller ones and had such a good time. I lost track of some count there, but Tyler Williams, the winner at Watts Bar in Tennessee just 2 events ago to make the Bassmaster Classic. He'll be at the grand stage at Grand Lake, but will he be fishing against you, Matt Airy, on the Bassmaster Elite Series? It looks like he's getting much closer to accomplishing that goal.
Yes, looking pretty strong. Yeah, I like the position he's in. He's 1 bite away from the limit. He's got one of those in-between fish, too, that we're talking about. Usually guys 15 pounds, we talked about it earlier, has a 7 or 8 pounder in live well, a bunch of pound and a half that you go with it, 2 pounders. He's got a 3.5 pounder. Now he gets a big 7 or 8 pounder. He's got 2 for 11 or 12 pounds. So, and then there's other keepers to go along with it. 1 more bite, he's got a solid limit, a great start, and there's still plenty of fish to come with.
I think you just gave him a nickname too, Ronnie. Good time, Tyler.
Good time, Tyler.
Good time for Tyler.
I haven't gotten to watch him fish a whole lot this year, but I watched a little bit of his win at Watts Bar, and he's hooked up again here. This will be number 5.
Oh my gosh! Well, I did it! Whoa!
Easy there, Tyler.
That's good time. That would have been good footage.
Good thing about Florida is if you fall in, there's a 75% chance you can probably stand up wherever you're fishing.
So there's no haters nearby.
Actually, based on the current flow at Griffin, 2.5 pounder.
2.5. That's another solid, good above average keeper too.
I have a cell phone that may have made its way down to the south end of Griffin. I dropped it at the north end, but over the years of the current, it may have made its way down there.
I doubt it still works. It's supposed to be waterproof now.
In here. Okay, how much you charge? PayPal? Less fees, right?
That's 4th place with that fish, 10.5 pounds today, 25, 11 total.
It looks from this angle that he's fishing way off the bank, but as the camera pans to the bank, he's not
right
that
there.
far off of there. So he's not out in the abyss, but the angle of your casting can sometimes be important. He's got his head in the wind, so he's able to maintain position. And man, we've seen a jerkbait, we've seen another worm, and then we've seen a jig over to fill his limit. It's been a good morning for Tyler Williams now.
And a jig offshore in Florida, it's near fall again.
Got the Williams shuffle going on.
He recovered pretty solidly. A jig offshore in Florida is not really a staple, in the state, so to speak. So typically because you're fishing a lot of grass and vegetation, and you're not able to milk a jig through that type of cover. But he's obviously offshore or slightly off the bank fishing the shell bed or some hard structure, maybe a brush pile or something, where he's able to milk that jig through there and get some bites. And it's definitely a bait that they don't see a whole lot down there too. So
when we first saw Ben Milliken get in the line, when he approached, I don't know how long he had been sitting in the line, but when we saw his first camera angle of the lock line, that was over 32 minutes ago.
I swear. There's not fishing guys like Logan Parks can catch up to him. Logan was 107.
God, I guess.
He's up to 24th place with 4 fish.
Well,
Not a big
Clark's
bag
probably
yet.
been on that spot since I left.
Just know the movement is huge because we have 180 anglers. Not all of them do bass track. Not all of them are in the points race. So that's why Ben, with no fish today, is only falling 3 spots. The movement is slowed down a little more, but high up the league.
Logan Park started 7th. He fell 5 spots yesterday. He did a lot of points. He's just 4 behind Bobby Lane.
Hit the damn limit.
12th place right now.
We're coming back here immediately. You heard him say if he can get through and catch a limit, he's immediately going to come back. Going to go home and pick on the locals with Hanger or what? Yeah. He's a man. Yeah. What? Do they not understand the drop shot or what? I know how that goes. Not showing it a lot, but you can sense the frustration, with Milliken right now.
And I'll say this. He's on camera. People see him and feel like everyone should give way to who's in second place. But the way this tournament goes, you have 180 anglers for the first 2 days of competition. Normally, we advance the top 10 to the final day. Everyone deserves the same amount of courtesy, and so you can't just give way when the field is flipped. Like we talked about, guys who get to a spot first on day 1, maybe someone pulls in second or third, or like he said, sees him catching fish there. They maybe were waiting for that spot, so when the day is flipped and they're the first boat out, tomorrow they get to their first shot at the spot. Same thing with the lock situation. There are guys who had this game plan, they're adjusting. They don't just get word that people are catching them in the pocket. That happens, but you also have to make adjustments for your game plan. If they need a Hail Mary to win this event as well, that might be their Hail Mary to do that.
Absolutely. Yeah, a lot on the line for a lot of guys. And you and I are sitting here, we don't know exactly. We obviously know the guys on camera are not the ones in front of him at the lock, but there's some guys that are probably in some pretty critical positions in this tournament that are in front of him also, whether they're vying for the win, trying to make the Bassmaster Classic, trying to cash a check, or whatever it may be.
I think Kyle Austin told me yesterday, waiting for the lock, his co-angler caught a 4-pounder out of the back of the boat.
There you go.
Now, I would pick up a rod and at least try to catch one.
That's right.
While I wait, that would keep my mind a little bit more clear possibly, but as it stood yesterday, Ben Milliken was the last man in the Elite Series qualification line right there in 10th place. Kyle Austin right above him. Tyler Williams really concreting a good day 1 with another good day 2. Keep an eye on this leaderboard and the points race as it changes here on Bassmaster Live.
Get help reaching your goals with JP Morgan Wealth Plan, the digital money coach in the Chase mobile app. Use it to set and track your goals, big and small, and see how changes you make today could help put them within reach. From your first big move to retiring poolside and the other goals along the way, Wealth Plan can help you get there. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
This is a cluster.
Hello.
It's what happens when marketers group customers with very different behaviors into one tangled mess.
This is a mess.
With MailChimp, marketers can use real-time behavior data to personalize every email for every customer, turning clusters into customers, into MailChimp, the #1 email marketing and automation platform.
Leaders in innovation Blues is founded on the rich heritage of building the best. 70 years of cutting-edge innovation with one goal in mind: to answer the call of passionate anglers who demand reliability, durability, and durable performance. Know that we need best for you to perform your best on and off the water.
Was I reeling it a little bit slower? Was I hopping it a little more? What was I doing different? What triggered that fish to bite? That's what I love about fishing. Every provides a new piece of the puzzle that you're trying to put together. And when it all comes together, there is absolutely nothing better.
The next generation of St. Croix Mojo Bass and Mojo Bass Glass deliver breakthrough levels of comfort and control. Based on anthropometric data, radical new trigon handle and dynamic reel seat designs conform the rod to the angle, not the other way around. While 34 dialed-in casting and spinning models support cutting-edge presentations, from BFS to 8-ounce swim baits. So go ahead, find your mojo, and unlock your bionic superpowers. Of the ALCS tomorrow on Fox.
Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. You guys look great. Once I turn 40, let me guess, less energy?
Less drive?
Definitely. It's not your fault. It happens to every man. Testosterone levels drop as you age. Happen to you guys? Yeah. So what did you do? We got Nugenix Total T.
To get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, text ROUT 2321321. This unique man-boosting formula is powered by Testofen, a patented key ingredient clinically researched to help increase testosterone levels.
That does it. I gotta get Nugenix. Just send a text for complimentary bottle. And by the way, she'll like it too.
Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text ROUT 2321321. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, with key ingredients to help you get back in shape fast, absolutely free. That's CROWD 2321321.
Tomorrow, it's a huge doubleheader on Fox, starting with the 49ers taking on the Browns or other regional action. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles take on the Jets, or Lions battle the Bucks, or Cardinals Rams. Check for the game in your area only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. There are a couple teams that have to deal with the 49ers twice a year. It just so happens my favorite team is one of those, so that's not a great thing in 2023. We take a look at our playing field for the Bassmaster Open here at the Harris Chain of Lakes. And this is the situation. This is a good positive. Should be a quick process, but then Milliken finally entering the lock from the canal, from all the lakes like Beauclair and Carlton to get to Lake Apopka.
And you see how small that lock is, 3 boats tops. But I know that's a relief for him to actually finally be inside the lock.
Yep. If people don't know why a canal separates some lakes and locks separate others, it actually lowers the water level or raises it to get to the next lake because it is a different elevation of water level.
Be careful with that. That's a really nice light.
Sense some sarcasm in that statement.
We're in a pretty good mood for having to sit there.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do, right? What do you do? Doesn't do you any good to get that chance out. Yeah.
Well, you're the man too then. I appreciate it. Dude.
We're out there waiting.
I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. What's that? All right. Yep.
Sounds like somebody might have let him in front of him or was going to.
We will. We'll get moving.
The tricky thing now is how do you time your return with what you just encountered? You decide to come back, give yourself hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, but you show up and there's 20 boats in front of you to get back through. You got a problem.
That's why his game plan was
catch a limit.
If I get out, catch a quick limit, come back fast. We get to see some interesting things.
You can see it log jam
riveting footage
early in the morning. The afternoon's coming back, it could be just as bad.
Fishing a brush pile offshore a little bit here in Apopka with a big glide bait, also a big shaky head stand-up worm, and drop shot a little bit too, but you can see Milliken pull out the big baits, knowing You don't want to have to deal with this, but the way he fishes and the big bait presentations he does employ, if he gets 3 bites, those 3 could be the right size to be some other people's. Like he could carry him 20 pounds yesterday, and just 3 good ones today could spare him what he needs.
Even 2, he gets 2 4 or 5 pound class, bites, and it's like a average limit, for the rest of the lakes, and gets up to that 30 pound. I mean, he's sitting at 20 pounds right now. A couple bites from the right fish, and he's at 30 pounds. And imagine that keep him where he needs to be.
Hey, you got to watch out. Some of these guys from deep down, like the Logan Parks, can still do the same thing. Catch one of those big fish and jump up from the 70s. And Jamie Bruce, a Canadian, he's from 126th to 16th right now.
Oh, wow.
I mean, there's a lot of guys who haven't reported anything yet.
What's his limit?
He's only got 8.5 right now. It's not a great limit.
That probably shows
He's got a limit, though.
Yeah, it shows you how many guys may not be reporting on bass pro.
Yes.
That was the big concern. That's why we didn't just go 1 through 10 in the standings today. We had to try to play ball storylines wise because there's so much movement to be had in a Bassmaster Open from day to day.
Patrick's going back to flipping, and Bobby's reversed and don't know moving right now.
Yeah, it's the one I threw at the Ozarks too.
Same jig. There you go.
I love this thing.
That's how the winners, guys going to the Elite Series on camera. Guys going to be the Classic. There'll be other guys disappointed. We know your biggest disappointment in bass fishing happened.
Wow.
2021, Matt.
Thank you for bringing that up.
No, I want you to.
I want you to think about it.
Hey, you got second in a Bassmaster Classic. Not everybody can say that. We remember it. Always remember. I finished the second, but since you're here, let's talk about it.
Well, I can honestly sit here and tell you that you finished second. You come that close into the biggest event in bass fishing. You taste it just a little bit. It makes you want it even that much more. And after that 2021 Classic at Ray Roberts, I never want to miss another Classic. Much less, I want to capitalize on every opportunity I have. Once I'm there, that's a tournament you fish to win. Period. You don't go fishing. The first one I fished, I was a little starstruck. It's a big stage, it's a big show. But yeah, you go that tournament for one reason, to win, and when you get that close, I can promise you, I want to do as bad as anybody out there now.
Hank Cherry, same as you had, possibly the winning
at Grand Lake
fish on.
Yep.
You had potentially the winning fish on.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I'm just going to go ahead and say, for those fantasy fishing guys, Matt Airy's pretty darn good at Grand Lake that time of the year. So this is some Bassmaster trivia. Do you remember salt in the wound a little bit more? How close were you to winning the 2021 Classic? 115 away, 110, 115 again, or 2-1?
So yeah, I think. Well, I know, obviously. I think I know. I might have actually forgotten.
1-5, 110, 115, or 2-1.
Yeah.
Can I go with? I can't guess.
Right. It's got to go first.
I promise.
I can't go first. You told me the answer, Serge.
Oh, I didn't. Okay.
Can I go with E113?
E113. Is that what you thought?
Well, this is to win. You'd have to be announced better than Hank Cherry.
Oh, wow. Yeah, see, I had already forgot. I didn't even know. I thought the correct answer wasn't even on there.
50 pounds, 15 ounces to 49.1.
I'm glad you put it out of your head.
Well, I had. That's so bad I didn't even know what it was. It didn't matter.
You were close.
If you finish second in the Classic by 1 ounce or 10 pounds, you finish second in the Classic.
You've heard Davey Hite go, man, when I lost out to the Classic, I just wanted it so much more.
Yep, I agree with that. He's not the big stuff.
Filler fish.
Well, he's in line to get to the Classic.
Yeah, there's big ones in here somewhere. But that one won't work for right now. I'll find him later. Okay. Now 2 bites. I just need them both to be Heights. Too much asphalt. The wind don't seem to be affecting the flipping bite though. That's good news.
Yesterday, but I sort of thought it was tapped out, but I mean, even 1 pounders right now is dropping my line. Donk. Please be a keeper. Please be a keeper. Should you just see unhook that fish so quick under his arm with no hand on the fish? That was rocking.
Yeah, it's a keeper.
Keeper for Kyle Patrick. Hey, I'll take it.
If there's anything we know about him, he is wired up.
But I will take it. What a bad day. It's making me hard. It's making it hard to leave.
Talk about how hard it would be to leave, and he's getting just enough bites to keep him interested. And he's sticking it out for now. A couple more bites, and he'll have a limit. That'll mean a lot to him. Hopefully, Top will settle down after that. He can tell he's pretty tense right now.
He doesn't know what's waiting for him at the lock either. Got Ben Milliken sporting the Kobe Bryant jersey, I believe, as he's making his way out of the lock into Lake Atopia. Keep an eye on that as he's actually going to restart his fishing day as the Bubble Boy for making the Elite Series. Bobby Lane, since Ben Milliken has been waiting at the lock, Bobby Lane has caught 3 bass. And those 2 guys are 10th and 11th in the points race. Keep an eye on that. Every fish Kyle Patrick catches is a little bit more of an improvement for him. Let's see who can survive and advance when we come back.
We are always in motion. Getting this, fixing that, arriving to destinations in life and around the globe. Sometimes it's beautiful. Sometimes it's a blur. Because life never stops, you need someone you can trust to go right along with you, no matter where the future leads. Enterprise for lives in drive.
Grand Canyon University, an affordable private Christian university, is one of the largest and fastest growing universities in the country, offering more than 270 programs online. In addition to federal grants and aid, GCU's online students received nearly $130 million in institutional scholarships in 2022. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu/myoffer to see the scholarships you may qualify for.
When you have something to get done today, getting everything you need today is helpful. That's why Ace has free in-store and curbside pickup, or even same-day delivery from your locally owned neighborhood Ace.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware folks. At Jameson, we like to do things differently. Smooth, triple distilled Irish whiskey, now with a twist of orange flavor. Now that's just showing off. Meet Jameson Orange.
Start Saturday strong. This big news Saturday on Fox. We're live from the big house in second-ranked Michigan. JJ McCarthy, Blake Corum, and the Wolverines host the Indiana Hoosiers. It all starts with a late kickoff for an epic pregame from South Bend. Then it's the Hoosiers and Wolverines for America's #1 game. The best pregame, the best announcers, the biggest games. Indiana, Michigan is Big News Saturday on Fox.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to dealdash.com right now and see how much you can save.
I'm about to show you how you get 100 milligrams generic Viagra for just 87 cents. Here's what you got to do. First, go to getfridayplans.com, and then you select why you need generic Viagra, the quantity you need, and the dosage. And their system will see if you qualify. Give it a second to find the best deals, and boom! Look at that, 87 cents for each tablet. The prescription, the shipping are free. Go to getfridayplans.com. Try it for yourself.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by Minn Kota. Power Pole. Skeeter Boats. Progressive Insurance. And by Rabbi.
Moves are being made on the final day here at the Harris Chain of Lakes. The canal from the other chain to Apopka has been a popular place the last few minutes. And Milliken finally making his way down to an area where he caught 20 pounds of bass on day one of this event. Decisions, those decisions can positively or negatively impact your season. JT Tompkins has had a phenomenal year, made all the right decisions this year. Not too bad when your worst event of the season was a 48th place finish, I believe, at Eufaula, Alabama, as he's hooked up.
No kid looked late to a pickup basketball game.
Or early.
Or early to it. JT, what a season.
Here we go.
13th, that should bump him into the top 10 again.
That's a little better keeper.
3. Nothing big.
All right, I just need 2 more. If I can get 2 more like that, it'll make me feel a lot better. But I still got a lot of work to do. But we've got plenty of time to do it with. So I'd like to get on a limit hole, finish up the day. One boat kind of beating them up at the moment. I thought it was a big one. I watched him shoot up at the brush pile. I wish they'd all do what he just did. Just shoot up at the brush pile, zero hesitance. Just smoke it. Pound and a half. JT Tompkins been a factor at the top of our points race and leaderboards all season long in the Bassmaster Opens. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Matt Erie, Elite Series Pro, and Mike Sukan, always joining us for Bass Live. Guys, we've got 3 hours of action completed. We've got we're halfway through the day, another half to go. Matt, what are some of your takeaways of not only the guys we have on camera, but some of the necessary moves that they'll need to make going forward?
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting stories right now is Milliken and having to deal with the locking situation. The locking situation was probably not what he expected. When he got there was a lot of boats in front of him. He finally got through. We saw him on his way to Apopka, but he was headed to Apopka with 0 fish in the box. So once he makes it there, we're going to have to see how the afternoon unfolds, and if the nerves get the best of him, or if he can settle in, fish, catch a few fish, do his job, and make it back to the lock.
It could be an interesting time for Ben Milliken. If he catches 5 fish, he said he's going to make it back real quick. He needs his spot that paid off yesterday to pay off today. Meanwhile, Suit, you think about some of the guys below him, Bobby Lane with a few keepers today to try to increase his odds of making the Elite Series. And Logan Parks fell down inside the cut, outside, into 12th place in the hundreds in this event, now making a surge up today. There's still points to be gathered.
Yeah, only time will tell who's going to get up in there and get into our top 10 who qualify for next year's Elite Series. And it's going to come down to some big fish and good limits this afternoon. Some guys who are outside are going to climb up in, and some guys who are in there right now may fall out and be a little disappointed in the season like that.
Big time decisions, risk and reward. Do you lock through to Griffin? Do you lock through to Apopka? Which lake do you choose, and which strategy do you take Wild fishing. Bobby Lane's played it close to the vest, staying close to home in the lake he knows the best. And it's gotten him an okay finish, but he needs a top 25 most likely today to give himself a shot, depending on how the rest of the standings change. Guys like Jamie Bruce, Logan Parks really hurt themselves yesterday with 107th and 126th. They could jump up.
It's pretty fluid, though. I mean, if somebody else, one of those guys that climbs up gets 100 points different or even 50 points, but the other guys above have to fall. So
that's the biggest thing is you don't want to wish poor on your opponent, but
you wish poor on your opponent.
If some do fall today, then the window is definitely open. Ben Milliken needed that to start the week. He was 17th. He needed some guys to struggle and him to catch him big to make that move. He has done that. Now he has to be the one that is being pursued.
He's got to catch him. He's lost 4 points already today.
But this is the one concrete thing. No way, no how can Ben Milliken end his tournament with 20 pounds, basically zeroing today. Right. He cannot do that and make the Elite Series. He needs to catch some sort of weight to give himself a shot. We take a look at our 4-box of Matt Messer, our current leader. John Sokup, also fishing over there in Griffin. Wesley Gore, he's been fishing in offshore shell bar all week long, but said he would get up into some tricky stuff, frog fishing. It obviously looks like his offshore place did not pan out this morning.
He shot big time yesterday by 7:13. That's a key bite in Florida, and he's really, really changed it up. If you look where he's at now, looks like he's throwing a frog, and he's tucked back in there.
Tyler Williams is also one of the Griffin anglers. There's 3 anglers on Griffin, 3 anglers going to or in Apopka. And our other 4 are distributed throughout the rest of the chain. It has been a good and interesting day. Kind of a little apprehensive if you're watching Bass Live. There's a lot of details still to be seen. Bass Track will clarify those a little bit, but our weigh-in later today will clarify it a lot. We'll also get a ton more detail on our Bassmaster.com show the rest of the day if you join us there. Matt Messer started strong. He was the day 1 leader, caught a 6-pounder this morning, we'll call it. Staying in the lead. Meanwhile, Tyler Lubot, only fishing for a classic opportunity, started the day in 5th, has had a strong day. Same goes for Tyler Williams. He's already made the classic. He's trying to secure that elite bid. Another good day today. We'll do that. Mentioned it. You can join us. Our coverage will continue at noon Eastern time. We'll be back on Bassmaster.com, and you can watch the show there. And we will lead it right up to weigh-in. 3 p.m. Eastern time. We'll hand you off to the weigh-in crew. Hank Weldon will crown a champion and decide all the points races later today in Leesburg, Florida. Thank you for joining us on Fox Sports 1.
Streets of heaven are paved with gold, and today, for the visiting Trojans, their path to the college football playoff goes through the Golden Dome. In defense, the indomitable spirit of the Fighting Irish will list not only touchdown Jesus, but also first down Moses and the Lady of Lords. Because for Notre Dame, the path to redemption this week goes through USC. Let's go Irish! Let's go Irish! The greatest intersectional rivalry in college football. The 94th edition of USC and Notre Dame now on Big Noon Kickoff. You got barbecue back there, and you didn't invite me. Two icons of college football renew a rivalry dating back to 1926, and it comes away from a campus steeped in tradition, lore, and success. Live from the University of Notre Dame, with smoking mist in here right behind us. Wasn't ready for it. So happy you're with us from rainy South Bend today for Big Dude Kickoff. Rob Stonen outlined against a blue-gray October sky. The four horsemen rode again. Former Irish wide receiver wide receiver coach Urban Meyer. Sorry about that. The man who is 3-0 versus Notre Dame. USC Heisman legend Matt Leinart. Come on, you get food louder than that. I mean, they didn't even want to show up today. They're afraid tonight. That's why. All right, we'll get him to cheer here. Alabama national champion, all around good guy. Roll Tide, baby. All right, and the man who is still Notre Dame's all-time passing yards and touchdown leader, two-time Irish All-American, Brady. There it goes. You're right. I don't want that. You got me by like 50 pounds. Notre Dame royalty.
Good to be here. It took us a while to get here. We've been trying to come to South Bend for a while.
And thank you for the Notre Dame weather.
Yeah, well, this is part of it. You know, this is part of what we get used to here in the Midwest.
What we do in October.
We'll be staying in the Midwest next week, so we'll see what the league's like there.
Maybe for the rest of the season.
Tell you what, we got to thank that crowd for being out.
Oh my gosh, so good. Thank you, everybody. We love you, fans, Notre Dame fans. Thank you, guys. I mean, low-level flooding on our drive to work. Let's go inside. And with great crowd here in South Bend. Look, plenty of movement in this week's AP Top 10. 4 teams received first-place votes. Georgia, though, really strengthened their grip on the #1 slot. The big riser this week, Oklahoma. They jumped 7 spots to #5 after their victory over Texas. USC, down for the 3rd straight week. They sit at #10. It's really the first time in the playoff era that the national title race at this stage has been this wide open. We've really been talking about it for a couple of weeks as well. A slew of programs that have a real legitimate shot to earn an invite to the college football playoff. So we welcome you to the Big Dude Kickoff. Playoff draft. The guys are going to project in draft style which teams will make the playoff, not win it, make the playoff based not only on how good they are, but also their path to get here. Brady, hometown, we give you the first pick
thank you. I
in the
appreciate
draft.
that. Look,
and it's not going to go to the Irish.
It's not. Unfortunately, it's not. It's going to go to Georgia because they don't really play that difficult of a schedule. They've got an easier path through the SEC East. Toughest opponents probably Tennessee down the stretch, and then they've got to go play probably Bama, I think, coming out of the SEC West, the SEC Championship game. I think the other things you have to remind yourselves of, if they are unblemished headed to the SEC Championship game, even with a loss, we've seen teams still get in with 1 loss, which would be the case there for Georgia. So I think the defending national champs, 2-time national champs, get the edge there. They get into the college football playoff.
#2 pick, I'm going with Michigan. They're going to say that they haven't played anybody. I'm going to say you only can play with your schedule. And who have they done? They've been dominant. J.J. McCarthy balling. Blake Corum balling. The defense balling. Michigan is my #2 pick to make it to the playoffs.
All right, those are probably the top 2 teams in the country. I'm going to go Florida State at #3. They still have a great resume. They had a great win against LSU. The offense with Jordan Travis is a legit Heisman Trophy candidate, but it's all about the path for me. They get Duke and Miami at home, Coach. That's the rest of their season. So I think Florida State has a great shot of running the table, getting into an ACC championship, then a playoff berth.
Well, I got the next pick, and I'm going to go with an O, but it's going to be Oregon. How about that?
Wow.
That is strictly off of videotape, a balanced offense playing great defense. And on videotape, I think they're one of the top 3-4 best teams in the country.
All right, Bear at #5. You're up, my friend.
I'm going to go with Texas. I know they did lose to Oklahoma last week. But if you play that game again, I would like the Longhorns chance. 3 turnovers to 9, 2 batted ball interceptions, stop them 4th and goal to 1. Like, average over a yard per play more than Oklahoma. They need to get in the Big 12 championship game. I would like the Longhorns' chances. If you look at Texas' schedule, there's a really good chance that's going to happen.
All right, Bear, stand by because we're doing the snake draft, so you're up next. But let's show you some of the programs that are still available out there And here's some good ones. Loaded unbeaten, including the third-ranked Buckeyes. Oklahoma's there. And State. There's somebody's Southern Cal, somebody's Alabama.
Trojans sitting there, man.
All right, so a lot of good picks still Irish anywhere. Let's snake it fair. You just went from number 5. Now here you are at 6.
I'm going to maybe raise some eyebrows here with who I'm going to take at number 6. I am going to go with Alabama.
No! You don't do it, Bear. You don't do it, Bear. You know that's my pick.
He stole your team.
You don't roll with the tide like me, dog.
You got to trade up to get in front of me in the draft, my man.
Oh, man.
You've seen it before, though, with Alabama. I think it was 3 or 4 times Alabama has lost early in the regular season, came back, won out, got into the college football playoff. They finally appear to be settled on Jalen Miller, a quarterback who can continue to not turn the ball over and find a little bit more running. And Dallas Turner has turned into a force on that defense. They have LSU coming up at home. They wound up in the SEC championship game. They beat Georgia. They're in the college football playoff.
I like your logic, Barry.
Coach, you're at 7. You going to do it?
I am going to do it. It's a value pick because I knew you would not pick Ohio State.
That's not a
So that's why I took Oregon. So I got Ohio State versus number 7. At the end of the day, in 42 days, we'll find out when they play in Ann Arbor.
And next week, we're going to learn a lot more about the Buckeyes.
Looking over Penn State?
All right, so I'm going to go with the team that just beat Bears team in Texas, the Oklahoma Sooners. And there you go. I'm not going to go ahead and listen.
Wow.
Listen. I'm good with USC. They're going to handle business. But I'm going to go with the Sooners. And look, it starts with Dylan Gabriel, quarterback. He's probably the most maybe under-respected player in the college football. He's outstanding. Was outstanding last week against Texas. And then just the schedule as well. They get Kansas, they get Oklahoma State, Bedlam, but I do think it's shaping up to have another rematch with Texas in the Big 12 championship game. They win, and they're in the college football playoff. So give me the Sooners. Brent Venables turn that program around in one day.
Remember, though, that Kansas and Oklahoma State game on the road.
Ooh, y'all give me a high value pick. That
All right, number 9. You already have
I'm going with Washington and the Huskies.
Yeah.
You don't give me the high value at number 9. Washington Penix Jr., the Huskies, them dogs out in the Pacific Northwest. Number 1 offense in the country. My dog threw for over 300 yards in every game this season. I'm going with Michael Penix Jr. and these dogs, them Huskies out in the Pacific Northwest. High value pick number 9.
There's no doubt. And look, I could stay in the Pac-12 because it's another undefeated team, but honestly, I'd rather get sick and have the flu than pick SC in this spot. I'm still surprised you didn't pick them. So I'm going to go with another undefeated team. I'm going with Penn State. Penn State's still on the board here. They got 2 tough tests.
Wow.
They have to host Michigan, and obviously they have to go on the road next week to Ohio State. We'll be there for that. And even if they don't get through that unblemished with 1 loss, you might make the case that they're the best or one of the best 1-loss teams. We've seen it before. You don't have to win your conference with 1 loss in order to get in the playoff. No
By the way,
SG.
a flu shot at Matt, by the way. Not a flu shot, but a shot.
He was dealing with something earlier this week.
It's been a rough week, guys. The USC, that defense maybe plays a little better tonight. Maybe, we'll do this draft next week.
I just can't believe you pick him, man. That's unbelievable.
It's all part of my strategy.
He believes in USC.
He believes in you, guys.
I'm just not going to pick him. Bear, you already had 2 picks, but any notable additions through the top 10 picks there?
I would say if there was one team that's interesting left off, it would be North Carolina. Obviously, the game against Miami is big today, but they don't have Florida State in the regular season. They get Duke at home. Clemson is clearly down. Drake May's a Heisman candidate. The defense is clearly improved from what it's been in years past. Carolina can get out of Chapel Hill with a win against Miami today. They got a really good chance of running the table and maybe being the real dark horse sleeper team to crash the college football playoff party.
And the Tar Heels have the number 1 recruit in the nation in town for that showdown with Miami later today. All right, last night in Boulder, Colorado hosted Stanford. By all accounts, Coach Prime, through the first 30 minutes, he's like, this is a blowout. This is exactly what we wanted. Up 29-0 at the break, but this one was pushed into overtime. Stanford down, needed the TD to extend it. Ashton Daniels held it. Kyle Manor was huge, 13 grabs, 294 yards, a school record, 3 touchdowns. So we go to the second overtime. Shador Sanders threw an interception. Cardinal win it with this Josh Party 31-yard field goal. 46-43, the biggest comeback in school history for Stanford. They win it 46-43. Let's welcome in our college football insider, sponsored by Allstate. You're in good hands with our friend Bruce Feldman. So, Bruce, after last night's loss, Colorado, they now sit at 4-3. Are you sensing any panic now in Boulder?
Well, Rob, no doubt the steep hill has gotten a lot higher to climb up to get to that 2 more wins to get bowl eligible. Remember, 4 of their next 5 opponents, top 20 teams. But there is no panic. I actually talked to one of the CU assistants within the last hour, and he had described to me as, well, it's really, really painful, and it's a hard lesson we've had to learn. But for this team, he said, we are learning about each other and ourselves every week. And really what we're learning about is what it's going to take for us to get to where we want to go. He said the biggest thing here is everybody believes in Coach Prime all the way down. And the message, and he was adamant about this, was this will not deter us from getting to where we want to go and to getting to where we will go.
Massive learning lesson for Coach Prime and his team in Boulder last night. Bruce, thank you. Still to come. Matt Brady relived one of the greatest games in the history of college football. They're booing. They're going to boo even louder when they see the rest of this. The Bush push from 05. And up next, the head coach who will lead the Trojans into this year's installment of the rivalry game between USC and Notre Dame, Lincoln Riley, will join us live. Marvin Harrison Jr., 100-plus receiving yards in 3 of his last 4 games.
Yeah, last time we saw him against Maryland, 8 for 163, going up against a Purdue pass defense that has struggled this season.
Buckeyes and Purdue. Donovan Edwards still looking for his first touchdown of the year. The Wolverines look to get him going today as they host Indiana on Fox.
Yeah, he's got the most touches in the Big Ten without a touchdown this season. Off to a slow start. They need to get it going. I think he will today for Indiana.
Notre Dame is produced 201 first-team All-Americans. USC another 175, 2 massive college program set to meet here in South.
History of decisions. Even easier than this.
We need a clutch hit. Derek Jeter.
Hang in there, rookie. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your world?
You think life is short? Football is short. The regular season is just 18 weeks. That's it. So cherish every over and under before it's over on FanDuel. With live betting on every NFL game. Because before you know it, a cold night at the Buffalo Bills game will just be a cold night in Buffalo.
Bet $5 to get $200 back in bonus bets and get a profit boost every single day.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. If New Heineken Silver was Viking saga.
Last this west, to find that he tortured my first wife and stole my second favorite goat. Now you want to marry my daughter.
Okay.
Taste, no bitter endings. Heineken Silver, world-class light beer. This is a cluster.
Hello.
It's what happened. That's when marketers group customers with very different behaviors into one tangled mess.
This is a mess.
With MailChimp, marketers can use real.
Yard passing game, the Tide set to host the Razorbacks.
His best game last week versus that tough Texas A&M defense. This offense is building Martin scary. 2 of the last 3 games, SEC opponents win by double digits. Not so many offensive concerns anymore. They're built.
Throwing that offensive line, figure things out. Watch out for the tide. All right, a live look from South Bend. Fox weather update. Temperatures in the high 40s. When it says humidity at 96%, can we just update that to 2,000%?
Just put rain.
It is rain.
Just put rain.
It is rain. It is supposed to clear though by kickoff. Temperatures will be in the low 40s. With that, we welcome in second-year USC head coach Lincoln Riley from the Trojan Team Hotel. Lincoln, will start you off with a friendly voice from Matt Liner.
Coach, Matt, appreciate you coming on, man. We'll see you later tonight, but I know this week you were really passionate defending your defense, and I'm curious of how you would assess their performance so far up to this point in the season, and then just the key in slowing down Notre Dame tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the good is we're fourth in the country in sacks. We're first in the country in TFLs for an undefeated football team, and that's a pretty darn good start. Now, there's certainly some things that we have to keep better. We know we've got a big challenge tonight with a very good Notre Dame offense, really good offensive line, some tremendous skill players. I think the biggest thing for us is we've got to tackle well. When we've tackled well, we've played at a high level, we've limited big plays, and we've proven that we can get some deficiencies that showed up there that have to be great tonight. But then there's also understanding. Where you're supposed to be, fitting in the proper gaps, guys being in great position to make those tackles, and then the effort and the strain to gain tackle some of these really talented skill players we're going to play against tonight will be very important.
Coach Riley, Mark Ingram here.
Defensive players in this league, so yeah, it's going to be a great challenge. It's going to be fun to see how it unfolds here in the second half of the season.
Hey, Coach, Brady Quinn here. Just curious if you want to share some of your game plans, some of the notes, and things you're going to be doing out there before the Phoenix game. That was worth a shot.
I expect nothing less from you, Brady.
Thanks, Coach. That was worth a shot. I just want to have you talk about the rivalry. Obviously, this is your first time coming to South Bend as part of this. Rivalry. What are your expectations for the atmosphere? Obviously, we think we know what the weather's going to be like.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. This is, I told the team this week, there's only a handful of places that you can go play or go coach where you get to play games like this, where, you know, every college has rivalries, but not everybody has a rivalry that's so nationally relevant every single year. And this is one of those games. And so get a chance to be in here for the second time. First time here in South Bend. I'm looking forward to it. I know it'll be a great atmosphere. It's one as a coach that you know is definitely a special place to go play. As a team, that you know it's a special place to go play. So I want to embrace the moment and come in there ready to play.
Coach, will you allow yourself to enjoy that moment and take in some of the particular sites of South Bend?
Yeah, I think certainly when you get there, you've got a minute to take it all in. I mean, we're human too, obviously, and this is special. And one of the things I said, told myself when I came and took this job was I'm going to do a better job of appreciating the opportunities that we get to come play in some special venues, be a part of special rivalries, and so definitely we'll take it in for a quick second, be appreciative that we get to play in this great historic game, and then get locked in and ready to go.
Yeah, it's interesting. Coach Meyer and I walked into the stadium yesterday, and he started reflecting on his years as a wide receiver coach, looking up at the press box, remembering working under legends like Lou Holtz. Coach, we appreciate you joining us live. Enjoy your trip down here to South Bend. enjoy the game tonight against Notre Dame. Lincoln Riley kind enough to join us live from the team hotel. Georgia QB Carson Beck coming off 3 straight 300-yard games, including that career-high 389 outing last week in a real emphatic win over Kentucky. Georgia sitting there firmly at number 1 as they have been all season long. Time for our Good Hands Playmaker, sponsored by Allstate. You're in good hands with Michigan tailback Blake Corum. There he is, Mark Ingram, 10 touchdowns on the season, averaging nearly 6 yards per carry. Only 100-yard rushing game this year because, again, as we talked about, a lot of these starters don't even play in the second half. Should have his way against that defense today, guys. RB, R. Brady. Did they boo USC or Michigan more? Both. Yes.
Soon after starting my career, I felt stuck. I needed to go in a different direction. That's when I found National University. My professors had real-life experience in their fields, and with every course, I gained more confidence. After graduation, I was able to build a very successful corporate career in business. Enrolling at NU really empowered me to build my dream career.
Have fun, sis.
Can't stop adding stuff to your cart? Get the Bank of America customized cash rewards card. Choose the online shopping category and earn 3% cash back.
When you prefer dream vacation over a rental nightmare, it matters where you stay. Embassy Suites by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
It's easy to get lost in investment research. Introducing JP Morgan Personal Advisors.
Hey, David.
Connect with an advisor to create your personalized plan.
Let's find the right investments for your goals.
Okay, great.
JP Morgan Wealth Management.
At over $4 a blade, shaving every day gets expensive. Harry's 5-blade razor offers you a close, comfortable shave. Best part, refills are as low as $2 each, half of what I paid before.
Go to harrys.com/shave to claim your $7 trial.
Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern. Own your FS1.
Here's a hack for getting generic Viagra for just 87 cents. Go to getfridayplans.com, select the quantity and dose, and boom! Look, 87 cents. The prescription is free and the shipping is free too. It's getfridayplans.com.
You're welcome, America.
I got the eye of the tiger. Dancing through the fire. I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me roar. I got the eye of the tiger.
These two clueless owners, idiots, Jordan has his work cut out. You two get some integrity. All the kitchen nightmares, Monday on Fox.
Fox Big Noon Kickoff is sponsored by Cerveza Dos Equis. Get a dose, please drink responsibly. And by Allstate, you're in good hands. Notre Dame's in good hands with Duke Rockney and so many other legendary figures here at South Bend. There's J.J. McCarthy, 18-1 as Michigan's starting quarterback. They'll try to run that record at 19-1 today as the Wolverines host the Hoosiers coming up next on Fox. And we send it down to the field. Brady Martin and an Irish legend.
Yeah, speaking of good hands, we're now so honored to be joined by the legendary Pro Football Hall of Fame, College Football Hall of Fame, Heisman Trophy winner Tim Brown. What's up, man? Thank you so much for taking time to join us. Obviously, do you remember these conditions?
I do. Because of this weather,
It's the reason why Al Davis said I was the best bad weather player he's ever had, because you get used to it here.
Well, the other thing is when you have a rivalry like Notre Dame and USC, that's where guys like you come in town, these sort of big matchups. Talk to us a little bit about your experience with this rivalry.
Yeah, no doubt about it. My first couple years here, we weren't a really good football team. But this game was a game that we pointed to every year. We had to win this game. So I went 4-0 versus SC during my 4 years.
I can't say the same, but also it's a little different SC team than a lot. Steve Burl, I was like, well, let's look at those USC teams versus bad Reggie.
Hey, this is my Irish brother, but this is my Heisman brother.
No doubt.
We got a Heisman brother playing today that's Irish. We going against Caleb Williams. What do you think makes him so special?
Well, look, his ability to move around in the pocket and make these throws, man, from unusual points of view, I mean, last weekend he had a little rough night, but that's scary, right? Because he's working pretty hard this week to get back on track. So, look, this guy is one of these guys, if he's still alive, he's going to make a play some kind of way.
Right. Tim, I got to ask you about the game, though. Obviously, you're here for Robert. I assume you've watched the team. Wasn't a great look last week, but what are your thoughts as headed into this one?
Look, I mean, we have to find a way to get the ball to our playmakers, right? Last week, for some reason, we couldn't make that happen. The running game, they put 9-10 guys in the box. It's really tough. So RPOs, whatever they call it these days, man. Let's get the ball out and get the ball to the receiver. To make this thing happen.
I gotta ask you for a prediction. I think I have an idea of what that prediction's going to be.
Let me see here. No, look, I think this is a game that Notre Dame can win. Not easily, but if they can control the running game, I'm looking at 28-17.
I like that. All right, guys. From one legend to a couple legends up there with Rod Stone.
All right, Brady, thank you very much. 17 points. I heard it as well. Time to open up this week's edition of Urban's Playbook. But there is no questioning Lincoln Riley's offensive success in both Oklahoma and USC. The defense, that's another story.
It is. And in the playbook this week, Lincoln Riley is one of the best coaches in recent history in college football. But he's failed to win a playoff game or a national title. Why? It's because of defense. Everyone knows that. How about the stat? Average offense during his 10 years been number 4 in the country. On defense, 71st. And normally when you talk about bad defense, it's coming down to effort or scheme. I watched a lot of film on USC this week. It's not that at all. They have a good scheme. They have good effort. The good news, Matt, it's very correctable, the things that I saw. Number one issue is the defensive back, secondary, the corners, the safeties are struggling high point the ball. Watch the video here. If it's man coverage, your responsibility is to hug up the receiver, get tight receiver, watch the ball on the screen. However, read the eyes of the defender, of the receiver. You can see he's reading his eyes. As the receiver looks back, you have to look back and beat him to the ball. Second video, this is zone coverage. Your eyes should never come off the quarterback, attack the ball, high point it. They get beat to the ball. So that's an area they have to improve.
Yeah, and last year at this point, Coach, USC had 15 takeaways. A lot of those high points, they came down with interceptions. So far this year, they only have 8. That is a big difference that we're seeing.
And the second issue is when we talked to Coach Riley about its most fundamental skill in the game of football. It's called tackling. And tackling is when it's in the middle of the year like this, it's hard to work on it, but you can't correct it. But I want to point out 2 issues in tackle. The first one is taking the extra step. Watch the videotape here. You can see against Colorado at the bottom of the screen, the defender, he's in perfect position. Matt, take the extra step, get the ball carried to the ground. Instead, he lunges. You can't make a tackle that way. And it ends up being a big hit against Colorado. And this is the second one. The basis of rugby tackling is kill the engine. You're going to see 2 videos about 2 missed tackles in one play. They play like they're out their arms. You got to kill the engine. You know what the engine is? Those legs. Wrap them up. That's 2 missed tackles on one play. And you can't correct those.
Well, one of the craziest numbers is they're missing on average 13 tackles a game. Think about that. They're missing 13 tackles a game. I think 34 tackles in the last 2 weeks. You better shore up that. You better kill the engine tonight against Audrey Gaston, or it's going to be a long night for this defense.
And when you say, for the viewer watching that, you say kill the engine of any great athlete are these. And how do you kill? This is Pete Carroll's stuff. Kill the engine. You have to wrap those legs up and get him on the ground. If they don't do that tonight, they're not going to win this game.
The demo was supposed to take place on the field, and I was going to try to kill Mark Ingrams.
And we're glad we didn't put you in that.
Right, yeah. I'd rather have the Notre Dame cheerleaders down there behind than me getting trucked by Mark Ingram. That was this week's edition of Urban's Flavor. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at the biggest game of the year out in the Pacific Northwest, the top 10 Pac-12 showdown between Oregon and Washington. Jim Harbaugh doesn't just move trees, guys. He wins games and catches balls during warm-ups. Harbaugh and the Wolverines looking for their 19th straight Big Ten win today, which would match the school record. Harbaugh and the Wolverines hosting Indiana coming up on Fox. Notre Dame and USC fans here in South Bend braving the conditions.
Tomorrow on Fox, the LCS begins as Corey Seager and the Rangers take on Jordan Alvarez and the reigning champion Astros. Game 1 of the ALCS tomorrow on Fox.
So it's going to come down to this. Can they do it?
Oh, no, they missed it. 4 minutes. There's a flag on the play.
It's your igniter. We'll help get that fixed. Then your oven issues. Done.
Best part about opening front door is the video to get this to the done, yeah. Video, chat like crazy. Experts on shirts.
Man, an app to fix my oven. Yep, an app to fix your oven. That's correct. Introducing Front Door. Download today to video chat expert.
To 50 years with my best friend and my soulmate.
That kid let it mellow. Let it yellow mellow. Which I don't
Bounty absorbs spills like a sponge, and Bounty is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less and get the job done with 1.
You've got a bit of your face on your face.
Bounty, the quicker picker up.
I get to the point where I kind of just like hearing them walk up and down this, run up and down the stairs. This motherfucker is finding himself, I think. He's trying to run the 440 up there with the rockets on that fucking stairway. Are you done? Look, we got a bow tie. That bitch went. No. What is that thing called? All of these videos suck. Milk bowl. Oh my god, I should text it this way. Right there. Very good. So there's very handsome. She is a she has huge sticks that are natural. You sure you guys look 100% positive? We don't know. All right. Could have been because that's the only somebody tell me that anything at the phone monsters. Really fucking monster then it's expecting out to discuss. And here another the fucking nerd saying the universe. You know the fucking monster shit. So I don't know. Why? Anyone knows anybody can be. You should have been saying the next question. You got language, right? Just let's go. You really good sex to that go? Yep. Let's go. Alright, here we go. But you can't have me at 0 to 29 yards. That's okay. Look at this. Those are here. That's what's on.
Christian McCaffrey of the 49ers take on the Browns. Then, in America's Game of the Week, Jalen Hurts leads the Eagles against the Jets. It's a huge doubleheader. Sunday on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
True Classic makes shirts you'll actually want to wear. A tighter fit around your arms and chest, but loosen the torso to make big guys look slimmer and slimmer guys look buffer. And hot guys look hotter. But good.
The Masked Singer kicked off with an incredible reveal.
I know Dark Circle right now.
And there's still so much in store.
We've never seen that.
The Masked Singer, all new Wednesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
If new Heineken Silver was a riveting Viking saga.
Last request. My family tortured my first wife and stole my second favorite goat. Now you want to marry my daughter.
okay.
Taste, no bitter endings. Heineken Silver, world-class light beer.
Ben, take a seat.
So, what you did earlier, right? Huge mistake.
Colossal.
Not signing up for Hilton Honors Points?
You're a business traveler now. Time to start acting like it.
When you want to earn points like it's your job, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay. It's easy to get lost in investment research. Introducing JP Morgan Personal Advisors.
Hey, David.
Connect with an advisor to create your personalized plan.
Let's find the right investments for your goals.
Okay, great.
JP Morgan Wealth Management.
You're finally mastering Grandma's 12-hour sauce. Your stovetop gave out in the 11th hour. Luckily, American Home Shield is there to fix or replace covered appliances and home systems. Protect what you don't expect. Visit ahs.com and get a free quote today.
You need to stay ahead in business. Use AI to generate whole new possibilities.
Hi, I'm Daddy.
With the
It's
most
now
experience in
9
the cloud,
p.m.
imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Cincinnati, Ohio. Well, the Queen City looking regal on a Saturday afternoon. Historic Nippert Stadium. We got Big 12 football between two schools that have never met. How about that? You got Matt Cable's Iowa State Cyclones taking on the Cincinnati Bearcats. Hello, everyone. So glad you could join us with my partner, Devin Gardner. I am Eric Collins. Let's start with the locals, the home team, the Cincinnati Bearcats. Of course, this is their first year in Big 12 conference play. They haven't won a conference game so far, and Devin, it's been a long time coming. The last time they played a game was 15 days ago. They lost to BYU, and now they had a lot of time to think about it.
Yeah, I think they got a much-needed bye week. And in the bye week, the theme was simplification. Find a way to simplify things and put all of your players on both sides of the ball in advantageous positions to be successful. And I think the guy that will benefit the most, Emory Jones, the fifth-year senior quarterback, in my opinion, he is immensely talented. And I think the new simplified approach is going to help him. And you're going to see a guy making quick decisions in a run in the pass game, very decisive, and that'll help him get a win.
Nice.
All right, let's switch gears now and talk about the visitors from Ames, Iowa. You get the Iowa State Cyclones. They won a week ago, home game against TCU. That just makes it feel so good. This is a very young team, the youngest team that Matt Campbell's ever had, and this young team is getting better and better.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you see this team, if you've seen them a few weeks ago, get your neuralizers out for the men and back fans out there. Make sure you forget all about it because this is an entirely different team. Everybody knows about the turmoil they faced coming into this season. So a lot of young guys were thrust into duty, not quite ready to perform. I think they're ready right now, and it starts with their redshirt freshman quarterback, Rocco Beck. He's gained a lot of confidence, especially last week, and he looks to transfer that confidence into Cincinnati to get a win today.
Neuralizers out. Let's do it. Big 12 football from the Queen City. It is two schools that have never met on the gridiron. Iowa State, the Cyclones, going to take on the Cincinnati Bearcats. Our kickoff is coming up next.
That's a great lot. And the previous owner was really into DIY.
Okay. Automatic shade. Stair slide.
At least we could bundle our home and car insurance with Geico.
True. Super slippery.
Is that a chinchilla?
Yes. Wait to see this. A Murphy tub.
Finding a perfect home is hard. Thankfully, Geico makes it easy to bundle and save.
What? Look at all that floor space.
Time to spare? Maybe someday. Tonight, Panera. Solving crunch time and dinner with one easy swipe. That's big. Panera. $0 delivery fee for a limited time.
And we're done.
What about these?
Looks right.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty absorbs spills like a sponge, and Bounty is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less and get the job done with one. This works?
Kind of.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Welcome to Hampton by Hilton. Big game tomorrow. You guys ready? Oh, we're ready, Gus.
Which way's our room?
Bring it in. 301, 2 queens, best sleep guaranteed.
So comfy.
Nailed it. 1, 2, 3.
Oh! Sarah.
You're hungry for the win. Big time.
When you're playing to win, it matters where you stay. Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
Wait, hold up. DQ put fries and onion rings in a chicken strip basket? I mean, you got fries and onion rings together. Wait, is this for real? Oh, yeah, it just got really real. DQ, happy tastes good.
Welcome back, everyone. Beautiful mid-October day, Cincinnati, Ohio. Doing a lot of work with a very young team and making an interesting decision. Iowa State actually won the coin toss, and they wanted to defer the decision in the second half. So let's take it off. Cincinnati will start on offense.
Yeah, their defense is playing really well, and I think they want to get Emory Jones, the Cincinnati quarterback, on the field to see what he can do, right? Put some pressure on him to begin the game.
All right, so Iowa State will put toe to leather. Brandon Smith is deep. And this is going to be Xavier Henderson. Henderson out across the 20. They had Smith and Henderson back deep, and it goes right to Henderson, who's super fast but just couldn't get going. Take a look at your offense for Cincinnati. Best offensive lineman so far has been Luke Kandra.
Yeah, he's played really well, and he pops out on film. He's going to have that big arm brace on his left arm, and he's going to be the guy they want to run behind to make sure they get those tough yards that they need.
And highlighted Xavier Henderson. He is super explosive. Trying to find ways to get him the ball. There's your fifth-year senior quarterback, Emory Jones.
Yeah, he's been an adventure in his career, but he's here and found a home at Cincinnati.
First play for the scrimmage, the quarterback keeper. And Jones, who can do that, that's now his 70th rush of the season. Picks up 6 yards on first down. Defensively for Iowa State.
That 3-3-5 is a defense that you can run against, right? So the linebacker that you see, Jack Sadowski, he's going to make sure into the line of scrimmage to help aid in those 3 down linemen. Bo Freeler, I mean, he's a guy that was outstanding a week ago.
Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. A couple of picks and 11 tackles. To the edge, that's Corey Kiner. This is a thin backfield for Cincinnati. We're told that Ryan Montgomery won't play. Same with Ethan Wright. So it's going to be a lot. Corey Kiner picks up 5 yards on his first carry, and that'll move the chains.
The ability for Cincinnati to run the football is something that they're going to lean on. And the decisive decisions from Emory Jones, you can see them already in the run game.
Play action. Jones. Basically able to get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe a loss. Bo Freeler. And they're going to call that officially a loss of 1. All right, at home, last 14 possessions for Cincinnati. 5 punts, 3 interceptions, 0 touchdowns, 2 field goals. That's not great.
Yeah, I mean, in the open, I talked to him about it. The bye week came at the perfect time to try to simplify things and make sure they can get their quarterback playing well. And in this empty set, the quarterback draws a lot.
Trying to get to the edge. This is Aaron Turner. Comes flying around the corner and got whacked by Malik Verdon. Verdon's playing a home game. He is from Cincinnati.
Yeah, they're going to rely on these safeties to come and make plays downhill. And I'm just telling you, Malik Verdon is a guy who is not afraid of contact.
He is a sophomore from Hamilton, Ohio. Played at both famed Moeller High School and Hamilton High School. You can tell he's amped up. 3rd down and 4. Jones, 4-man rush, wants a punch, has a man, and he missed him. Oh my, that was a touchdown every day of the week, but D. Wiggins couldn't catch up to the pass.
Emory Jones is going to be kicking himself because they got exactly what they want. They got their talented wide receiver, D. Wiggins, on a deep post route, one-on-one with the safety, and he runs, he does a good job of leaning him, and he's wide open, screaming down the middle of the field, and he just misses it.
Yeah, we talked to offensive coordinator Frank Glenn earlier this week, and he talked about what a good deep thrower Emory Jones has been.
Yeah, he said that he was so good in camp, and he just hasn't been able to experience and get a lot of that success back. So you're going to see a few deep shots and give him those opportunities, but he's got to hit those when he has them.
Jalen Knoll calls for the fair catch. It's a 48-yard punt. No return. And now Iowa State will have the ball for the first time. There's the 5 up front. Brandon Black, a true freshman, started last week and did really good work for the Cyclones.
Yeah, he's earned an opportunity, and you don't always see true freshmen get their opportunity. But Jalen Knoll, he's not a freshman. He's a guy that's going to be relied on to make plays for the young quarterback, Rocco Beck.
So Rocco Beck, redshirt freshman from the Tampa-St. Pete area. 4th among all FBS freshman quarterbacks in terms of passing yards. Wants to throw on first down. Hesitated just a bit. Doesn't cost him. It's a gain of 5 yards on first down. Catch made by Jalen Knoll. There's your defense. We highlight Dante Corleone because he's a stud.
Man, he is a guy. He's a guy that's going to be in that middle. He's going to be stout. He's going to try to take the run game away and push the pocket. Young quarterbacks do not want guys in their lap. And so when you can have a big, strong nose tackle to push the pocket, that's going to prove very beneficial for the Cincinnati defense.
Deshaun Pace, high school teammate of Corleone, having a nice season as a safety. 2nd down and 6. 1st first run of the day for the Cyclones. It's Eli Sanders to the 20. And to bring up third down and short. Iowa State coming off a win a week ago against TCU. They're 2-1 in Big 12 play. Texas still have a whole bunch to play for. They're 3-3. You need 6 wins to be bowl eligible. It's an important game for them. Third down and 3. You'll know at the top of your screen. Quarterback keeper, and that's got the first down. Well, that's something he's done a little bit better over recent weeks, is run the football himself.
Yeah, he's done a very good job. And when we talked to the coaching staff, and especially Nate Shearhouse, he said, listen, I've kind of joked with him, like, we're the only team where the quarterback doesn't even add in the run game, right? He doesn't scramble, he doesn't do anything. In the last couple of weeks, you've seen him use his legs to help this offense, and it's opened up some things for sure.
Is that just a confidence thing, or is he purposely trying to do it because he's being coached to?
Well, that was a design for it. Right. So they're implementing it. If you don't want to do it yourself, we'll help you.
First down. Play clock down to 2. They get it off. Eli Sanders lowers the head and gets out to the 28-yard line. Sanders, a sophomore from Oceanside, California. Averages 5 yards a carry. We expect to see a lot of Abu Sama with a long touchdown run a week ago. They got the Iowa State fans excited about his future. And Raper comes in at one of the tight end spots. High snap. Sanders close to the first down marker. Tackle made by Jack Dingle. Playing very well, sophomore linebacker from Louisville. Gain of 4. It's third down in the yard. Last time, similar situation. Back to the keeper. Caught. That'll be a first down. Jaden Higgins, first time he touches it, and the chains move.
We love that they're leaning into Beck as a mover and a thrower. Get on the outside, put him on the move. He can run and get the first down, or he can make a nice throw downfield. Nice job on the corner.
15-yard gain. Quickly to the line of scrimmage. Beck wants to do it again, and it's knocked down. That was Dante Corleone. They'll try and get it past the Godfather.
The big fella in the middle. I mean, that's the worst nightmare for the quarterback, to try to make a throw. You see a guy open, and then the guy just throws his hand up there, because I think he's going to have a completion right behind.
Out of Coleraine High School. Legendary public school in the Cincinnati area. Cranking out football players over the years. Second down and 10. Miscommunication with Daniel Jackson. Third down and 10.
You know, they give the receivers an option to read, right? It's kind of like a go pull-up where you're running a go. If you get retreat coverage and you stop on a curl, if the retreat coverage continues to back away, the quarterback and the receiver just not on the same page. But the most important thing right now is just third and 10. Can you find a way to pick up 10 yards? And the guy he loves to go to in these situations, number 13, Jalen Noel.
Pressure up the middle. Beck has to go out of bounds. Being chased by Deshaun Pace and Daniel Gresham. And the punt team will have to come on for Iowa State.
You can see these guys get right through the middle and put pressure on Beck right away. And when you get pressure right away, I talked about it earlier, nobody likes a guy in their face in the middle to put pocket push, but especially a young quarterback. He does a good job of minimizing the damage. Don't make a bad play worse. Throw the ball in the coverage when you can't see downfield. I would much rather throw the ball away to save some yardage, but a nice job of minimizing the damage there.
Technically, a sack. It's a loss of 3.
Yeah, the line would appreciate you threw it away as well.
So the fair catch after a 41-yard punt, and Cincinnati will have it for the second time. Cincinnati Bearcats offense trying to get going. Can they do it? Answers when we come back.
Some people just know there's a podcast about that. Those are the people who know to choose Allstate.
Big tea drinker.
Yeah.
There's a podcast about tea.
He knows, and he wants you to know too.
I was listening to a podcast on if dogs know their dogs.
There's a podcast about that?
Just like he wants you to know about Allstate.
There's a podcast about fly fishing called Why Is That Person Doing That? It's called Terrific.
Are you listening to a podcast?
Yeah, it's about multitasking.
Some people just know there's a podcast about that. Those are the people who know you're in good hands with Allstate.
This month, join the new Subway MVP Rewards program and get rewarded. Get 50% off any footlong when you join Subway MVP Rewards. So many all-star options.
It's just for Subway MVPs, right?
You catch on quick, Herbert. Join now and get 50% off any footlong.
This is not just a shot. This is wellness made easy for those who've got plans. Get your flu shot and other vaccines in one trip. Schedule online today.
So it's going to come down to this. Can they do it?
Oh, no! They missed it! There's a flag on the play!
Trick or treat! Chicken Reese's!
Oh, great costume. Looks like you deserve both.
See ya, boys.
Want to know why no one on Pizza Hut? Pizza Hut meat lovers know are filled with almost a half a pound of meat and cheese for just $6.99. Enough for 2, price for 1. That's why no one outpizza's the Hut.
Welcome back to the great state of Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio. Scoreless game, Iowa State and Cincinnati. Both head coaches, Matt Campbell and Scott Satterfield, both with Ohio connections. Both very young assistant coaches at Toledo on Tim Beckman's staff. You got Scott Satterfield to the left, you got Matt Campbell just at the left, and then Tim Beckman was the head coach. They both were on the offensive side. You had Campbell as the offensive coordinator, a co-offensive coordinator in charge of the run game, and Satterfield was in charge of the passing game, the quarterbacks. But they shared a bond on that coaching staff and really respect each other and learn a lot about football. Now that they're a year pulling it out. I always think it's fascinating. Matt Campbell was a defensive terror playing at Mount Union, and he's always been on the offensive side of the ball as a coach.
That's probably why he's such a good offensive coach, right? You understand what the defense is trying to do because you live that life, and then you study under guys like Coach Beck and make sure you figure out how offense works and how you can attack defense.
Henry Jones. Oh, it's picked off. That is the 11th interception of the season for Iowa State. TJ Tampa. And Tampa 2 just got his second interception of the year.
Yeah, Tampa 2 is in cover 2. You can see that the middle of the field is open. He's down the flat, and he just baits it right. He stays on the low player, and then he retreats back and gets underneath that sail route. Outstanding job by the person you conveniently named Tampa 2. Outstanding job right there. He's a guy who can make a lot of plays in the pass game, but when you're an older guy, he's one of the older guys on the team. He's so savvy in the way he plays this defense. He's up on the flat route, and then he just backs out and jumps right underneath and forces Henry Jones to an early mistake.
Last week, Iowa State 4 interceptions against TCU. And we've got one interception for them halfway through our first quarter. For Jones, that's his 7th interception thrown this year. So great starting field position for Iowa State. Becht keeps it. Becht gets to the edge to the 26. Now a young Iowa State team getting turnovers and building confidence off those turnovers.
This Cincinnati defense obviously did not get their neuralizers out, right? They remember the vet of old, right? They remember him, and so he doesn't pull it much. And so you see this defensive line is going to come, go down, and completely turn his shoulders, not even worried about setting the edge and making sure that Beck doesn't keep the ball.
Cincinnati showing pressure. And now Beck makes changes. The tight end Dean moves from one end of the line to the other. Quick hitter, caught. Jalen Knoll at the first down for Iowa State. 15 more yards.
There he is right there. Does a very good job of just getting vertical and getting wrapped behind the outside linebacker. All you have to do is wrap around, and in that RPO, that run pass option, you put that ball into the linebackers. If they don't commit, they at least have to stand still and allow for Knoll to run freely throughout the defense.
First down at 10. Cyclones can get a first down without getting a touchdown. Not much there at all for Sanders. Jonathan Thompson with the tackle.
Got Iowa State this opportunity, and we talked about Rocco Becht and his ability to make plays and be the guy for this offense. He's getting more and more comfortable with every single snap he takes.
Becht by himself in the backfield.
They got the numbers for the quarterback draw.
Wants to throw it to the end zone, and it's knocked away. Nice defense. Jordan Young.
Aaron Turner just a little too quick there, right? Too quick, got up on the defensive back, didn't really step on his toes very aggressively to make sure he can create some separation. But this is a third down where in the middle, Corleone is going to be a guy that is going to try to push his pocket and make sure he makes his quarterback uncomfortable.
Third down at 10.
You got middle field open, so you can get a guy right to the middle. There he is.
Becht. Oh, what a play! Dropped by Braver. Braver had it for a moment, would have been a highlight level catch, just couldn't bring it in.
I mean, just a really nice route and a really nice job there. And a nice job knowing you're going to the side, but looking the defense off. Oh, you want to go up with 2 hands, but it's an outstanding effort.
Oh, that's tough. Becht got it.
He thought it was good. He thought it was. And so you can see the maturity of Becht just to start that play. His eyes go left, knowing that he's coming back to the tight end to make a play, just not able to finish.
Chase Contreras comes in, 30-yard attempt. Snap is good, hold is good, and the kick is true. So the first 3 points of the game go to Iowa State. The visitors capitalize on an interception to put 3 on the board.
The reason Donald Trump's dominating the race, what he did for us, and what he'll do for us. He secured our border, sent 5,000 troops to stop drugs and criminals. But Joe Biden screwed it up. Drugs are flowing into our neighborhoods, killing kids. President Trump will secure our border again. Plans to declare war on the cartels and destroy them like he did ISIS. President Trump will keep us safe. Make America great again. He is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Your pride and joy is measured in acres. Keep them looking their best with the Kubota lineup. Versatile sidekick utility vehicles. The #1 rated tractor brand for durability and owner experience. Professional grade mowers for a professional cut. Is equipment built with one purpose: to get the job done right.
Old Trapper Beefs, camping catastrophes. so the kids want to go camping again.
Yeah, let's go camping.
Hello, Travel. What's your beef? And Doug.
And Doug says you can customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano.
You replacing me?
With this guy?
Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity.
He doesn't even have a mustache.
Oh, look, Bee-Boo.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Battle Georgia FRS of the Astros. Game 1 of the ALCS. Tomorrow on Fox.
Welcome back, everyone. Our bag is bursting. Look at this. College football action continues next on FS1. You have 23rd ranked Kansas Jayhawks taking on Oklahoma State. Then at 7 Eastern, K-State and Texas Tech square off in Lubbock. And in the nightcap, Boise State's going to take on Colorado State. It's all coming up right here on FS1.
First against the scenes, eh?
We're putting 15 pounds into a 5-pound bag. Just ladling it in there. Oh, that may go out of bounds. Oh, monkey. That's going to be a touchback. Well, that's interesting. And oh my goodness, if it went out of bounds, of course, it's wonderful starting position, but a touchback is it. All right, we're going to time out. We'll sort it all out when we come back.
Hi, you might know me from my other job, but I'm a business owner too. Here at Once Upon a Farm, we chose the new Capital One Venture X business card. With no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to meet our business needs. Love it. And unlimited double miles means we earn more too. Sweet, right? And when we travel, we get access to over 1,300 airport lounges. I can get used to this. The Capital One Venture X business card. What's in your wallet?
So I'm at McDonald's.
If you got to try McDonald's Mambo sauce, you'd want to tell thousands of people about it too.
It's spicy. I was not expecting that.
Sweet and spicy jam and mambo sauce are on the McDonald's menu for a limited time.
Oh, hi. Did you know that every load of laundry could be worth as much as $300? Really? And your clothes just keep getting more damaged the more times you wash them. Downy protects fibers, doing more than detergent alone. See?
This one looks brand new. Saves you money. Starts like Downy.
Downy saves loads.
Fox News Primetime is number 1. Laura, Jesse, Sean, and Greg. The right voices at the right time. Fox News Primetime. Weeknights on Fox News. America is watching.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
Let Instacart tackle your weekly shopping, so you can tackle what really matters.
From tropical bites to cowboy delights, Nuts.com has over 1,400 delicious snacks to satisfy every craving. Enjoy every flavor of happy and get free shipping on your first order.
Only one question leads to life-changing money.
Is it real or is it snake oil?
Sniff out the scam and find the real product.
This show's great.
All new snake oil. Wednesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Welcome back, everyone. 5:31 remaining in our first quarter. Kind of a funky kickoff right here. Our rules expert, Dean Blandino, has a thought. Dean, what did we see here?
So what we're looking at... The ruling of a touchback stands. It'll be first down to the 25-yard line. So they're going to let it stand. The key is, did the ball hit the sideline first, or did it hit the pylon first? If it hits the sideline first, bounds. If it hits the pylon first, it's a touchback. They ruled that it hit the pylon It is so close. You watch that replay right there. I think whatever they ruled, they'd have to stay with. It's important because it's the difference in 10 yards.
Fantastic stuff, Dean. And Henderson, he just didn't fully commit. What he's trying to do is get out of bounds and touch the ball, which makes the ball kicked out of bounds. It's a cool rule. But he just doesn't fully commit, and now you sacrifice 10 yards.
Yeah, so if the ball is a touchback out of bounds, it's ball 25. If it went out of bounds and it's a kickoff violation, it's 35. So yes, 10 yards is a big difference. 2-yard gain on first down. That's Miles Montgomery. First time we've seen him in the game. We spell it Niner. Told us that Cincinnati is relatively thin at running back. No Ryan Montgomery. We don't expect to see Ethan Wright as well. Design quarterback run for Jones. And he powers out across the 40. That'll be first down for Cincinnati. Emory Jones looks smart. 6'3", 212 pounds.
And this is what they're going to do. They're going to find a way to get him in the run game, add him in the run game. It's called the +1, right? You get one extra guy with the lead blocker, and he does a very good job of taking advantage of this Iowa State defense.
Second carry for Miles Montgomery, and that one doesn't go anywhere. The veteran, Will McLaughlin, along with Gary Vaughn, make the tackle, takes a loss of a yard. So it's 2nd and 11.
McLaughlin does an outstanding job. They call that skilling the run, right? So he sacrifices himself, puts himself into the line of scrimmage to make sure that that running back can't go anywhere.
From Defiance, Iowa. If you're from Defiance, Iowa, you have to be a defender. Right? You can be an offensive player, but from Defiance. Gotta be a defender. He Wiggins, the man in motion. Play fake. Jones dumped down. Not much there at all. First catch for Braden Smith. TJ Tampa makes the tackle.
I love what they're doing with Emory Jones. Get him on the outside. Get him in the run game. Create simplified reads to make sure he can get the ball out. Use his talent to make plays. Nice job there, set up a 36. But now he's going to have to try to push the ball just a little bit down the field. And the guy he usually wants to go to is Xavier Henderson. He's a guy who's got immense talent, big, strong, can make all the plays.
Timeout. Iowa State. They're first.
So the Cyclones call the timeout. 3rd and 6 when we come back to Cincinnati.
At Iowa State, innovation is dynamic. It's collaborative. It's inviting ideas from all corners and working across disciplines. Because we've learned when ideas are shared, we all benefit. Innovate at Iowa State.
What is a Bearcat? A Bearcat is determined, resilient, curious. We show up ready to play, to grow. And while a lot's changed in our 200 years, there is one defining trait that unites us all. Bearcats go big. Big discoveries, big dreams, big impact, big leaps for mankind, big miracles. And when we reach the summit, we fix our gaze on new heights. We never stop. That's just who we are. Bearcats go big.
Have fun, sis.
Can't stop adding stuff to your cart? Get the Bank of America customized cash rewards card. Choose the online shopping category and earn 3% cash back.
Introducing KFC's new hot and spicy wings. Get an 8-piece of spicy marinated hand-breaded wings for just $4.99. Hit it! Get 8 wings for just $4.99.
Christian Caffrey and the 49ers take on the Browns. Then, in America's Game of the Week, Jalen Hurts leads the Eagles. Touchdown! Against the Jets. It's a huge doubleheader. Sunday on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
Homecoming weekend in Cincinnati. And what to cheer about? Trail Iowa State 3-0. First two possessions, not so good. 5 plays punt, 2 plays and a pick. Already 20 yards. 4 plays on this drive, but they need to keep the offense on the field. This is going to be a 3rd down and 6. They've had some time to think about it. The Bearcats have, as the timeout called by Iowa State. Need to get across midfield to the 49.
They said they want to take more shots. There's Xavier Henderson, a guy who had big play ability, and it looks like he's going to get a one-on-one matchup.
Looking that way. Now the dump down catch is made short of the line to gain. And Smith with the catch, and it's 4th down. That was a sure tackle made out in space. They need 6. They only got 4. The offense is remaining out of the field, Devin.
Yeah, I don't fully agree with this. Obviously, there's analytics and different things like that. They think that they can get 1 yard with the ability of the quarterback to run, but I will punt this ball away and force Rocco Beck to try to drive the ball all the way down the field. But they're going to go. And the one thing to be weary of for Iowa State, make sure you stay disciplined in hard counts, those hard quick claps, so you don't jump both sides.
Kinder back into the game. Quarterback keeper. Jones has got it.
Look at this move, Josh.
Senior quarterback.
That's very athletic, Mikey. But I know.